The scent of wolfsbane and failure clung to Mira's skin like a second shadow. She stood in the center of the Silverpine Pack's ceremonial circle, bare feet against ancient stone that had witnessed 1,000 rejections before hers. The full moon hung fat and silver above the pines, indifferent to the humiliation unfolding beneath its light. Around her, the pack formed a living wall of judgment, their eyes reflecting amber in the darkness, their collective silence more damning than any words. Alpha Thorn stood on the raised dais, his weathered face carved from granite and disappointment. In his hands, he held the scroll of severance, its parchment yellowed with age and darkened by the names of those deemed unworthy. Mira's name would join that litany tonight. Mira Ashwood. Thorn's voice carried across the clearing, formal and cold. You have been tested according to the old laws. The healers have examined you. The results are clear. Mira's jaw tightened. She knew what was coming. Had known since 3 days ago when Healer Senna had emerged from the examination room with pity in her eyes and regret in her trembling hands. Still, hearing it spoken aloud, proclaimed before the pack like a criminal sentencing, made her wolf howl inside her chest. Your womb is barren, Thorn continued, each word a knife between her ribs. The gift of life has been denied you. According to pack law, an Omega who cannot contribute to our bloodline has no place in our hierarchy, no place in our future. The crowd shifted. Some faces showed genuine sorrow. Most showed relief that it wasn't them standing in the circle of shame. Mira caught sight of her mother at the edge of the gathering, tears streaming down her weathered cheeks, her father's arm around her shoulders like an anchor against grief. But it was the other face that made Mira's composure crack. Connor Hayes stood 3 rows back, his broad shoulders rigid, his handsome face carefully blank, the pack's future beta, her childhood sweetheart, the wolf who had promised her forever under this same moon 5 years ago. Before we finalize the severance, Thorn said, pack law requires that any bonded mate be given the opportunity to speak. Connor Hayes, do you wish to maintain your claim on this Omega? The silence stretched like taffy, sweet and suffocating. Mira's heart hammered against her ribs. She knew the answer. Had known it the moment Connor stopped returning her calls after the results came back. Had known it when he'd avoided her eyes at the market yesterday, turning down a side street like she was already a ghost. But some stupid, desperate part of her had hoped. I renounce my claim, Connor said, his voice steady and sure. The pack's future must come first.
The words landed like physical blows. Mira's knees wanted to buckle, but she locked them, refusing to give the pack the satisfaction of watching her crumble. Her wolf snarled inside her mind, a wounded animal lashing out at the betrayal. Thorn nodded as if he'd expected nothing less. Then it is decided. Mira Ashwood, you are hereby severed from the Silverpine Pack. You have 48 hours to gather your belongings and leave pack lands. Should you attempt to return after that time, you will be treated as a rogue and dealt with accordingly. He raised the scroll, and Mira felt it then, the snap of pack bonds breaking. It felt like being skinned alive, like every connection to home and family and belonging was being ripped away all at once. Her Omega nature made it worse, made the rejection physically painful in a way alphas and betas could never understand. Her wolf howled, a sound of such profound loss that it reverberated through her bones. She didn't remember falling to her knees. Didn't remember the pack dispersing, their duty done, their uncomfortable witness concluded. She came back to herself slowly, the stone cold beneath her palms, the moon still indifferent overhead. Mira, her mother's voice broken and small. Mira looked up to find both her parents standing at the edge of the circle. Pack law forbade them from entering, from offering comfort to the severed. Even family bonds had their limits. I'm sorry, Mira managed, her voice raw. I'm so sorry. No. Her father's voice was fierce, despite the tears on his face. This isn't your fault. This pack, this law, it's wrong. It's cruel. It's tradition, Mira said hollowly. It's survival. It's barbaric, her mother whispered. You're our daughter. You're perfect, exactly as you are. But perfect didn't matter in a world where biology was destiny, where an Omega's worth was measured in her ability to produce pups for the pack's future. Mira pushed herself to her feet, swaying slightly. The severing had left her hollow, a shell with nothing inside but echoes. "I'll come say goodbye," she told them, "before I leave." She didn't wait for their response. Couldn't bear to see the love and helplessness warring on their faces. Instead, she turned and walked toward the woods, toward the small cabin on the edge of Packlands that had been her home since she'd come of age. Every step felt like wading through deep water, her wolf whimpering inside her mind, confused and frightened by the sudden absence of Pack. The cabin looked the same as always. Warm light spilling from the windows, the herb garden she'd planted last spring fragrant in the night air, the wind chimes her grandmother had made tinkling softly in the breeze. But it wasn't home anymore. Home was Pack, and Pack had just carved her out of its heart. Inside, Mira moved through familiar rooms with mechanical precision. She pulled out her battered backpack, the one she'd taken on countless pack runs, and began filling it with necessities. Clothes, toiletries, the photograph of her parents on their mating day, the silver pendant her grandmother had given her before she died, the one carved with protective runes that now felt like bitter irony. She paused at her desk, her hand hovering over the leather journal where she'd recorded her life for the past decade. Page after page of hopes and dreams and plans, all of them built on the assumption that she'd have a future here, that she'd mate Connor and raise pups and grow old with Pack around her. All of it meaningless now. She left the journal on the desk. Let whoever claimed this cabin next discover it, puzzle over the remnants of a life that had seemed so certain. Mira grabbed her keys instead, the metal cold in her palm, and walked out without looking back. The old truck started on the third try, engine coughing like it shared her pain. Mira didn't know where she was going, didn't care. Away was enough. Away from the pitying looks and the whispered conversations in the empty space where Pack bonds used to sing in her soul. She drove through the night, windows down, letting the wind tear at her hair and sting her eyes. The moon followed her, that same indifferent silver disk, and Mira hated it. Hated that it would shine on her rejection ceremony and rise tomorrow in a world where she no longer belonged anywhere. By dawn, she'd crossed into neutral territory, that stretch of unclaimed land between Pack boundaries, where wolves could gather without sparking territorial wars. There was a bar here, a ramshackle building called the Crossroads that served both shifters and humans without asking too many questions. Mira parked behind the building and sat there for a long moment, staring at nothing. She felt numb, hollowed out, like someone had reached inside her chest and scraped out everything that made her whole. Her phone buzzed, a text from her mother. "Please be safe. We love you, always." Mira turned off the phone and shoved it in the glove box. Love wasn't enough when tradition demanded sacrifice. Love couldn't change Pack law or make her womb any less broken. She got out of the truck, her legs unsteady, and walked toward the crossroads. The bar wouldn't open for another hour, but there was a bench outside, weathered wood beneath a faded awning. Mira sat down and watched the sun climb higher, painting the world in shades of gold and amber that felt like mockery. Beautiful days didn't care about broken hearts. The sun rose regardless of who was left behind in the darkness. When the bartender finally unlocked the door at noon, Mira was the first one through it. "Rough morning?" the woman asked, taking in Mira's hollow eyes and rumpled clothes. "You could say that," Mira said, sliding onto a bar stool. "Whiskey, neat, and keep them coming." The bartender, a middle-aged wolf with silver threading through her dark hair, studied Mira for a moment. Recognition flickered in her eyes, the kind that said she'd seen plenty of severed wolves pass through this place, all of them wearing the same expression of shell-shocked grief. "First one's on the house," she said quietly, pouring a generous measure. "For what it's worth, honey, the Pack's loss is the world's gain. You'll figure that out eventually." Mira doubted that, but she accepted the drink with a nod of thanks and threw it back, welcoming the burn that had nothing to do with emotional pain and everything to do with physics. The alcohol hit her system fast, her omega metabolism processing it quickly, but she ordered another anyway. And another. The bar filled slowly as afternoon bled into evening. Neutral territory drew all kinds, wolves from different packs mingling carefully, humans oblivious to the subtle dynamics of dominance and hierarchy playing out around them. Mira kept her head down and her glass full, trying to drown out the howling absence where her Pack bonds used to be. She was 4 drinks in when she felt it, a shift in the air, a prickling awareness at the base of her skull. Her wolf stirred for the first time since the severing, Not in pain, but in attention. Someone had just walked into the bar. Someone whose presence made the air itself seem to sharpen. Mira didn't turn around. Didn't need to. She could feel him behind her, a wall of power and barely leashed control that made every wolf in the place take notice. Alpha. Definitely alpha. The kind of alpha that made even other alphas nervous. He took the stool beside hers. She felt him settle, felt the heat of his body even though they weren't touching, felt the way her wolf perked up despite everything, curious and strangely unafraid. "Whiskey," he said to the bartender, his voice rough, velvet, and smoke. "Whatever she's having." Mira's fingers tightened around her glass. "I don't need company." "Neither do I," he said, "but we're both here anyway." She turned to look at him then, ready to deliver a cutting dismissal, and the words died in her throat. He was beautiful in the way that dangerous things were beautiful. All sharp edges and contained violence. Dark hair that fell across his forehead. Eyes the color of old whiskey that seemed to see straight through her careful walls. A scar cut through his left eyebrow, pale against tanned skin, and his hands where they rested on the bar were broad and calloused. He looked like he'd been carved from the same granite as the mountains, hard and unyielding and impossibly solid. He also looked exhausted. There were shadows under those sharp eyes, a tightness around his mouth that spoke of sleepless nights and burdens too heavy to share. Recognition stirred in Mira's chest, the kind that came from looking in a mirror and seeing your own pain reflected back. "Bad day?" she asked before she could stop herself. His mouth curved in something that wasn't quite a smile. "Bad month, bad year, if we're being honest." "You? Just got my life ripped apart," Mira said lightly. "So, Tuesday." This time his smile reached his eyes, and something in Mira's chest loosened slightly. "I'll drink to that." The bartender set down 2 fresh glasses, gave them both a knowing look, and moved away to give them privacy. The stranger raised his glass to Mira. "To Tuesdays," he said. "To terrible Tuesdays," Mira corrected, clinking her glass against his. "And to stranger company in dive bars." They drank in comfortable silence for a while. Mira studied him from the corner of her eye, trying to place what pack he might belong to. His scent was clean, penine, and earth, and something darker she couldn't quite identify. No pack markers, though. No identifying tags or obvious tells. "You're not from around here," she said. "Neither are you," he countered. "Or at least you don't want to be." Perceptive. Mira took another drink. Is it that obvious? Only to someone who's feeling the same way. There was something in his voice then, a weight that made Mira turn to face him fully. He was looking at her now, really looking, and the intensity of his gaze made her pulse quicken. "What are you running from?" she asked. "Expectations," he said. "Obligations. The weight of an entire pack's future on my shoulders." "You? Rejection," Mira said, the word tasting like ash. "The pack's decision that I wasn't worth keeping." Something flickered across his face. Anger, maybe, or understanding. "Then your pack is made of fools." The certainty in his voice startled her. "You don't even know me." "I know enough," he said. "I know you're sitting here, drinking alone instead of falling apart. I know your wolf is still there, still strong, despite whatever they did to you. I know you have the kind of strength that most wolves only pretend to have." Mira's throat tightened. "You can't possibly know that." "Can I?" He leaned closer, his voice dropping to something intimate and sure. "I've been alpha long enough to recognize real strength when I see it. And you, whoever you are, have it in spades." The words shouldn't have mattered. He was a stranger, someone she'd never see again after tonight. But something in Mira's chest cracked open, a sliver of warmth in the endless cold that had taken up residence there. "I'm Mira," she said quietly. "Dax," he replied and held out his hand. When their fingers touched, something strange happened. A pulse of awareness that had nothing to do with pack bonds and everything to do with something older, deeper, more fundamental. Mira's wolf raised its head fully for the first time since the severing, alert and intensely focused. Dax felt it too. She could see it in the way his pupils dilated, in the sudden tension in his shoulders, in the way his hand tightened slightly around hers before he let go. "That was," Mira started, then stopped, not sure how to finish the sentence. "Unusual," Dax supplied, his voice rough. "Yeah." They stared at each other for a long moment. Around them the bar continued its evening routine, oblivious to the strange recognition passing between two wolves who should have been strangers. Mira broke the silence first. This is probably a terrible idea. Probably, Dax agreed. Want to have another drink anyway? She should say no, should finish her drink, pay her tab, and disappear into whatever uncertain future awaited her. But the alternative was climbing back into her truck and driving into the darkness alone. And right now, that felt like more than she could bear. Yeah, she said, let's have another drink. So they did. And then another. And somewhere between the third and fourth round, Mira found herself telling him things she'd never told anyone. About growing up Omega in a pack that valued breeding above all else. About Connor and his broken promises. About the particular cruelty of discovering that the thing you'd built your entire identity around, the ability to bear children, was never yours to begin with. Dax listened without judgment, his attention complete and unwavering. And when she finally ran out of words, raw and exhausted from the confession, he told her his own story. About being alpha too young, about shouldering responsibilities that should have been spread across generations, about watching his pack slowly deteriorate, pups born weaker with each passing year, and feeling powerless to stop it. About the mate he'd lost, though he didn't offer details, and the guilt that came with surviving when she hadn't. We're quite the pair, Mira said when he finished, her words slightly slurred from alcohol and emotional exhaustion. Broken Omega and burdened Alpha. You're not broken, Dax said fiercely. Don't ever say that. My pack seems to disagree. Then your pack doesn't deserve you. The certainty in his voice made something in Mira's chest ache. She reached out without thinking, her hand finding his where it rested on the bar. This time when they touched, the awareness was different. Still strong, still undeniable, but tempered with something gentler. Understanding, recognition. The knowledge that they were both refugees from different kinds of pain, seeking temporary shelter in each other's company. Come with me, Dax said quietly. I have a room at the motel down the road. We can keep drinking, keep talking, whatever you need. I just don't want to be alone tonight. Mira knew she should refuse, knew that following a strange alpha to a motel room was the kind of decision that led to complications she didn't need. But the alternative was going back to her truck, curling up in the queen, and facing the yawning emptiness of her new reality alone. And right now, alone felt like dying. Okay, she said, but just to be clear, I'm a disaster right now. Dax's smile was to knowing. So am I, maybe we can be disasters together. They paid their tabs and walked out into the cool evening air. The moon was rising again, that same silver disk, but somehow it felt less indifferent now. Less like it was judging her and more like it was simply bearing witness. The motel was exactly what one would expect from neutral territory lodging. Cheap, anonymous, with the kind of faded charm that came from decades of housing wolves who needed to be nowhere in particular. Dax's room was on the second floor, a basic setup with a sagging bed, worn carpet, and a window that overlooked the parking lot. It should have felt sordid. Instead, it felt like sanctuary. Dax pulled a bottle of bourbon from his bag, good stuff that didn't belong in a place like this, and poured them each a generous measure in the motel's plastic cups. They sat on opposite sides of the room at first, Mira on the bed, Dax in the chair by the window, maintaining careful distance despite the strange pull between them. Tell me something true, Mira said after a while, the alcohol making her bold. Something you've never told anyone. Dax was quiet for so long she thought he wouldn't answer. Then I'm scared, terrified actually, that everything I'm doing to save my pack will fail. That I'll watch them fade away and know I wasn't strong enough to stop it. The vulnerability in his voice made Mira's throat tight. I'm scared too, she confessed. That they were right, that being infertile makes me less. That I'll spend the rest of my life trying to prove my worth and never actually believing it. Dax stood then, crossed the small space between them, and sat beside her on the bed. Close enough that their shoulders touched. Close enough that she could feel the warmth of him. The solid presence that made her wolf settle in ways she couldn't explain. You want to know what I see when I look at you? He asked. Mira shook her head, not trusting her voice. I see someone who survived something that should have broken her. Someone who's still standing, still fighting, even though the world just told her she wasn't enough. That's not weakness, Mira. That's the strongest thing I've ever seen. She turned to face him then, and the look in his eyes made her forget how to breathe. There was heat there, yes, but also something deeper. Recognition, understanding, the kind of connection that happened when two wounded souls found each other in the darkness. Thank you, she whispered, for seeing me, for tonight. They talked for hours after that, finishing the bourbon as the night deepened around them, about their packs, their fears, the futures they'd imagined, and the realities they faced. An undeniable attraction inevitably grew, and things soon became physical. Somewhere in those hours, exhaustion caught up with both of them. Mira woke later, disoriented in the darkness. She'd fallen asleep on the bed, with Dax beside her. He'd pulled a blanket over them both, a gesture of care that made her chest ache. His arm was draped loosely across her waist, his breathing deep and even in sleep. For the first time since the severing, she felt almost whole. Mira closed her eyes and let herself have this one thing, this one night where she wasn't a rejected Omega, or a failure or a disappointment, where she was just Mira, finding comfort with someone who understood her pain. Tomorrow she'd have to figure out what came next, where to go, how to survive, what kind of life was possible for a wolf without a pack. But tonight, wrapped in the arms of a stranger who somehow felt familiar, she could pretend that maybe, just maybe, she'd find a way to be okay. The moon continued its arc across the sky, indifferent as always, but for once Mira didn't mind. She had survived the worst. Everything after this was just details. She closed her eyes and let exhaustion pull her under, Dax's heartbeat a steady rhythm against her cheek, and slept without dreaming for the first time in days.
Chapter 2. Mira woke to pale morning light filtering through thin curtains and the disconcerting realization that she wasn't alone. Dax was still asleep beside her, one arm thrown over his eyes, his chest rising and falling in the deep rhythm of genuine rest. In sleep, the harsh lines of his face had softened slightly, making him look younger, less burdened. The scar through his eyebrow was a pale slash in the morning light, and Mira found herself wondering about its origin before catching herself. No, she couldn't start getting curious about him. Last night had been what they'd agreed it would be. Temporary shelter from their respective storms. Nothing more. She slipped out of bed carefully, gathering her scattered clothes from the floor. She dressed quickly, her movements efficient and silent. Years of Omega training making her adept at not disturbing sleeping wolves. She was reaching for the door handle when Dax's voice, rough with sleep, stopped her, leaving without saying goodbye. Mira turned to find him propped up on one elbow, sheet pooled around his waist, watching her with those amber eyes that seemed to see too much. Her traitorous heart stuttered. "I thought that was the agreement," she said. "Back to being strangers." "Right." Something flickered across his face, too quick for her to identify. Of course. Silence stretched between them, awkward in a way last night hadn't been. Mira's hand tightened on the door handle. "Thank you," she said finally. "For last night, for the company, for not making it complicated." Dax's smile was sad. "You're welcome, and Mira? Whatever you're running toward, I hope you find it." "You too," she said, and slipped out before the strange ache in her chest could convince her to stay. The morning air was cool and crisp, carrying the scent of pine and dew and possibilities that felt impossibly distant. Mira walked to her truck, her legs unsteady, and sat in the driver's seat for a long moment before turning the key. She didn't know where to go. The 48 hours weren't up yet, but she had no intention of going back to Packlands. There was nothing there for her anymore except painful goodbyes and pitying looks. Instead, she pointed the truck toward the highway and drove, letting instinct guide her when logic had no answers. 3 weeks. That's how long it took for Mira's new reality to settle into something resembling routine. She'd found work at a small bookstore in a human town 2 hours from neutral territory. The owner, an elderly woman named Margaret with kind eyes and no questions, had taken one look at Mira's hollow expression and offered her the job on the spot. The pay wasn't great, but it came with a small apartment above the shop, and that was all Mira needed. She threw herself into the work with single-minded focus, organizing shelves, helping customers, losing herself in inventory spreadsheets and book orders. Anything to avoid thinking about Pack, about Connor, about the future she'd lost. About a certain alpha with sad eyes and gentle hands whose name she'd deliberately not learned the Pack affiliation of. The bookstore became her sanctuary. The smell of old paper and fresh coffee, the quiet rustling of pages, the gentle conversations with customers who saw her as just another employee rather than a rejected Omega. Margaret never asked about her past, never pressed for details beyond what was necessary. It was exactly what Mira needed. Until the morning she woke up feeling like she'd been hit by a truck. At first, she thought it was the flu. The sudden nausea, the bone-deep exhaustion, the way her body seemed to be staging a rebellion against basic functions like standing and breathing. She dragged herself to the store, powered through her shift with sheer stubbornness, and told herself it would pass. It didn't pass, it got worse. 2 days later, Mira collapsed in the store's stockroom, her vision graying out, her wolf thrashing inside her mind in confusion and pain. Margaret found her there, crumpled among boxes of new arrivals, and insisted on calling for help. "No hospitals," Mira managed through gritted teeth. There's someone, a healer, neutral territory, please." Margaret, to her credit, didn't argue. She made the calls, got directions, and drove Mira's truck the hour and a half to neutral territory, while Mira alternated between shivering and sweating in the passenger seat. The healer lived in a ramshackle cabin on the outskirts of neutral ground, surrounded by herb gardens that seemed to grow in deliberate chaos. Margaret helped Mira inside, where an ancient woman with silver hair and witch-dark eyes looked up from grinding something that smelled like moonlight and medicine. "Put her on the table," the woman said without preamble. "And you, human, wait outside." Margaret squeezed Mira's hand once, worry clear in her eyes, and obeyed. The door closed behind her with a soft click, leaving Mira alone with the healer who was already pulling strange implements from drawers and cabinets. "Name," the woman demanded. "Mira," she managed. "Mira Ashwood. I was Silverpine, but I'm not anymore." "Severed," the healer said, not a question. "Recent, by the look of you. Lie still." Cool hands pressed against Mira's abdomen, her forehead, the hollow of her throat. The healer's eyes went distant, unfocused, and Mira felt magic crawl across her skin like static. It wasn't pack magic, the warm, familiar buzz of wolf bonds. This was older, wilder, the kind of power that existed before packs learned to organize themselves. The healer's eyes snapped back into focus, and her expression went from professional to shocked in the space of a heartbeat. "Impossible," she breathed. Dread coiled in Mira's gut. What's impossible?" "You're pregnant." The words didn't make sense. Couldn't make sense. Mira stared at the healer, waiting for the punchline, for the correction, for anything except the solemn certainty on the old woman's face. "No," Mira said. "No, that's not possible. I'm infertile. The pack healers confirmed it. My womb is dead. I can't carry a child." "And yet here we are," the healer said quietly. "Unmistakably pregnant. 3 weeks along, if I'm reading the signs correctly." 3 weeks. The motel, Dax. "That's..." Mira's voice cracked. "That's not possible. Every healer I've ever seen said the same thing. My womb doesn't work. I can't conceive." The healer pulled up a stool and sat down heavily, her expression troubled. "Tell me about the father." I barely know him. It was one night. He's an alpha, but I don't know his pack." Mira's hands were shaking. "He said his pack was having problems. Pups born weak, he was carrying a lot of weight." Something shifted in the healer's eyes. "Describe him." "Dark hair, amber eyes, scar through his left eyebrow. Strong but tired. Really tired, like he hadn't slept in weeks." The healer swore, a word in a language Mira didn't recognize but understood the sentiment of. "Dax Thornwood. You slept with Dax Thornwood." The name hit Mira like a physical blow. Thornwood. The Ironclaw Pack. Her pack's sworn enemies for 3 generations. The wolves that Silverpine had fought border wars with. The pack that represented everything dangerous and forbidden. "Oh gods," she whispered. "Oh gods, indeed." The healer stood and began pacing, her movements agitated. "This explains everything. The impossible pregnancy, the accelerated symptoms. Dax Thornwood's bloodline is primordial." "What does that mean?" The healer turned to face her. "It means his line carries ancient wolf magic, the kind that existed before packs formed proper hierarchies. His great-grandmother mated with a wolf witch, blending 2 kinds of power that should never have mixed. The result is a bloodline that's both curse and gift." Mira's mind raced. The pack degradation, he said pups were being born weaker. The curse. Primordial bloodlines are powerful but unstable. They need specific conditions to thrive, specific partners to balance the magic. Without that balance, the power turns inward, weakening the line with each generation. And what does that have to do with me being pregnant? The healer sat back down, her expression grave. You said you're infertile, that your womb is dead. But what if it wasn't dead? What if it was dormant, waiting for the right trigger? I don't understand. You're a null omega, Mira. It's rare, incredibly rare, but it happens. Your body rejects normal wolf breeding because it's waiting for something specific, something primordial. The words hung in the air like smoke. Mira tried to process them, tried to make them fit with everything she'd been told her entire life. So I'm not infertile, she said slowly. I needed him, specifically him. Or someone with a primordial bloodline, yes. Your wolves recognized each other on some fundamental level. That strange sensation you felt when you touched, that was compatibility. Your bodies knew what your minds couldn't. Mira pressed her hands to her abdomen, still flat, still unremarkable. You said 3 weeks. How is that possible? It's only been 3 weeks since the motel. The healer's expression darkened. That's the other complication. Primordial pregnancies don't follow normal timelines. You'll carry for maybe 3 months total, not 9. The pups grow at an accelerated rate. 3 months, Mira repeated numbly. So I'm, already a month along in development? Approximately. But here's the critical part. The part you need to understand immediately. Primordial pregnancies require the father's presence. The pups need his energy, his life force, to sustain their accelerated growth. Without it, they'll drain you dry. The casual way she said it, like discussing the weather, made the words even more horrifying. What do you mean, drain me? The pups will pull from your life force to fuel their development. If Dax isn't present to supplement that energy, your body will give everything it has. You'll waste away, and the pups will likely die with you. Mira stood abruptly, her chair scraping against the floor. No, I can't. I don't even know where to find him. And even if I did, he's Ironclaw. I'm Silverpine, former Silverpine, but still. Our packs hate each other. Then you have a choice to make, the healer said quietly. Find him and explain the situation, or don't carry the pregnancy. Those are your only options. The room spun. Mira gripped the edge of the table, her breath coming in short gasps. A pregnancy she'd been told was impossible. Pups that would kill her if their father wasn't present. A father who belonged to her pack's sworn enemies. How long do I have? She asked. To decide. A week, maybe 2 before the drain becomes noticeable. After that, the decision will be made for you. Mira nodded mechanically. Her hands moved to her stomach again, protective despite everything, despite the impossibility and the danger and the complete upending of reality. Something was growing inside her. Something that shouldn't exist, that defied every law of nature and pack medicine she'd ever known. Children. Her children. The children she'd been told she could never have. I need to think, she said. Think quickly, the healer advised. And Mira? If you choose to continue this pregnancy, you need to understand what you're walking into. The Ironclaw Pack is desperate. Their degradation is killing them slowly. If they discover you're carrying primordial pups, you'll become the most valuable thing in their territory. Valuable, Mira repeated bitterly, like breeding stock. The healer's expression softened. I can't tell you what to do, but I can tell you this. Dax Thornwood has been searching for answers for years. He lost his first mate to a primordial pregnancy because she tried to hide from him, tried to protect herself from pack politics. The pups died. She died. He's been carrying that guilt ever since. The information settled like lead in Mira's stomach. He told me he lost his mate. He didn't explain how, because the pain is still fresh, and because he blames himself for not understanding the risks until it was too late. Mira closed her eyes. This is insane. Yes, the healer agreed. Welcome to the world of primordial magic. Nothing about it makes sense until it kills you. Margaret was waiting outside, worry etched into every line of her face. She stood when Mira emerged, searching her expression for answers. Are you all right? She asked. Mira didn't know how to answer that. Was she all right? No. Was she dying? Possibly. Was she carrying impossible children that might kill her? Absolutely. It's complicated, she said finally. I need some time. Margaret didn't push. They drove back in silence, Mira staring out the window at landscape that looked the same as it had this morning, but felt completely foreign. Everything had changed. Again. Back at the apartment, Mira sat on her bed and tried to think logically about an illogical situation. Option 1. Terminate the pregnancy. Safe, simple, preserving the quiet life she'd been building. Option 2. Find Dax Thornwood, walk into enemy territory, and hope he didn't treat her exactly like what she would become, a breeding vessel for his pack's salvation. Her hand pressed against her stomach again, still flat, still unremarkable, but alive with possibility in ways that made her chest ache. She'd spent 3 weeks mourning her infertility, grieving the children she'd never have, and now, impossibly, she was pregnant. Against all odds, against medical consensus, against the very nature of her biology. How could she give that up? But how could she walk into the territory of her former pack's enemies and trust them not to use her? Mira's phone buzzed. Her mother, the third call today she'd been ignoring. She picked it up, stared at the screen, and finally answered. Mira, oh thank gods, we've been so worried. I'm okay, Mom. I'm sorry I haven't called. Where are you? Are you safe? Are you eating enough? The mundane questions, the motherly concern made Mira's throat tight. I'm safe. I found work. I'm managing. A pause, then more quietly. The pack, they're saying things about you. Cruel things. Let them, Mira said, surprised by her own firmness. They made their choice. I've made mine. I'm so proud of you, her mother said, and Mira could hear tears in her voice. Your father and I were so proud. You're stronger than any of them. Mira closed her eyes. Mom, if I told you something impossible, something that changed everything, would you believe me? Always, her mother said without hesitation. What is it? Mira opened her mouth to tell her, to share the impossible truth. But the words stuck in her throat. How could she explain this to her parents when she barely understood it herself? Never mind, she said. I'm figuring things out. I'll call you when I have answers. They talked for a few more minutes, her mother sharing pack gossip that Mira didn't care about, filling the space between them with words that mattered less than the connection they represented. When they hung up, Mira felt marginally less alone. She had a week, maybe 2, to make a decision that would define the rest of her life. Find Dax and risk everything, or let go of the one thing she'd wanted her entire life. Mira lay back on her bed and stared at the ceiling, her hand still pressed protectively over her stomach, and tried to imagine a future that didn't end in tragedy. The answer, when it came, wasn't logical or safe or particularly smart, but it was hers. She was going to find Dax Thornwood, walk into the lion's den, and fight for the impossible future growing inside her, because sometimes the only way out was through, and Mira had nothing left to lose except everything that mattered. Chapter 3. Finding Dax Thornwood proved easier than Mira expected. She spent 2 days gathering information, calling in favors from wolves who operated in the gray spaces between pack territories. The Rogue Network, they called it. Wolves who'd been severed or exiled, who made their living ferrying information and goods between packs that refused to communicate directly. It cost her most of her savings, but by the 3rd day, she had an address. The Ironclaw Pack compound sat deep in the Cascade Mountains, a sprawling territory that encompassed old-growth forest and alpine meadows, beautiful and deadly, like the wolves who claimed it. Margaret had driven her as far as the neutral zone border, worry etched deep in her weathered face. She'd pressed a wad of cash into Mira's hands despite her protests. I don't know what trouble you're in, honey, Margaret had said, but you come back if you need to. The bookstore will always have a place for you. The kindness had brought tears to Mira's eyes. Thank you for everything. Now, standing at the edge of the tree line, staring at the compound in the distance, that kindness felt like a lifetime ago. Modern buildings blended with traditional structures, all of it designed to feel like part of the landscape rather than an imposition on it. Smoke curled from chimneys. Wolves moved between buildings, going about their daily business, unaware of the former Silver Pine Omega watching from the shadows. her hand pressed against her stomach. Still flat, but she swore she could feel something different now. A warmth. A presence. Life taking root where there should have been only emptiness. The healer's words echoed in her mind. A week, maybe 2 before the drain becomes noticeable. She'd already used 4 days just finding this place. Time was running out. Mira took a deep breath, squared her shoulders, and stepped out of the trees. She made it maybe 20 yards before wolves appeared from nowhere, surrounding her in a loose circle. 6 of them, all betas by the feel of their energy, all armed with the kind of casual competence that spoke of years guarding their borders. "That's far enough," the largest one said, a scarred male with gray threading through his dark hair. His eyes were sharp, assessing, missing nothing. "State your business, lone wolf." Mira raised her hands, palms out, the universal gesture of peaceful intent. Her heart hammered against her ribs, but she kept her voice steady. "I need to speak with Alpha Thornwood. It's urgent." The wolves exchanged glances. The scarred one stepped closer, his nostrils flaring as he scented her. His eyes widened slightly, and his expression shifted from professional caution to outright hostility. "Silverpine," he said, and it wasn't a question. The word came out like a curse. "You've got some nerve coming here." "Former Silverpine," Mira corrected, lifting her chin despite the fear crawling up her spine. "I was severed 3 weeks ago. I'm no threat to your pack." "That remains to be seen." He gestured to 2 of the others. "Search her for weapons. Thoroughly." Mira submitted to the search with as much dignity as she could manage. Their hands were impersonal but firm, checking every pocket, every seam. They found her phone, her wallet, and the silver pendant her grandmother had given her. One of them held up the pendant, examining the protective runes carved into the metal. "Family heirloom," Mira said quietly. "It was my grandmother's. It's all I have left of her." The wolf looked at the scarred male, who nodded. They returned her belongings, and when they found nothing dangerous, the leader's posture relaxed slightly. "I'm Cade," he said. "The Alpha's beta. You'll come with us, and you'll keep your mouth shut until he decides whether to see you or throw you off Packlands. Understood?" "Understood," Mira said. They walked her through the compound, and Mira couldn't help but notice the differences from Silverpine. Where her former pack had favored hierarchy and formality, rigid structures that emphasized rank and breeding, Ironclaw seemed more relaxed. Wolves nodded to Cade as they passed, but there was respect rather than fear in their eyes. Children played in the central square, their laughter carrying on the mountain air, and no one rushed to pull them inside when the strange Omega walked by. An elderly wolf sat on a bench, carving something from wood. A pregnant female tended a garden, her movements unhurried despite her obvious condition. Pack members worked together on various tasks, talking and laughing like they actually enjoyed each other's company. It looked like home. That realization made something in Mira's chest ache with longing. "Keep moving," Cade said, not unkindly. He'd noticed her looking around. "Alpha's office is just ahead." They stopped at the largest building, a beautiful structure of timber and stone that managed to look both imposing and welcoming. Cade knocked once and opened the door without waiting for an answer. "Alpha," he said, "we have a situation." Mira's heart hammered as she stepped inside. The room was an office, lined with books and maps, with large windows overlooking the compound. And behind a massive desk, looking up from paperwork with those familiar amber eyes, was Dax. He froze. The papers in his hand slipped through his fingers, scattering across the desk. For a long moment, neither of them moved, the air between them charged with recognition and confusion and something deeper that Mira couldn't name. "Mira," he breathed, and the way he said her name made her wolf perk up in attention. "You know her?" Cade's voice was sharp with suspicion. Dax stood slowly, his eyes never leaving Mira's face. "We've met. Leave us." "Alpha, she's Silverpine." "Former Silverpine." Dax's voice carried the weight of command, the kind of authority that made even his beta straighten unconsciously. "And I said leave us. Wait outside." Cade looked between them, his expression troubled, clearly wanting to argue. But he was beta for a reason. He recognized an alpha command when he heard one. He nodded once and left, though Mira noticed he positioned himself right outside the door rather than farther away. The door closed with a soft click, leaving Mira alone with the alpha who'd turned her world upside down twice now. "What are you doing here?" Dax asked, and his voice was rough with emotion she couldn't name. "How did you find me?" "I needed to find you," Mira said. Now that she was here, standing in front of him, all the words she'd practiced felt inadequate. "I didn't know where else to go." He came around the desk, closing the distance between them in 3 long strides. Up close, she could see the exhaustion that still haunted his face, the worry lines that seemed deeper than they had 3 weeks ago. But there was something else, too. Relief, maybe. Or hope. "Are you all right? Did something happen? Did your pack come after you?" The rapid-fire questions, the genuine concern in his voice made Mira's throat tight. "No, nothing like that. I need to tell you something. Something important." "Okay." He gestured to a chair, his hand gentle on her elbow. "Sit, please. You look like you're about to collapse." Mira sat, grateful for it. The journey here had taken more out of her than she wanted to admit. The nausea had been worse this morning, and her wolf had been restless, anxious, pacing inside her mind. Dax pulled up another chair, sitting close enough that she could feel his warmth, his presence that still made her wolf settle in ways she didn't understand. "Talk to me," he said gently. "Whatever it is, we'll figure it out." Mira took a deep breath. There was no easy way to say this, no gentle lead-in that would make the impossible sound reasonable. So she just said it. "I'm pregnant." The words landed like a bomb. Dax stared at her, his expression cycling through shock, confusion, and something that might have been hope before settling on concern. He started, then stopped, swallowed hard. "That's not possible. You said you were infertile. That pack healer's confirmed it." "I thought I was. Every healer I've ever seen confirmed it. But apparently, I'm what's called a null omega. My body was dormant, waiting for the right genetic match." Something shifted in Dax's expression. Understanding dawned slowly, followed by what looked like dread. "A null omega," he repeated slowly. "And you're pregnant, with my child." "Children," Mira corrected. "Twins, and they're growing fast. The healer said I'm 3 weeks along, but they're already developing like they're a month in." Dax stood abruptly, running his hands through his hair. He paced to the window, his back to her, his shoulders rigid with tension. Mira watched him, her heart sinking. This wasn't the reaction she'd hoped for. "Primordial pregnancy," he said finally, and his voice was hollow, empty. "It's happening again. The healer told me about your bloodline," Mira said quietly. "About your great-grandmother and the wolf witch. About the curse and the gift. About what happened to your mate." Dax turned to face her, and the pain in his eyes made her heart clench. "Then you know how this ends. You know what these pregnancies do. Elena died because I didn't understand what was happening. She died, and the triplets with her, because I was ignorant and arrogant and stupid." "I know they require the father's presence," Mira said, standing and moving to stand in front of him. "That without you, the pups will drain my life force. That I'll waste away and they'll die with me. That's why I'm here. I'm not asking for anything except what we both need to survive this. You're asking to stay in Ironclaw territory, in the middle of my pack." Dax's laugh was bitter. "My pack, Mira, which has been at war with yours for 3 generations. We've lost family members to Silver Pine raids, good wolves who died defending borders that shouldn't exist." "Former pack," she reminded him. "They severed me, threw me out like garbage because I couldn't breed for them. I have no loyalty to Silver Pine anymore. They made sure of that. That doesn't mean my wolves will trust you. Half of them have lost family members to Silver Pine aggression. Cade's brother died in the border wars 5 years ago. My father's beta lost his mate to a Silver Pine ambush. The wounds run deep." The information sat heavy in Mira's stomach. She'd known about the wars, of course. Everyone in Silver Pine knew. But it had always been presented as righteous defense, as protecting what was theirs. No one had ever talked about the Ironclaw wolves they'd killed as individuals, as people with families and friends and futures. "I understand," she said quietly. "I understand that me being here will cause problems, but I don't have another choice. It's this or I don't carry the pregnancy. And her voice broke slightly. I can't give up the only chance I'll ever have at being a mother. Dax moved suddenly, his hands coming up to frame her face, gentle despite the intensity in his eyes. Is that what you want? To carry this pregnancy? Even knowing the risks? Even knowing what it cost Elena? Mira's breath caught at his touch. I spent 3 weeks mourning the children I thought I'd never have. 3 weeks believing I was fundamentally broken. And now, against all odds, against medical impossibility, I'm pregnant. How can I give that up? Even knowing the risks? Even knowing what primordial pregnancies can do? Your mate tried to hide from you, Mira said. The healer told me. She ran because of pack politics, because she was scared. I'm not hiding. I'm here, standing in front of you asking for help. Asking for the bond these pups need to survive. Dax's thumbs traced gentle circles on her cheeks, and Mira found herself leaning into the touch despite everything. I lost her because I didn't understand what was happening until it was too late, because the elders were feeding me lies, and I was too young and stupid to question them. I won't make that mistake again. Then help me, Mira whispered. Please, I know it's complicated. I know your pack will hate me. I know there will be politics and danger and 100 other problems. But these are your children too. Don't you want to meet them? Don't you want a chance to do this right? Something broke in Dax's expression. He pulled her into his arms, holding her close, and Mira felt him shaking. I never thought I'd get another chance, he said into her hair, his voice raw. After losing Elena and the pups, I thought that was it. That I'd destroyed my one opportunity at a family. That the bloodline would die with me, and it would be my fault. Mira wrapped her arms around him, offering what comfort she could. They stood like that for a long moment, two broken wolves holding each other together in the face of impossible odds. This is a new chance, she said quietly. For both of us. A chance to build something better than what we lost. They stood like that for a long moment, two broken wolves holding each other together. Finally, Dax pulled back, wiping at his eyes with the heel of his hand. All right, he said, his voice steadier now. You'll stay. I'll assign you a cabin on my property, close enough that the bond can form properly. But Mira, you need to understand what you're walking into. This pack is desperate. When they find out you're carrying primordial twins, you'll become the most valuable thing in the territory. I'm not a thing, Mira said firmly. I'm a person, and these children are ours, not the pack's breeding experiment. Dax's smile was sad and proud at the same time. I agree with you completely, but not everyone will see it that way. The elders especially. They've been pushing me to mate again, to try for pups that might save our bloodline, and now you show up pregnant with exactly what they need. So I'm walking into a political nightmare. Exactly. He took her hand, squeezing it gently. But I'll protect you. I promise. Whatever happens, whatever the elders try, you and these pups are under my direct protection. Anyone who wants to harm you will have to go through me first. That's a big promise. It's one I intend to keep, Dax said. Everything about this is complicated. But we'll figure it out. Together. The word together made something warm bloom in Mira's chest. She wasn't alone anymore. Whatever happened next, she had an ally. A partner in this impossible situation. Dax nodded and led her to the door. When he opened it, Cade was waiting exactly where they'd left him, his expressions suspicious and worried in equal measure. Cade, prepare the guest cabin on my property. Mira will be staying with us indefinitely. The beta's eyes widened. Alpha, with all due respect, she's Silverpine. We can't just invite an enemy into our territory. The pack won't stand for it. She's former Silverpine severed by her own pack, and she's under my direct protection. That makes her pack. Anyone who has a problem with that can take it up with me directly. The command in Dax's voice was absolute, brooking no argument. Cade studied them both, his jaw tight with frustration, but finally nodded. As you wish, Alpha. But the elders will want an explanation, a detailed one, and they'll get one. Call a full council meeting for tomorrow evening. Everyone will have their answers then. Cade left to carry out the orders, his posture stiff with disapproval. Dax turned back to Mira. That gives us 24 hours to figure out exactly what we're going to tell them. The truth, Mira said. What else can we tell them? The truth has a way of getting complicated when pack politics are involved. Dax guided her toward the door. Come on, let me show you the cabin. You need rest, and we need to start building the bond. The walk to the cabin took them through more of the compound. Mira noticed wolves stopping to watch them, their expressions ranging from curious to hostile. Dax kept a steady hand on her elbow, a clear signal of protection that no one could miss. The cabin was beautiful, tucked into the trees at the edge of Dax's property. One room, cozy and well-appointed, with large windows that looked out over the forest. Someone had already stocked it with supplies, and a fire crackled in the stone fireplace, filling the space with warmth. It's perfect, Mira said, running her hand along the smooth wood of the mantel. The cabin smelled like cedar and pine, clean and welcoming. It's close, Dax said, moving to stand beside her. My house is just through those trees. You can see it from the back window. Close enough that the bond should form properly, far enough to give you privacy. Mira turned to face him. How does this work? The bond, I mean. What do we need to do? Dax moved to stand beside the fire, his expression thoughtful. Proximity, mostly. We need to spend time together. Several hours a day at minimum. The pups will draw energy from our connection, from the life force we share when we're near each other. So we just, hang out? His smile was slight. Essentially. We can work, talk, walk the territory. As long as we're together, the bond will strengthen. Your wolf will recognize mine, and the connection will grow naturally. That doesn't sound so bad. It's not. But there will be complications as the pregnancy progresses. You'll need my blood eventually. Direct transfusions to supplement the pup's growth. The clinical way he said it made Mira's stomach turn. How often? Weekly toward the end. Maybe more frequently with twins. The pack doctor will monitor you closely, track the pup's development and your health. Dax's expression was troubled. It's invasive, painful for both of us, but necessary. Mira nodded, processing. And if we don't do it? Then the pups will take what they need from you. Your body will cannibalize itself trying to feed them. You'll waste away, growing weaker while they grow stronger, until eventually your heart just stops. He reached out, taking her hand. I won't let that happen. Whatever it takes, we'll see this through. The certainty in his voice made something in Mira's chest warm. Thank you for believing me, for not turning me away. How could I? Dax's thumb traced circles on the back of her hand. You're carrying my children. That makes you pack, regardless of where you came from. And more than that, you're brave. Walking into enemy territory alone, knowing you could be killed or thrown out, just for a chance to save these pups. That's the strongest thing anyone's ever done. Mira felt tears prick her eyes. I didn't feel brave, I felt terrified. Bravery is doing the right thing even when you're terrified, especially when you're terrified. They stood in comfortable silence for a moment, the fire crackling, the weight of the day settling around them. Get some rest, Dax said finally. Tomorrow's going to be difficult. The council meeting won't be easy, and you'll need your strength. Will they try to send me away? They'll try a lot of things. Questions about your loyalty, your intentions, whether you're a spy or saboteur. But I'm Alpha. My word is final. He squeezed her hand once more and headed for the door. I'll be back in the morning. We'll start building the bond then. And Mira, try to sleep. The pups need you healthy. After he left, Mira explored the cabin properly. Someone had thought of everything. Clothes in her size hanging in the small closet, toiletries arranged neatly in the bathroom, food stocked in the small kitchen, fresh bread, cheese, fruit, coffee and tea, even her favorite brand of crackers, though she had no idea how they'd known. She made herself tea and sat by the fire, her hand pressed against her stomach. We made it, she whispered to the tiny lives growing inside her. Step 1 complete. Now we just have to convince an entire pack that we belong here. Outside, the forest was dark and full of sounds she didn't recognize. Owls hooting, wind through the pines, the distant howl of a wolf on patrol. This wasn't home. Not yet. But maybe, with time and luck and Dax's protection, it could be. She just had to survive long enough to find out. Mira finished her tea and changed into the soft pajamas someone had left for her. The bed was comfortable, the sheets clean and smelling faintly of lavender. She climbed under the covers and stared at the ceiling, listening to the forest sounds, feeling the warmth of the fire. For the first time in weeks, despite everything, she felt almost hopeful. Chapter 4. Dax couldn't sleep. He stood at his bedroom window, staring through the trees at the cabin where Mira slept. Light still glowed in the windows, which meant she was awake too. Probably terrified. Definitely second-guessing her decision to walk into enemy territory alone and trust a stranger with her life and the lives of her unborn children. Pregnant. She was pregnant with his children. The words still didn't feel real, even hours after she'd said them. After losing Elena and the triplets, Dax had convinced himself that door was closed forever, that his bloodline's curse had claimed its last victims and would die with him, ending 3 generations of suffering. But now Mira was here, carrying twins that were growing at the same accelerated rate that had killed Elena. The same primordial pregnancy that his family had been researching for generations, trying to understand, trying to control, trying desperately to stop from claiming more lives. And this time, Dax knew what to do. This time, he could save them, if the pack let him. He moved away from the window and crossed to his desk, pulling out the leather-bound journal he kept locked in the bottom drawer. His research. Years of studying his family's history, tracking down every scrap of information about primordial bloodlines and the mates they required. Countless hours in archives, interviewing elders, piecing together the truth from fragments of legend and fact. It had all started with his great-grandmother, Lissa Thornwood, a powerful alpha female who'd fallen in love with a wolf witch named Sienna. Their mating had been controversial, forbidden by the old laws that kept wolf magic and witch magic separate for good reason. The magics were incompatible, the elders said. Dangerous. Unnatural. But Lissa and Sienna had loved each other with a fierce devotion that transcended law and tradition. They'd made it anyway, hidden away in the deep forest. And the result had been Dax's grandfather, Marcus. Marcus had been extraordinary, stronger than any alpha before him, with abilities that bordered on magical. He could track scents weeks old, could shift faster than the eye could follow, could sense threats before they materialized. The pack had thrived under his leadership, growing strong and prosperous. But his children had been weaker, and their children weaker still. By the time Dax's generation came along, the pack was in crisis. Pups born with respiratory problems. Wolves who couldn't shift properly, their transformations painful and incomplete. Bloodlines that should have been strong, producing offspring who barely survived childhood. 1 in 3 pups didn't make it to their first birthday. Those who did often struggled with chronic health issues. The elders called it a curse, punishment for Lissa's transgression against natural law. They'd spent decades trying to breed it out, encouraging Dax's father to mate with strong females from other packs, bringing in new blood to dilute the tainted magic. It hadn't worked. If anything, the degradation had accelerated. Dax had found the truth in Lissa's journals, hidden away in the pack archives where the elders had tried to bury them. The primordial bloodline wasn't a curse. It was a key. A genetic marker that could reverse the degradation affecting all wolf packs, not just Ironclaw. But it required specific conditions. The right mate. A null omega with recessive primordial markers who could balance the magic in the bloodline and allow it to stabilize into something sustainable, something that could pass safely to future generations. Elena hadn't been that mate. He'd loved her, yes, desperately, but her pregnancy had been a disaster from the start. The triplets growing too fast, her body unable to sustain them even with Dax's constant presence. She'd known something was wrong, known the elders were involved in some kind of conspiracy, watching her, tracking her, making decisions about her pregnancy without consulting her or Dax. So she'd run. Tried to protect herself and the pups by leaving packlands, by getting away from the elders and their invasive monitoring. And without Dax's life force to sustain them, all 4 had died within days. Dax closed the journal, his hands shaking with the memory. He'd blamed himself for years. Should have seen the signs. Should have understood what Elena was trying to tell him when she talked about feeling trapped, about the elders watching her too closely, about their insistence on daily checkups and invasive examinations. But the truth was more complicated. The elders had known about Elena's incompatibility. Dax had found the evidence later, buried in medical records they'd tried to destroy. They'd known she wasn't a null omega, that her pregnancy would likely fail. They'd encouraged the mating anyway, hoping that sheer proximity and will could overcome biology. It had been a gamble, and Elena had paid the price. A knock at the door pulled Dax from his thoughts. He glanced at the clock on his desk. 2 a.m. Only one person would be visiting at this hour. "Come in, Cade." His beta entered, looking as exhausted as Dax felt. Cade had been there when Elena died, had helped Dax track her to the abandoned cabin where she'd taken refuge, had held Dax back when he'd tried to tear the place apart in grief and rage, had watched his alpha break into pieces and somehow put himself back together. "You're not sleeping either," Cade observed, dropping into the chair across from Dax's desk with a heavy sigh. "Can't. Too much to think about." "Want to tell me what's really going on with the Silver Pine Omega?" Cade's expression was carefully neutral, but Dax could see the concern underneath. Dax studied his oldest friend. They'd grown up together, trained together, survived the death of Dax's father, and the burden of 2 young leadership together. Cade deserved the truth. More than that, Dax needed an ally who understood the full scope of what was happening. "She's pregnant," Dax said quietly. "With my children, twins." Cade's expression cycled through shock, disbelief, and finally settled on deep concern. "How is that possible? You met her once, months ago, 3 weeks ago, at the crossroads. We didn't know each other's pack affiliations. We were dealing with our own pain, drowning our sorrows." Dax ran his hand through his hair. "It was one night. We talked, shared our stories, found comfort in not being alone. I never thought I'd see her again." "But she's pregnant. With primordial twins." Cade leaned forward, his elbows on his knees. "This is happening again. You're doing this again." "It's different this time," Dax insisted, hearing the desperation in his own voice. "Mira is a null omega. Her body was dormant, waiting for the right genetic match. She's not like Elena. This pregnancy has a real chance." "And if you're wrong? If this ends the same way?" Cade's voice was gentle but firm. "I watched you barely survive losing Elena. I don't know if you'll make it through that again." The question hung in the air between them, heavy with the memory of loss. Dax met Cade's eyes steadily. "Then I'll have tried, but I don't think I'm wrong. Everything about this feels different. The way our wolves recognized each other at the bar, the fact that she conceived at all when every healer told her she was infertile, the timing, the circumstances. This is what the Bloodline has been waiting for." Cade was quiet for a long moment, his expression troubled. "The elders are going to lose their minds when you tell them." "Let them, I'm alpha. My word is law." "Your word is law until they decide you're unfit to lead." Cade's expression was grave. "You know they've been questioning your decisions since Elena's death, questioning whether the Bloodline curse has affected your judgment, whether you're stable enough to lead the pack through this crisis." Dax's jaw tightened. "Are you questioning me too?" "No, never." Cade's voice was firm, absolute. "You're the best alpha this pack has ever had. You pulled us back from the brink when your father died. You've kept us together through the degradation, through the losses. But I'm worried about what happens when you tell them you're harboring a Silver Pine Omega who's carrying the very thing they've been demanding for years." "Former Silver Pine," Dax corrected automatically. "That distinction won't matter to half the pack. They'll see an enemy. Someone who could be a spy, a saboteur, or worse. Someone Silver Pine planted here deliberately to gain access to our most vulnerable secrets." "Then I'll make them understand. Mira isn't the enemy. She's the answer we've been searching for." Cade shook his head slowly. "You're not thinking clearly. You're thinking with your heart, not your head. Maybe I am, but my heart is telling me this is right, that Mira and these pups are exactly what the pack needs, what I need." "And what does Mira get out of this?" Cade asked quietly. "Besides protection and proximity? Because from where I'm sitting, it looks like she's trading one form of servitude for another. Silver Pine rejected her for not breeding. Now we're taking her in because she is breeding." The observation hit harder than Dax wanted to admit. That's not what this is, isn't it? She shows up pregnant, desperate, with nowhere else to go. You offer her shelter in exchange for the children she's carrying. Children that could save your pack. How is that different from what Silverpine did to her? Dax stood abruptly, anger flaring hot in his chest. It's completely different. I'm not using her. I'm protecting her, giving her a choice, a safe place. She came here of her own free will. Are you? Cade stood too, meeting Dax's eyes without flinching. Or are you protecting the future of your bloodline? Your chance at redemption for failing Elena? Both, Dax said through gritted teeth. I'm protecting both, because they're the same thing now. Mira and these pups, they're family, my family, and I won't let anyone harm them. Cade studied him for a long moment, then his expression softened. You care about her? Actually care about her, not just the pups she's carrying. Dax slumped back into his chair, the fight draining out of him. I barely know her. We spent one night together talking about our respective disasters. But yes, I care. There's something about her. Something that makes my wolf settle in ways I haven't felt since before Elena. Maybe even stronger than with Elena. That's the bond, Cade said, sitting back down. The primordial connection. It's not the same as normal mate bonds. It's deeper, more fundamental. I know, I've read all the research, but knowing the mechanics doesn't change how it feels. Dax looked up at his friend. I think she could be it, Cade. The mate the bloodline has been waiting for. The one who can stabilize everything and give us a future. Then you need to be very careful how you present this to the council. Because if they think you're making decisions based on emotions rather than logic, based on guilt over Elena rather than what's best for the pack, they'll use it against you. What do you suggest? Cade sat back down, his expression thoughtful. Frame it as pack survival. Show them the research. Explain about null omegas and primordial compatibility in clinical terms. Make them understand that Mira isn't just carrying your children. She's carrying the genetic key to reversing our degradation. Make it about the pack's future, not your personal redemption. And if they demand access to her, if they want to study her, control her pregnancy, use her as breeding stock for other wolves after these pups are born, then you draw a line in the sand. Make it clear that Mira is under your direct protection, that any attempt to harm or manipulate her will be considered a challenge to your authority as alpha, that she's not pack property, she's family. Dax nodded slowly. That could work, but it'll create division in the pack. Division is better than losing you as alpha. And make no mistake, if the elders think they can control this situation better than you can, they'll move to replace you. They've been looking for an excuse since Elena died. The threat had been hanging over Dax's head for months. Ever since Elena's death, whispers in the pack about his fitness to lead. Questions about whether the bloodline curse extended to his judgment, whether grief had made him weak. I won't let them take this from me, Dax said quietly. Not the alpha position, and definitely not Mira and the pups. Then fight for it. Tomorrow at the council meeting, show them the alpha you are. The one I know. The one who saved this pack from complete collapse after your father died. The one who deserves their loyalty. Dax managed a smile. No pressure. None at all. Cade stood, stretching. Get some sleep. You'll need your strength tomorrow. And Dax, for what it's worth, I think you're doing the right thing. It's risky as hell, but it's right. After Cade left, Dax returned to the window. The light in Mira's cabin had finally gone out. She was sleeping, or trying to. Probably worried about tomorrow, about facing a council of wolves who would see her as everything from salvation to threat to spy. Dax pulled out his phone and sent her a text. Sleep well. Tomorrow we face them together. You're not alone in this. He didn't expect a response, but his phone buzzed almost immediately. Thank you for believing in me, in us. Dax stared at the message, at the casual way she'd said us, as if they were already a unit, a family. Not just two strangers thrown together by biology and desperation, but something more. Maybe they were. Maybe that's what the primordial bond meant. Not just biological compatibility, but something deeper. A connection that transcended pack politics and old grudges and all the reasons they shouldn't work. He texted back. Always. Now get some rest. We have a battle to win tomorrow. Dax set the phone down and finally climbed into bed. For the first time in months, exhaustion pulled him under quickly. And when he dreamed, It wasn't of loss and failure and Elena's lifeless eyes staring at nothing. It was of a future where two small children with his eyes and Mira's fierce determination ran through the forest, laughing. Where Mira stood beside him at pack gatherings, not as a breeding vessel or a desperate refugee, but as a partner, an equal, a mate. In the morning, Dax woke to sunlight streaming through his windows and a determination that felt like steel in his bones. Today, he would fight for that future. For Mira, for the pups, for the pack that desperately needed saving. And he wouldn't lose. Not this time. He dressed carefully, choosing clothes that projected authority without aggression. Dark pants, a simple shirt, his father's leather jacket that still smelled faintly of pine and strength. Then he walked through the trees to Mira's cabin, his boots crunching on fallen pine needles, and knocked once. She opened the door looking nervous but determined. She'd dressed in simple clothes, jeans, and a sweater, her hair pulled back in a practical ponytail. Her expression was guarded but resolute, and Dax felt pride swell in his chest at her courage. "Ready?" he asked. "As I'll ever be." She stepped out, closing the door behind her. "What's the plan?" "First, we spend the day together. Build the bond, let the pack see us as a unit. Then tonight, we face the council and tell them everything." "Everything?" "Everything," Dax confirmed. "The pregnancy, the primordial bloodline, why you're the answer we've been searching for. No secrets, no half-truths, complete transparency." Mira nodded, squaring her shoulders. "All right, then let's get started." They walked through the compound together, and Dax was acutely aware of every wolf who stopped to stare. Some with curiosity, others with suspicion, a few with outright hostility that made his protective instincts flare. But he kept his head high and his hand near Mira's elbow, a silent declaration of protection that everyone could see. This was his pack, his territory, and Mira was under his protection. Anyone who wanted to challenge that would have to go through him first, and Dax was more than ready for that fight. Chapter 5. They spent the day together, and Mira learned what it meant to build a primordial bond. It wasn't dramatic or overwhelming like the stories she'd heard about mate bonds. Those were supposed to snap into place instantly, a recognition so profound it bordered on painful. This was different. Quieter, subtler. Dax worked at his desk while Mira read on the sofa in his office, losing herself in a novel about wolves who lived in simpler times, before pack politics and genetic crises. Gradually, the space between them seemed to hum with awareness. Not uncomfortable, just present. A gentle reminder that her wolf recognized his in ways that had nothing to do with pack bonds or conscious thought. She caught herself watching him sometimes. The way he frowned at paperwork, the furrow between his brows deepening when he encountered something particularly frustrating. The way his hand moved across pages, signing documents with quick, decisive strokes. The way he'd pause occasionally and glance at her, as if checking that she was still there, still real. And she caught him watching her too. When she shifted position, her hand instinctively moving to rest on her stomach. When she smiled at something in her book. When she simply existed in his space, making it feel less like an office and more like a shared sanctuary. Around midday, he set down his pen and stood, stretching. "Walk with me? You've been sitting too long." Mira set aside her book gratefully. Her back had been aching and the idea of movement sounded wonderful. "Where to?" "I'll show you the territory. Help you understand what you're becoming part of." They walked through the compound first, past the training grounds where young wolves sparred under the watchful eye of instructors, past the communal dining hall where the scent of lunch preparation made Mira's stomach growl despite her lingering nausea, past the school building where pup laughter drifted through open windows. Then they entered the forest, and the world opened up. The forest was beautiful, all towering pines and dappled sunlight, the air crisp and clean and smelling of earth and growth. A creek babbled somewhere nearby, its sound peaceful and eternal. Wolves. They passed, nodded to Dax with respect, though their eyes lingered on Mira with varying degrees of suspicion. Some openly hostile, others merely curious. A few, mostly younger wolves, offered tentative smiles that Mira returned gratefully. "Tell me about the pack," Mira said, as they walked a narrow trail that wound between ancient trees. What am I walking into tonight at the council meeting? Dax was quiet for a moment, his hand near but not quite touching her elbow as they navigated a steep section of trail slick with fallen pine needles. Ironclaw is old, one of the original packs that settled this region 200 years ago. We've always valued strength and loyalty above all else. And now you're dying, Mira said quietly.
Not dying. Degrading. Slowly weakening with each generation. He gestured to the forest around them, to the territory that should have been thriving.
20 years ago, we had over 300 pack members, families everywhere, pups running through these woods. Now we're down to 180. The pups who survive childhood often leave for stronger packs when they come of age. The ones who stay struggle with health problems that shouldn't exist. Mira noticed then what she'd missed before. The compound, while well-maintained, had an emptiness to it. Buildings that could house dozens stood half-occupied. Training grounds built for large classes now served small groups. Even the forest felt too quiet, like it was mourning the wolves who should have been running through it. How bad is it really? She asked. Dax stopped walking, his expression troubled. He looked out over the forest, his alpha's gaze taking in territory that was his to protect, but increasingly difficult to save. Last year we had 8 pups born. 3 didn't make it past 6 months. Of the 5 who survived, 2 have chronic respiratory issues that require constant medical intervention. 1 can't shift properly, his transformation's incomplete and painful. The other 2 are still being monitored closely for signs of degradation. It's not sustainable, Mira. Another generation like this and Ironclaw won't exist. The weight of that responsibility settled on Mira's shoulders like a physical thing. These pups she was carrying weren't just her children, her chance at motherhood. They were hope for an entire pack facing extinction. Proof that the degradation could be reversed, that primordial bloodlines weren't doomed to destroy themselves. No pressure, she said, trying for lightness and failing. Dax's smile was wry but warm. I won't lie and say there isn't pressure. But Mira, you need to understand something. These pups matter because they're ours. Because you're carrying them and I helped create them and we're going to raise them together. The pack benefits, yes, but that's secondary to what matters most, which is you and them surviving this. Will the council see it that way? No, Dax admitted. The elders will see opportunity first and family second. A chance to study you, to understand how null omegas work, to potentially use that information for future breedings. They'll want control over the pregnancy, over the birth, over what happens after. They'll want to document everything, analyze everything. And you'll let them?
Absolutely not.
His voice carried an edge of alpha command that made even the birds seem to quiet. You're under my protection. That means no one touches you, examines you, or makes decisions about your pregnancy without your explicit consent. I don't care if they try to overrule me. I don't care if they threaten my position. This is non-negotiable. The fierceness in his voice, the absolute certainty, made Mira's wolf settle with satisfaction. This was an alpha worth following, worth trusting. Thank you, she said quietly. They continued walking, and Mira noticed the way the forest seemed to respond to Dax's presence. Birds quieted as he passed, not from fear, but from respect. Small animals paused to watch, acknowledging the alpha's presence before returning to their business. Even the trees seemed to lean slightly toward him, as if the forest itself recognized his authority over this land. You're a good alpha, she observed. Dax laughed, but it was bitter and tired. I'm a desperate alpha who inherited a dying pack at 23 when my father had a heart attack during a border patrol. I've spent the last 7 years trying to fix problems that started 3 generations before I was born, with limited success and mounting losses. But you're still trying. You haven't given up, haven't walked away even though it would probably be easier. That's what makes you good. He looked at her then, really looked, and something warm flickered in his amber eyes. You're different from what I expected. What did you expect? I don't know. Someone more fragile, maybe? More intimidated by all of this. He gestured vaguely at the forest, the territory, the impossible situation they'd found themselves in. Instead, you walked into enemy territory alone, announced an impossible pregnancy, and demanded protection like you had every right to it. I do have every right to it, Mira said firmly. These are your children. Your responsibility as much as mine. Biology made this possible, but we're both choosing to see it through. You're right. You are. Dax reached out, his hand hovering near her face before he seemed to think better of it and dropped it. I'm glad you came here. Glad you didn't try to handle this alone or make different choices. I didn't have much choice. It was this or die. But I'm glad too. Glad I found you instead of staying in that bookstore apartment and fading away. Still, you made the brave choice, the hard choice. They walked back to the compound in comfortable silence, and Mira noticed the bond settling between them like a warm blanket. Her nausea had eased considerably in his presence. The constant fatigue felt lighter, more manageable. Even her wolf seemed calmer, content in ways it hadn't been since the severing from Silverpine. It's working, she said suddenly, pressing her hand to her stomach. The bond, I can feel the difference already. Dax nodded, satisfaction clear on his face. Good. The pups are drawing from our connection already. By tomorrow, the bond will be even stronger. You should feel better each day as it develops. By evening, as the sun began its descent behind the mountains, Mira's nerves had returned full force. The council meeting was scheduled for 7, and as the hour approached, she found herself pacing the cabin, her hands pressed protectively over her still flat stomach, her mind racing through possible scenarios. What if they rejected her completely? What if they demanded she leave despite Dax's protection? What if they tried to separate her from the pups after birth, claiming them for the pack? A knock at the door made her jump. Dax stood on the threshold, dressed formally now in dark pants and a button-down shirt that emphasized his broad shoulders and alpha presence. It's time, he said simply. Mira took a deep breath and nodded. She'd dressed carefully too, choosing simple clothes that wouldn't intimidate, but wouldn't make her look weak either. Jeans, a soft sweater in deep green, her grandmother's pendant visible at her throat where everyone could see it. Remember, Dax said as they walked toward the council hall, his hand steady at her elbow. You don't have to answer any questions you're not comfortable with. If things get hostile, if they push too hard, let me handle it. That's what I'm here for. I can defend myself, Mira said, more to remind herself than him. I know you can, but you shouldn't have to, not here, not now. The council hall was impressive in a way that made Mira's stomach clench with anxiety. A circular room with high ceilings carved with pack symbols, walls lined with the history of Ironclaw, rendered in portraits and artifacts. Past alphas stared down at them from oil paintings, their expressions stern and judging. Trophy heads from legendary hunts dominated one wall, creatures that shouldn't exist, but clearly had. Weapons that had defended the territory for generations hung in careful arrangements, each one a story of survival. And in the center, arranged in a precise semicircle around a raised platform, sat the council. 5 elders, all of them radiating power and suspicion in equal measure. The silver-haired woman held the center position, clearly the leader. To her right sat 2 males, one ancient and one middle-aged. To her left, a severe-looking female and another male who watched Mira with calculating eyes. Cade stood to one side, his expression carefully neutral. Other pack members lined the walls, witnesses to whatever was about to unfold. Mira recognized some from her walks through the compound. Others were strangers, their faces ranging from curious to openly hostile. The eldest councilwoman, the silver-haired leader with sharp eyes that missed nothing, spoke first. Her voice carried through the hall with authority earned through decades of leadership. Alpha Thornwood, you called this emergency session. Explain why we're harboring a Silverpine wolf in our territory. Former Silverpine, Dax corrected, his voice calm but firm. Every inch the alpha. Mira Ashwood was severed from her pack 3 weeks ago for infertility. She came here seeking protection, and I've granted it. On what grounds? Another elder demanded, the middle-aged male with a scar across his jaw. We don't provide sanctuary to enemy wolves without substantial cause. Our resources are limited, our pack already stretched thin. She's pregnant, Dax said simply, letting the words land. With my children. The room erupted. Voices raised in shock, anger, disbelief. Questions shouted over each other in a cacophony of confusion. The silver-haired councilwoman held up her hand for silence, but her eyes had gone wide with something that looked like hope, mixed with fear. "That's impossible," she said once the room quieted. "We know your history, Alpha. We know about primordial pregnancies and their requirements. Specific compatibility is essential. This female is Silverpine. There's no way she'd be genetically compatible with your bloodline." "She's a null omega," Dax said, and the room went completely silent. Even the wolves along the walls seemed to hold their breath. "Her body was dormant, waiting for primordial activation. We conceived 3 weeks ago, and she's currently carrying twins who are developing at the expected accelerated rate for primordial pregnancy." The silence stretched. Then, from the younger council member with the calculating eyes, "Prove it." Dax's jaw tightened visibly. "I won't subject Mira to invasive examinations to satisfy your curiosity. You have my word as Alpha that what I'm telling you is true." "Your word isn't enough," the silver-haired woman said coldly. "Not after Elena. Not after you led us to believe you'd found the solution once before, only to watch it end in tragedy that nearly destroyed you." The barb hit its mark. Dax flinched as if physically struck, and Mira felt anger flare hot in her chest. "Elena's death wasn't his fault," she said, stepping forward before she could stop herself. All eyes turned to her. "And I'm not Elena. I came here willingly, with full knowledge of what primordial pregnancies require. I'm not running. I'm not hiding. I'm here, standing before you, asking for the bond that will keep these pups alive." The councilwoman turned her sharp gaze on Mira, assessing. "And what do you get out of this arrangement, Omega, besides survival? What's your angle?" "A chance," Mira said quietly but firmly. "A chance to be a mother. Something my own pack told me I could never be. Something they threw me away for not being able to do." "Convenient," the scarred male muttered. "And you expect us to believe you're not a spy? That Silverpine didn't plant you here deliberately to gain access to our most vulnerable secrets?" "Silverpine severed me," Mira said, her voice hardening with remembered pain. "They threw me away like garbage because I couldn't breed for them. They called me worthless, defective, a drain on pack resources. Why would they plant someone they considered completely without value? Perhaps because they discovered you were a null omega and saw an opportunity to infiltrate our pack at its most vulnerable moment." Dax stepped between Mira and the council, his posture protective, his alpha power rolling through the room. "Enough. Mira is under my direct protection. These accusations are baseless and insulting. If anyone has actual evidence of espionage, present it now. Otherwise, we're wasting time with paranoid speculation." "The evidence is standing before us," another elder said, the severe female who'd been silent until now. "A Silverpine Omega, conveniently pregnant with primordial twins, conveniently appearing when we're most desperate. It's too convenient, Alpha. You must see that." "It's biology," Dax said flatly. "Not conspiracy. Null omegas are rare. Primordial bloodlines are rare. The two finding each other is unlikely but not impossible. And I'm not debating this. Mira stays. The pups stay. End of discussion." "You're letting your guilt over Elena cloud your judgment," the silver-haired woman said, her voice cutting. "This is the same situation. Another desperate pregnancy, another female who claims to be different, another chance for you to fail spectacularly and take the pack down with you."
"This is nothing like Elena," Dax growled, and his alpha power filled the room like a physical force, making several wolves flinch and bare their necks instinctively. "Elena was forced into that pregnancy by your machinations. You knew she wasn't compatible and encouraged the mating anyway because you were desperate. Don't you dare pretend you're innocent in her death." The accusation landed like a bomb. The council members exchanged glances, and Mira saw guilt flicker across several faces before they could hide it. "That's a serious allegation, Alpha," the silver-haired woman said carefully, her composure cracking slightly. "It's the truth. I found the medical records you tried to destroy. I know you knew Elena wasn't primordially compatible. I know you pushed for the mating anyway because you were desperate for any chance at primordial pups." Dax's voice was steel-wrapped in fury. "You killed her, not me. You. And I won't let you do the same thing to Mira." The silence was deafening. Then Cade stepped forward, breaking rank. "The Alpha is right," he said clearly. "I was there when Elena died. I saw what the pressure from this council did to her. She ran because she felt she had no choice, because the elders were treating her like an experiment rather than a person. He looked at Mira with respect. If we do that again, we deserve whatever consequences come. Several pack members along the walls murmured agreement. The council was losing control of the narrative, and they knew it. Very well, the silver-haired woman said finally, her voice tight. The Omega may stay, under strict conditions. What conditions? Dax asked warily. Weekly medical examinations by our pack doctor. Monitored proximity to ensure the bond is forming properly. No contact with her former pack. And if, at any point, we determine she's a security risk, she will be removed from the territory immediately. The medical examinations happen only with Mira's consent, Dax countered immediately. The doctor will report findings to me, not the council, and the definition of security risk will be determined by me as Alpha, not by council vote. The councilwoman's eyes narrowed. You're asking for absolute control. I'm exercising the authority I have as Alpha. Mira is under my direct protection. That's not negotiable. You can accept these terms or challenge my authority directly. The threat hung in the air. Challenging an Alpha's authority meant a fight to the death or exile. The council deliberated in hushed whispers. Finally, the silver-haired woman nodded. Agreed. But Alpha Thornwood, if this goes wrong, if this female proves to be a threat, or if the pregnancy fails, the consequences will fall on you. Understood, Dax said without hesitation. The meeting concluded shortly after, pack members filing out with mixed expressions. Some looked hopeful, like maybe this was the answer they'd been praying for. Others skeptical, already calculating how this could go wrong. A few openly hostile, their hatred of Silver Pine wolves outweighing any potential benefit. Mira waited until they were outside before she spoke, the cool night air a relief after the stifling tension of the council hall. You didn't tell me the elders were responsible for Elena's death. Dax's expression was grim in the moonlight. I only discovered it 6 months ago. Found the records hidden in the archives, buried under decades of other documents. They knew she wasn't compatible but pushed for the mating anyway because they were desperate for any chance at primordial pups. That's monstrous. That's desperation. When a pack is dying, people make terrible choices. Choices they wouldn't make under normal circumstances. He looked at her, his amber eyes reflecting the moonlight. But I won't let them do it again. You have my word. Mira reached out and took his hand, squeezing it. The touch felt natural now, comfortable. Thank you for protecting me in there, for standing up to them even when it might cost you. Always, Dax said quietly. You and these pups, you're my responsibility now. My family. I'll protect you with everything I have. The word family made Mira's throat tight with emotion. She'd lost one family to rejection and tradition. Maybe, just maybe, she was building another. They walked back to her cabin in silence, but it was comfortable now, companionable. When they reached her door, Dax paused. Get some rest. Tomorrow we'll start the routine properly. Breakfast together, work in proximity, evening walks. The bond needs daily reinforcement if we're going to keep you and the pups healthy. Sounds nice, Mira said, and meant it. It will be. He hesitated, then leaned down and pressed a gentle kiss to her forehead. The touch was brief but warm, reassuring. Sleep well, Mira. You were brave tonight. After he left, Mira touched her forehead where his lips had been, a small smile playing at her mouth. This was complicated and dangerous, and filled with politics she barely understood. But it was also hope. Real, tangible hope for a future she'd thought was impossible. She climbed into bed, her hand on her stomach, and for the first time since the severing, she felt like maybe, just maybe, everything would be all right. Chapter 6. The first week passed in a blur of routine and careful adjustment. Mira woke each morning to find breakfast waiting on her doorstep, courtesy of pack members Dax had assigned to help her settle. Fresh bread still warm from the ovens, fruit picked from the pack's gardens, occasionally pastries that made her mouth water despite her persistent nausea. She'd eat what she could stomach, then walk to his house through the trees, following the worn path that was becoming familiar. They'd spend the morning together in his office or den. Sometimes he worked while she read, comfortable in the silence. Sometimes they talked about nothing important.
sharing stories from their childhoods or debating which books were worth reading. Sometimes they simply existed in each other's presence, letting the bond strengthen naturally, feeling the connection grow deeper with each passing hour. The pack's reaction to her presence remained decidedly mixed. Younger wolves were curious, approaching her with cautious questions about Silverpine and what it was like to be severed. One teenage female had asked if it was true that Omegas couldn't survive without pack bonds. Her eyes wide with the kind of morbid fascination only teenagers possessed. "It's not easy," Mira had told her honestly. "But you adapt. You find new connections, new purposes. Being severed doesn't mean being broken." Older wolves kept their distance, their expressions ranging from disapproval to outright hostility. They'd nod to Dax when he passed, but would cut their eyes away from Mira, refusing to acknowledge her existence. Some would whisper when she walked by, not even bothering to lower their voices enough to pretend she couldn't hear. And then there were the elders, who watched everything with calculating eyes, waiting for her to slip up or prove them right about her being a security risk. "They're waiting for me to fail," Mira said one afternoon. She and Dax were walking the territory, a daily ritual that had become her favorite part of the routine. The exercise helped with her restlessness, and the fresh air eased some of her nausea. "Waiting for proof that I'm a spy or that the pregnancy is fake or that I'll suddenly snap and try to sabotage the pack." "Let them wait," Dax said, his hand steady at her elbow as they navigated a rocky section of trail. "They'll have their proof soon enough. You're already showing signs of accelerated development that can't be faked." It was true. Mira's clothes were getting noticeably tighter around her middle, a subtle swell that shouldn't exist at only 4 weeks along. The nausea had intensified too, though having Dax nearby helped significantly. And the fatigue was relentless, pulling at her constantly despite the bond's support, making her need frequent rest. Her body was changing in other ways too. Her senses had sharpened, sense becoming almost overwhelming in their intensity. She could hear conversations from ridiculous distances. Her wolf was more present than it had been since the severing, almost chatty in its constant commentary on their surroundings. "When do I see the pack doctor?" she asked. "Tomorrow morning. Dr. Reeves is good, discreet, and loyal to me rather than the council. She'll do a full examination, ultrasound, blood work. Make sure everything is progressing as it should be. And if it's not?" Dax's hand found hers, warm and reassuring. "Then we adjust. Whatever you need, Mira. Whatever the pups need. We'll handle it together." The appointment with Dr. Reeves was scheduled for early morning, before the compound fully woke. The doctor's office was in the medical building at the center of the compound, a modern structure that somehow managed to smell of antiseptic and healing herbs in equal measure. Dr. Reeves herself was a middle-aged wolf with kind eyes and competent hands that had clearly delivered countless pups over her career. She greeted Mira warmly, ushered her into a pristine examination room, and conducted the most thorough medical exam Mira had ever experienced. Blood pressure, heart rate, temperature, reflexes. Blood drawn for what seemed like a dozen different tests. Questions about symptoms, diet, sleep patterns, stress levels. "You're healthy," Dr. Reeves said finally, making notes on a tablet. "Heart rate is elevated, but within normal range for primordial pregnancy. Blood pressure is good. Weight gain is appropriate for the accelerated timeline. No signs of complications so far." "So far," Mira repeated, catching the qualifier. "What should I be worried about?" Dr. Reeves set down her tablet and looked at Mira seriously. "Primordial pregnancies are unpredictable by their very nature. You're doing everything right by staying close to the alpha, but there will be challenges. The accelerated growth means accelerated demands on your body. By week 6, you'll likely need the first blood transfusion." Dax mentioned that. How does it work exactly? "Direct transfusion from the father to the mother. We'll set up an IV line for both of you. Transfer about a pint of his blood into your system over the course of an hour. The primordial markers in his blood will supplement what the pups are drawing from you, essentially giving your body the resources it needs without depleting you completely. And it's painful for both of you, unfortunately. The body recognizes primordial blood as foreign, even when it's compatible. There will be cramping, fever, possibly hallucinations as your system adjusts to the influx of power. But it's necessary. Without it, the pups will take too much from you too quickly, and your body will start shutting down." Mira absorbed this, her hand instinctively moving to rest on her stomach. "And the birth? How does that work with the accelerated timeline? Dr. Reeves' expression softened with sympathy. Honestly, we don't know for certain. There's not a lot of documented primordial births. Elena's pregnancy ended before we could learn much about the delivery process. What I do know from the old texts is that you'll likely deliver at around 3 months, and the pups will be born more developed than normal newborns. Not quite toddlers, but closer to 3-month-old human babies in terms of awareness and physical development. That's terrifying. It's unprecedented, Dr. Reeves corrected gently, but you're not alone in this. The Alpha is committed to seeing this through, and I'll monitor you closely every step of the way. Now let's take a look at these pups and see how they're developing. The ultrasound machine was state-of-the-art, clearly one of the pack's better investments. As Dr. Reeves moved the wand over Mira's abdomen, applying cool gel that made her shiver, the screen filled with fuzzy black and white images that gradually resolved into recognizable shapes. There, the doctor said, pointing with her free hand. Twin A, and there's Twin B. Both measuring right on track for 4 weeks primordial development, which is roughly equivalent to 7 weeks standard development. You can see the heartbeats here and here. Mira stared at the screen, her throat tight with emotion. Those tiny shapes, those flickering movements that were heartbeats, those were her children. Real, growing, alive against all odds. Can you tell if they're healthy? Heartbeats are strong and regular. No obvious abnormalities in what I can see at this stage. The placentas look good, blood flow is appropriate, but we won't know for certain until they're born. Primordial genetics are complex. The pups could be perfectly healthy, or they could inherit complications from the bloodline. We'll have to wait and see, and monitor closely as the pregnancy progresses. Dr. Reeves printed out several ultrasound images and handed them to Mira. For the Alpha. He'll want to see these. And Mira, try not to worry too much. You're doing everything right. Mira clutched the photos, staring down at the grainy images. Her pups, hers and Dax's. Evidence that the impossible had become real. When she returned to Dax's house, she found him pacing the living room, his phone pressed to his ear. He was speaking tersely to someone, giving orders about border patrols and security protocols. He ended the call when he saw her, concern immediately flooding his face. How did it go? Is everything all right? What did Dr. Reeves say? Everything's fine. Mira held out the ultrasound photos with slightly shaking hands. Look, you can see them. Both of them. Dax took the photos with hands that shook slightly too. He stared at them for a long moment, his expression cycling through wonder, fear, and something that looked like desperate hope. They're real, he said quietly, almost reverently. I knew intellectually, but seeing them like this, they're really here, really growing. They're really here, Mira confirmed. Dr. Reeves says they're healthy so far, developing exactly on schedule for primordial pregnancy. So far, Dax repeated, echoing her earlier concern. He set the photos down carefully on the coffee table, treating them like precious artifacts. Did she mention the transfusions? She did. Said we'd need the first one at week 6. Explained the whole process. That's 2 weeks away. Dax ran his hand through his hair. A gesture Mira was learning meant he was anxious. I won't lie, Mira. It's going to be hard. Painful for both of us. But necessary. I know. Dr. Reeves explained the side effects. Mira moved to sit on the sofa, suddenly exhausted from the morning's activities. This is all so much more complicated than I imagined when I first came here. Dax sat beside her close enough that their thighs touched, sharing warmth and comfort. Do you regret coming here? Regret choosing this path? No, Mira said immediately, with absolute certainty. It's terrifying and overwhelming, and sometimes I wake up wondering if this is all a dream. But no, I don't regret it. These pups deserve a chance. We deserve a chance. We, Dax repeated softly, and the words seemed to carry weight. I really like the sound of that. They sat in comfortable silence for a while, the ultrasound photos on the table between them like a promise. Then Dax spoke again, his voice serious. I need to tell you something about the pack, about why the elders are so desperate and what these pups really represent. Mira turned to face him, giving him her full attention. I'm listening. The degradation isn't just affecting us.
It's affecting wolf packs everywhere, all across the continent. Ironclaw is just further along in the decline than most, but we're seeing reports of similar issues in other territories. Weaker pups, higher mortality rates, genetic issues that shouldn't exist. Dax's expression was troubled, his alpha bearing heavy with the weight of this knowledge. There's a theory among pack historians that wolf genetics are breaking down globally, that we're losing something essential with each generation. The primordial bloodline is believed to be a key to reversing that, but only if it can be stabilized. And I'm the stabilization, Mira said, understanding dawning. You're a null omega with recessive primordial markers. Your genetics balance mine in ways that allow the bloodline to pass on safely, to stabilize into something sustainable. These pups, if they survive, if they're healthy, they'll be proof that primordial wolves can thrive, that the degradation can be reversed, that we're not doomed to fade away. The weight of that responsibility made Mira's chest tight. So, this is bigger than just saving Ironclaw. This could affect all wolves everywhere. Potentially. If other packs learn about this, about what you are and what these pups represent, they'll come looking. Some for knowledge, wanting to understand how it works. Others for control, wanting to use you for their own purposes. The elders know this. It's why they're so paranoid about security, why they're watching you so closely. And if Silverpine finds out? Dax's jaw tightened visibly. Then we have a serious problem. They rejected you, but if they discover you're carrying the key to genetic survival, they'll want you back. They'll claim pack rights over you and the pups, argue that you're still technically Silverpine by birth even if you were severed. They severed me. They gave up any rights they had. Pack law isn't always logical, and Silverpine has always been aggressive about territorial claims and pack property. He reached out and took her hand, threading their fingers together. But I won't let them take you, or the pups. You're mine to protect now, and I don't use that word lightly. The possessiveness in his voice should have bothered her, should have triggered all her defenses about being controlled or owned. Instead, it made Mira's wolf purr with satisfaction, recognizing protection rather than domination. Mine to protect, she repeated carefully. Not mine to control? Dax's smile was wry, but genuine. You've made it very clear you won't be controlled by anyone. I respect that. Protection doesn't mean ownership, Mira. It means I'll stand between you and any threat that comes. It means your choices are yours to make, but you don't have to face the consequences alone anymore. Good answer, Mira said softly, squeezing his hand. They sat together as afternoon faded into evening, talking about everything and nothing. About Mira's childhood in Silverpine, the good memories before everything went wrong. About Dax's struggles as a young alpha thrust into leadership before he was ready. About their hopes for the pups and their fears about what came next. And slowly, carefully, they built something neither had expected when Mira first walked into his office 4 days ago. Trust, partnership, understanding. The beginnings of something that felt dangerously close to family. Later that week, Mira was walking back to her cabin after dinner when she noticed she was being followed. Not subtly. The wolf behind her made no effort to hide his presence, his footsteps deliberate and heavy on the forest path, meant to be heard. Mira's hand went instinctively to the pendant at her throat, her grandmother's protective runes warm against her skin. She turned to face him, keeping her posture confident despite the fear crawling up her spine. A young male, maybe 25, with hostile eyes and a posture that screamed barely controlled aggression. "Can I help you?" Mira asked, keeping her voice steady and level. "You're the Silverpine Omega," he said. Not a question. An accusation dripping with venom. "Former Silverpine," Mira corrected automatically. "And yes, I'm Mira. My brother died in the border wars, killed by Silverpine wolves during a raid 5 years ago." He stepped closer, and Mira caught the scent of grief mixed with rage, both fresh despite the passage of time. "And now you're here, living in our territory, carrying the Alpha's pups. It's wrong. You don't belong here." Mira held her ground despite every instinct screaming at her to run. "I'm sorry for your loss. Truly. War is terrible, and loss is painful. But I wasn't part of those raids. I didn't kill your brother. I wasn't even of age 5 years ago." "You're Silverpine. That's enough." Another step closer, close enough now that she could see the amber flecks in his brown eyes. You're using the alpha, manipulating him with this pregnancy. Some of us see through it. We know you're here to destroy us from the inside. I'm not manipulating anyone. I came here desperate and pregnant, asking for protection, nothing more. If I wanted to destroy your pack, I'd have stayed away and let these pups drain me dry. Protection you don't deserve. He was close enough now that Mira could feel the heat of his anger radiating off him. You should leave. Pack your things and go before something bad happens. Is that a threat? It's a warning. Not everyone in this pack wants you here. Not everyone will be as patient or controlled as the alpha. Before Mira could respond, a low growl echoed through the forest, primal and threatening. Dax materialized from the trees like he'd been summoned, his alpha power rolling off him in waves that made the young male stagger back and bare his neck instinctively. Problem, Marcus? Dax's voice was deceptively calm, but Mira could hear the fury underneath. The young male, Marcus, looked between Dax and Mira, his expression defiant despite the fear clearly visible in his eyes. Just talking, Alpha. Just expressing concerns that others share but won't voice. It didn't sound like talking. It sounded like threatening someone under my direct protection, someone who is carrying my children. Dax moved to stand beside Mira, his presence solid and reassuring, his body angled protectively. Would you like to explain yourself? Now would be an excellent time. Marcus's jaw worked, conflict clear on his face. She doesn't belong here. She's the enemy. Always has been, always will be. She's former Silver Pine and under my protection. That makes her pack, whether you like it or not. If you have a problem with that decision, you can take it up with me directly through proper channels. But if I catch you threatening her again, you'll face immediate consequences. Am I absolutely clear? Crystal, Marcus spat, and stalked away into the darkness, his anger palpable in every movement. Mira released a breath she hadn't realized she'd been holding. That was fun. Really enhanced my evening walk. Dax turned to her immediately, his hands coming up to frame her face, checking her over with worried eyes. Did he hurt you? Touch you at all? No, just made threats and told me I don't belong. Standard hostile wolf behavior. His brother died in the wars. He's been angry for years, looking for somewhere to direct that rage, and you're a convenient target. Dax's hands were gentle despite his obvious anger. I'm sorry. I should have warned you specifically about Marcus. Should have assigned guards despite your protests. I knew it wouldn't all be easy. Not everyone welcomes the enemy into their home, even a former enemy. Mira leaned into his touch without thinking. I just didn't expect it to feel quite so hostile quite so quickly. It will get better. Once the pups are born, once the pack sees proof that this is real and beneficial, the hostility will fade. They'll see you as pack instead of threat. His thumb traced her cheekbone gently. Until then, I'll make sure you're safe. I'll assign guards whether you want them or not. I don't need guards. I need to prove I belong here on my own terms. You already belong, Dax said firmly. You're carrying my children. You're under my protection. That's all the proof anyone should need. He walked her back to the cabin, his hand steady at the small of her back, his presence a shield against the darkness and whatever else might be lurking in it. At her door, he paused. I'm increasing patrols around your cabin starting tonight, and I want you to carry this at all times. He pulled a small device from his pocket. Emergency beacon. Press the button and I'll be here in under a minute, no matter where I am or what I'm doing. Mira took the beacon, turning it over in her hands. It was small, sleek, unobtrusive. You really think someone would try to hurt me? Actually hurt me, not just threaten? I think people do stupid, dangerous things when they're grieving or scared or angry. I won't take any chances with your safety, or the pup's safety. He tucked a strand of hair behind her ear, his touch lingering. Please, for me, carry it everywhere. All right, Mira agreed, slipping the beacon into her pocket. I'll carry it. That night, Mira lay in bed staring at the ceiling, one hand on her growing stomach, the other clutching the emergency beacon. The encounter with Marcus had shaken her more than she wanted to admit, brought home the reality of her situation in ways the council meeting hadn't. She'd known coming here would be dangerous.
had known the pack would be suspicious, possibly hostile. But facing that hostility in person, seeing the raw hatred in Marcus's eyes, hearing the barely veiled threats, made it real in ways nothing else had. She wasn't just fighting for her survival anymore. She was fighting for acceptance in a pack that had every historical reason to reject her, fighting to prove she wasn't a threat despite coming from their enemies. And she had no idea if she'd win that fight. But as she drifted towards sleep, her hand on her stomach where life was growing against all odds, she knew one thing for certain. She'd keep fighting. For herself, for these pups, for the future Dax was offering them. Whatever it took. Chapter 7. Week 6 arrived faster than Mira expected. The changes in her body had accelerated dramatically over the past days. Her stomach was now visibly rounded, impossible to hide beneath even loose clothing. She'd borrowed some of Dax's larger shirts, finding comfort in the way they smelled like him even as they accommodated her expanding belly. The fabric was soft against her sensitive skin, worn from years of use but well cared for. The twins were active at all hours. She'd feel them moving during breakfast, little flutters and rolls that took her breath away. They'd wake her at night with their restless energy, as if they already had distinct personalities. Sometimes she'd press her hand to her stomach and they'd respond, pushing back against her palm like they recognized her touch. But the fatigue had become crushing despite Dax's constant presence and the bond they'd been strengthening. Simple tasks like walking to the kitchen exhausted her within minutes. Reading more than a few pages made her eyes heavy and her head ache. Even conversations took energy she didn't have, leaving her breathless and dizzy. And the nausea had returned with a vengeance, making most foods unbearable. The smell of meat made her gag. Anything too sweet or too spicy sent her running for the bathroom. Dax had taken to making bland soups and crackers, the only things her stomach would tolerate without immediate rebellion. He'd sit with her during meals, encouraging her to eat even when everything tasted like ash. She knew what it meant. The pups were taking more from her than her body could sustain on its own. Dr. Reeves had warned her this would happen, that the primordial pregnancy would push her to her limits and beyond. But knowing and experiencing were two entirely different things. "It's time," Dr. Reeves said after the morning examination, her expression serious but kind. "Your iron levels are dropping faster than I'd like, and your red blood cell count is concerning. The pups are taking more than your body can sustain on its own. We need to do the first transfusion today." Mira's hand went to her stomach protectively, the gesture automatic now. "Today? I thought we had more time. Another week at least. With twins, everything happens faster. Your body is working twice as hard to sustain 2 primordial pups instead of 1. Dr. Reeves made notes on her tablet, her stylus moving quickly across the screen. "I've already contacted the Alpha. He's clearing his schedule for the rest of the day." The procedure was scheduled for that afternoon. Mira spent the morning trying not to think about needles and pain and the foreign sensation of someone else's blood flowing into her veins. She'd never been good with medical procedures, had spent her entire life avoiding the pack doctor whenever possible. Now she had no choice. Dax arrived at the cabin around noon, his expression serious but calm. He'd changed into comfortable clothes, preparing for the ordeal ahead. His mere presence helped ease some of Mira's anxiety, the bond between them humming with reassurance. "Ready?" he asked, his voice gentle. "No," Mira admitted honestly. "But let's do it anyway. The pups need this." He reached out and took her hand, his fingers warm and steady. "We'll get through this together, just like everything else." The walk to the medical building felt longer than usual. Mira's legs were heavy, her body already protesting the effort. Dax kept his pace slow, matching her shuffle, his hand never leaving hers. Pack members they passed offered encouraging words or respectful nods, though Mira barely registered them through her anxiety. The medical building had a private room set up specifically for the transfusion. It was larger than a typical exam room with soft lighting and calming colors on the walls. 2 recliners positioned side by side like thrones, medical equipment that looked far too complicated for what should be a simple procedure, and Dr. Reeves arranging supplies with practiced efficiency. "The process will take about 2 hours start to finish," she explained as she helped Mira into one of the recliners. The leather was surprisingly comfortable, adjusting to support her back and growing belly. I'll draw blood from the alpha and transfer it directly to you through a filtered line. The primordial markers in his blood will integrate with yours and provide the resources the pups need to continue developing. And the side effects? Mira asked, trying to keep the tremor out of her voice and failing. Cramping, definitely. The uterus will contract as it adjusts to the influx of primordial power. Fever is common, sometimes spiking quite high. Some patients report vivid dreams or hallucinations as the primordial power adjusts to their system, usually visions related to the bloodline's history. Dr. Reeves turned to Dax, her expression apologetic. You'll experience weakness and possible disorientation from the blood loss, even with your alpha healing. I'll monitor you both closely throughout. Dax settled into the recliner beside Mira's, reaching out immediately to take her hand. His presence was grounding, a solid anchor in the uncertainty of what was coming. We've got this. Together. The needle insertion was the easy part. Mira barely felt the prick as Dr. Reeves established the IV lines with gentle competence, connecting them with sterile tubing that looked far too delicate for the task it would perform. The doctor worked with quiet efficiency, checking and double-checking connections, adjusting flow rates on the machines. Then the actual transfusion began, and Mira understood immediately what the doctor had meant by unpleasant. At first, it was just warmth, a strange heat spreading through her veins from the IV site, moving slowly up her arm like liquid fire. Then it reached her chest, and the sensation intensified, spreading through her entire torso in waves that made her gasp. The warmth became heat, the heat became burning, and still it grew hotter. Then the cramping started. Her uterus contracted in waves that felt like her body was trying to tear itself apart from the inside. Mira's hands clenched, one gripping the armrest of the recliner, the other crushing Dax's fingers. She couldn't help the whimper that escaped her throat. Breathe through it, Dax said, his voice steady despite the pain she was causing his hand. Focus on my voice. In through your nose, out through your mouth. You're doing great. Trying, Mira managed through gritted teeth, her breath coming in short, sharp pants. The heat intensified further, becoming almost unbearable. Sweat broke out across her skin, soaking through her clothes within minutes. Her wolf was going crazy inside her mind, pacing and whining and howling with confusion. The influx of foreign power felt wrong to the animal part of her, like an invasion that needed to be fought despite being necessary. And then the fever hit. Her temperature spiked so high that Dr. Reeves immediately placed cold compresses on her forehead and neck, the cool fabric a blessed relief against her burning skin. The doctor monitored the machines constantly, adjusting flow rates, checking vital signs, her expression professionally concerned. How much longer? Mira asked, her vision starting to blur around the edges. Halfway there, Dr. Reeves said, replacing one of the compresses with a fresh, colder one. You're doing great. Your body is accepting the blood well. Just try to stay calm and breathe. Mira closed her eyes, trying to focus on anything other than the pain radiating through every cell of her body. Dax's hand in hers, warm and strong despite his own ordeal. The sound of his breathing, steady and rhythmic. The knowledge that this was necessary. That the pups needed this to survive. That every moment of pain was worth it if it kept them healthy. And then the hallucinations started. The exam room faded away, replaced by visions so vivid they felt more real than reality. She saw the forest, but not as it was now. Ancient and wild, with wolves running through trees that towered higher than any modern growth. The sky was different too, darker, more stars visible than she'd ever seen. This was the world before electricity, before humans spread across the land and changed everything. She saw a female with silver hair that caught the moonlight like spun metal and amber eyes that glowed with primordial power. Lisa, Dax's great-grandmother. Power radiated from her like heat from a flame, making the air shimmer around her. She was magnificent and terrifying in equal measure. And beside Lisa stood another female, dark-haired and beautiful in a way that transcended normal beauty. Her eyes glowed with witch magic, purple and green swirling together like the northern lights. Sienna. The wolf witch whose love had started everything, whose forbidden union had created the bloodline that would save or destroy the pack. They were speaking, their mouths moving, but Mira couldn't hear the words. Could only feel the emotion washing over her in waves. The desperate love between them, fierce and all-consuming. The determination to create something new despite the laws that forbade it, despite knowing they might be destroyed for their choice. The hope that their love could birth something beautiful instead of dangerous. The vision shifted like pages turning in a book. She saw children, generations of them, each weaker than the last. Saw the degradation spreading like a disease through the bloodline, despite everyone's best efforts to stop it. Saw pack leaders making desperate choices, forcing matings that shouldn't happen, watching pups die before their first birthdays. Saw the heartbreak and guilt compound with each generation until it felt like a weight that would crush them all. Then she saw Elena, young and scared, running through the forest with her hands pressed to her swollen belly. Mira could feel her terror, her desperation, her knowledge that she was dying, but her determination to try anyway to protect the lives she carried. Could see the moment Elena realized she'd made a terrible mistake by running, that leaving Dax's proximity would kill her and the triplets. Could feel the exact second her heart stopped beating, the light fading from her eyes as the pups died with her. The grief of it nearly broke Mira. And then the vision shifted again, and she saw herself, saw the twins growing inside her, their tiny forms glowing with primordial power that pulsed like heartbeats. Saw them as they would be if everything went right. Healthy and strong, their eyes the same amber as Dax's, their hair dark like hers. Saw them running through these same forests, laughing and playing, free from the curse that had haunted the bloodline for so long. Saw them as the key to reversing everything that had gone wrong. The salvation the pack desperately needed. Mira. Dax's voice cut through the visions like a knife, sharp with worry. Stay with me, don't get lost in it. Come back. She opened her eyes with effort, gasping for air like she'd been underwater. The room swam back into focus slowly, edges blurry and colors too bright. Dr. Reeves was disconnecting the IV lines with careful movements, the transfusion complete. All done, the doctor said, her voice seeming to come from very far away. You did beautifully. Now you need to rest and let your body adjust to the changes. Mira tried to sit up, determined to prove she was fine, and immediately regretted the decision. The room spun violently, nausea rising in her throat, and she would have tumbled right out of the recliner if Dax hadn't caught her. Easy, he said, his voice strained. I've got you. Just stay still. He looked pale, too, the blood loss taking its toll despite his alpha healing already working to restore what he'd given. But his hands were steady as he helped her lie back down, adjusting pillows behind her head. I saw them, Mira whispered, her voice hoarse. Lissa and Sienna. I saw their love, how it started everything. And Elena. I felt her die, Dax. I felt it. Dax's expression tightened with pain, old grief flickering across his features. The hallucinations. What else did you see? The whole history. How it all started with hope and love, how it all went wrong despite everyone's best intentions. She met his eyes, seeing her own wonder reflected there. And how it could go right this time, with us. I saw the twins, Dax. I saw them healthy and happy and free. He was quiet for a long moment, processing her words. That's the primordial bond working. It's showing you the bloodline's history, helping you understand what you're part of, what we're trying to build together. It was beautiful and terrible in equal measure. That describes most of our history, Dax said quietly, and the weight of centuries seemed to rest on his shoulders. Dr. Reeves insisted they both stay for observation for several hours. Mira dozed fitfully, the fever making restful sleep impossible. She'd drift off only to jerk awake moments later, confused about where she was. The visions kept bleeding into her dreams, mixing with reality until she couldn't tell which was which. When she finally woke properly, feeling more herself, the sun was setting outside the windows. The room was painted in shades of orange and gold, beautiful and peaceful. Dax was sitting in a chair he'd pulled up beside her bed, watching her with concerned eyes that hadn't left her the entire time she'd been unconscious. How do you feel? He asked immediately, leaning forward. Like I got hit by a truck, then the truck backed up and hit me again for good measure, Mira admitted with brutal honesty. But better than before. Stronger somehow. The transfusion worked perfectly. Your color is already better. the paleness gone from your cheeks. Dr. Reeves says your vitals have improved dramatically. He reached out and took her hand, his touch gentle. The pups are responding well, too. Their heartbeats are stronger, more steady. She did another ultrasound while you were sleeping, and they're both growing exactly as they should. Mira pressed her free hand to her stomach, feeling the subtle movements within. The twins were active, more energetic than they'd been before the procedure. They're really moving now, like they're celebrating.
That's good. That means they're thriving on the extra resources. Dax smiled, but the expression didn't quite reach his eyes. Worry still lingered there.
We'll need to do this again in 2 weeks. Then weekly after that until delivery.
The thought of going through this every week made Mira's stomach clench, but she forced herself to nod.
I can handle it. I have to. I know you can. You're stronger than anyone I've ever met. He hesitated, seeming to wrestle with something before continuing. But you shouldn't have to handle it alone, isolated in that cabin. I was thinking maybe you should move into my house. The guest cabin is nice, but it's too far away. If something happened in the middle of the night, if you needed help, if there were complications, it would take too long for me to get there. Mira's first instinct was to refuse. Moving in together felt like a much bigger step than she was ready for. It blurred lines that should stay clear, complicated a situation that was already impossibly tangled. But the practical part of her brain, the part that had kept her alive through 8 years of being unwanted in Silverpine, recognized the absolute sense in his suggestion.
Where would I stay? She asked carefully, testing the idea.
I have a guest room on the 2nd floor. It's big, comfortable, completely private with its own bathroom. You'd have your own space, your own sanctuary. But I'd be right down the hall if you needed anything, closer in case of emergencies.
And the pack?
What will they think about me living in the Alpha's house? They already suspect I'm manipulating you.
Dax's expression hardened into something fierce and protective.
I don't particularly care what they think. Your safety and the pup's health are infinitely more important than pack gossip or political maneuvering.
Mira was quiet for a long moment, weighing her options carefully. Independence versus safety. Privacy versus proximity. Pride versus practicality. Finally, she nodded.
All right, I'll move in. But Dax, I need you to understand something. She met his eyes directly. This is for the pups, for the pregnancy and the transfusions and the practical reality of what we're facing. It doesn't mean anything else. It doesn't change the nature of our arrangement.
I know,
he said, but something flickered in his amber eyes that suggested he hoped it might mean more eventually. That maybe, over time, proximity would become something deeper. I'll help you move your things tomorrow, once you've had a full night to recover. That night, back in her cabin for what she knew would be the last time, Mira packed her few belongings. It didn't take long. The clothes the pack had provided, simple and practical. Her grandmother's pendant, the silver warm against her palm as she wrapped it carefully in soft cloth. The ultrasound photos that had lived on her nightstand, evidence that the impossible had become real. The emergency beacon that she now carried everywhere, a constant reminder of potential danger. It wasn't much. The physical representation of her entire life could fit in a single duffel bag with room to spare. The realization should have been depressing, but as she folded clothes and wrapped precious items in tissue paper, she found herself feeling oddly hopeful. She was building something new here in Ironclaw. A home that was more than just shelter. A family that was more than just shared DNA. A future she'd never thought possible back in those dark days after the severing. And it terrified her almost as much as it filled her with desperate, fragile hope. Chapter 8. Living with Dax was both easier and infinitely harder than Mira expected. The guest room was indeed comfortable, decorated in soft blues and grays that reminded her of winter mornings. The bed was so large she felt lost in it, the mattress perfect for her aching back. The attached bathroom was modern and well-stocked with everything she could need, from premium toiletries to thick, soft towels. The windows overlooked the forest, providing a view that never failed to calm her restless wolf. Dax had clearly put thought into making the space welcoming. Fresh flowers sat on the dresser, their scent subtle and pleasant. Books lined a small shelf, a mix of fiction and nonfiction she'd mentioned enjoying. A rocking chair sat by the window, perfect for when the pups arrived and needed soothing in the middle of the night. But proximity to Dax was a constant awareness that hummed beneath her skin like a second heartbeat. She could hear him moving through the house at all hours. His footsteps on the stairs in the morning, purposely heavy so he wouldn't startle her. The sound of running water when he showered. His voice when he took phone calls in his office. The deep timbre carrying through walls despite his obvious attempts at privacy. Could smell his scent everywhere. Pine and earth and something uniquely him that made her wolf purr with contentment. It clung to the furniture, the towels, even the air itself. After a few days, she realized her clothes were starting to smell like him too, a territorial claiming that should have bothered her but somehow didn't. Could feel his presence even when walls separated them, the primordial bond growing stronger with each passing day. It was like a thread connecting them, pulled taut with awareness. She always knew where he was in the house, could sense when he left the property, felt the immediate relief when he returned safely. The primordial bond was developing in ways she hadn't anticipated. Sometimes Mira could sense his emotions bleeding through the connection, a faint echo of what he was feeling. Frustration when pack business went poorly, his jaw tight and shoulders tense. Satisfaction when problems were solved efficiently, a warm pulse of success. Worry that was almost always directed at her and the pups, constant and protective. They fell into a routine with surprising ease, as if they'd been living together for years instead of days. Breakfast together in his spacious kitchen, sunlight streaming through windows while Dax cooked. He'd learned what her stomach could tolerate and what it rejected, adjusting his recipes accordingly. Mira tried not to notice how domestic it all felt, how right, how much she looked forward to these quiet mornings. Work time, where they occupied the same space but focused on different tasks. Dax would handle pack business from his office, while Mira read or worked on small craft projects she'd taken up to keep her hands busy. Sometimes they'd talk. Sometimes they'd work in comfortable silence. Both felt equally natural. Afternoon walks through the territory had become essential to Mira's sanity. The exercise helped with the aches in her back and legs. The fresh air cleared her head. And Dax's presence beside her, steady and protective, made her feel safer than she had in years. They'd explore different trails each day, Dax pointing out landmarks and sharing pack history. Dinner together was becoming Mira's favorite part of the day. They'd sit at his dining table, sharing meals Dax prepared with increasing confidence, and talk about everything and nothing. Pack politics and childhood memories and hopes for the future. The conversations flowed easily, naturally, like they'd known each other far longer than a few weeks. It was the evenings that were dangerous. When the house grew quiet and the day's tasks were complete, and they'd sit in the living room together. Mira would read while Dax worked on pack documents, and the companionable silence would settle around them like a blanket, comfortable and warm and far too easy to sink into. Far too easy to imagine this being permanent instead of temporary. "Tell me something," Dax said one evening about a week after she'd moved in. He set aside the pack budget he'd been reviewing and looked at her with genuine curiosity. "What did you want to be when you were young? Before the pack and Omega politics and all of this complicated your life?" Mira set down her book, surprised by the question and the genuine interest behind it. No one had asked her about her dreams in years. "A teacher," she said after a moment of consideration. "I loved working with pups, helping them learn and discover things. I thought maybe I could run the pack school, teach reading and history and all the things that make us who we are. What stopped you?" Dax's expression said he already suspected the answer but wanted to hear it from her. "Politics. Pack hierarchy. Omega status." The old bitterness crept into her voice despite her best efforts. "The elders decided infertile Omegas couldn't be trusted around pups. Said I'd be a bad influence, that my defect might somehow spread like a disease. They reassigned me to inventory management in the supply depot, counting boxes in a basement for 8 years, never seeing sunlight, never talking to anyone unless absolutely necessary." Dax's expression darkened with anger on her behalf, his jaw clenching. "That's not just cruel, it's criminally wasteful. You would have been an excellent teacher. You are an excellent teacher. You don't know that. You can't." "I do. I've watched you with the younger wolves here, the way you answer their endless questions with patience instead of irritation. the way you make them feel heard and valued, the way you explain complex things in simple terms they can understand. That's a gift, Mira. One your former pack wasted. The compliment made her throat tight with emotion. What about you? What did you want before you became Alpha? Before responsibility consumed everything else? Dax laughed, but the sound was bitter and full of old regrets. I wanted to leave, to travel the world, see things beyond pack territories and political boundaries. I had this elaborate fantasy of becoming a researcher, studying wolf history and genetics in universities where no one cared about bloodlines or pack politics, where I could just be Dax instead of Alpha Thornwood. But your father died and everything changed. Heart attack during a border patrol when I was 23. One minute he was healthy and strong, the next he was on the ground and I was screaming for help that came too late. And suddenly I was Alpha with no training, no preparation, and a pack that was already starting to degrade. The elders expected me to have all the answers when I barely knew the questions. You could have refused the position, chosen someone else to lead, someone more experienced. Not really. The bloodline chooses. My wolf recognized the alpha power the exact moment my father's heart stopped beating. Refusing would have meant exile or a challenge to the death from whoever wanted the position. Neither seemed like good options. He looked at her, his amber eyes reflecting old pain. Besides, these are my people, my responsibility. I couldn't walk away from that no matter how much the burden weighed, even though it cost you everything you wanted. Your dreams, your future, your freedom. Some things are more important than personal dreams. Family, pack, legacy. They sat in silence for a while, both contemplating the lives they'd planned versus the lives they were actually living. The gap between fantasy and reality felt insurmountable sometimes. Then Mira spoke again, her voice quiet. Do you ever regret it? Taking on this burden when you could have run? Sometimes, Dax admitted with brutal honesty. Usually late at night when sleep won't come and the weight of it all feels crushing. When I think about all the wolves who've died on my watch despite my best efforts. When I wonder if someone else could have done better. He paused. But then I see the pack during the day. See the children playing. See wolves who are alive because I made hard decisions. See the hope in their eyes when they look at you and these pups. And I know it was worth it. All of it. You're a good alpha, Mira said quietly, and she meant it with her whole heart. Better than most would be under these impossible circumstances. I'm trying. That's all any of us can do. Try our best and hope it's enough. He met her eyes with an intensity that made her breath catch. What about you? Do you regret coming here? Regret trusting me with this? No, Mira said without hesitation, the word firm and certain. It's hard and scary, and sometimes I wake up terrified about what comes next, about all the things that could go wrong. But no, being here, carrying these pups, building this connection with you and slowly finding my place in the pack, it's the first time in years I've felt like my life has real purpose beyond simple survival. The air between them seemed to thicken with unspoken things, heavy with possibility. Dax looked like he wanted to say something important, something that would change everything. He leaned forward slightly, his lips parting. But before he could speak, his phone rang, shrill and insistent in the quiet room. He answered it with visible frustration, his jaw tight. What is it, Cade? A pause while he listened, his expression growing more serious. Now? Can't this wait until morning? Another pause, longer this time. Fine. I'll be there in 10 minutes. He ended the call and stood, already reaching for his jacket. Emergency council meeting. Apparently there's been an incident at the northern border that requires immediate attention. Is it serious? Mira felt fear curl in her stomach. Cade wouldn't call me out this late if it wasn't. He knows I need rest between transfusions. He grabbed his jacket, checking that his phone was fully charged. I'll be back as soon as I can. Keep all the doors locked. Don't answer for anyone except me or Cade, and if anything feels even slightly wrong, use the beacon immediately. Don't hesitate. Be careful, Mira said, worry clear in her voice. Always. He paused at the door, looking back at her with an expression she couldn't quite read. I'll be back soon. Promise. After he left, the house felt too large and too empty, every sound magnified in the silence. Mira tried to read but couldn't focus on the words. They blurred together on the page, meaningless. She tried to sleep but was too restless, her mind racing with possibilities. Finally, she made herself chamomile tea that she didn't really want and sat by the window, watching the forest and worrying. Movement caught her eye in the darkness. Wolves patrolling the perimeter, their forms visible in the moonlight as they moved between trees. The increased security Dax had implemented after Marcus's threat, patrols running constantly now. Knowing they were there should have been comforting, a reminder that she was protected. Instead, it made her profoundly uneasy. Why would they need so much security unless the threat was real? Dax returned near midnight, looking exhausted and angry in equal measure. His clothes were disheveled, his hair mussed like he'd been running his hands through it repeatedly. Mira had moved to the living room, unwilling to go to bed until she knew what was happening, until she knew he was safe. "What happened?" she asked as he dropped into the chair across from her, his movements heavy with fatigue. Silver pine wolves were spotted near our northern border. 3 of them, clearly scouting our territory rather than just passing through. They were examining our patrol patterns, testing our response times. Mira's blood went cold, ice spreading through her veins. "They know I'm here." "We don't know that for certain. Border crossings happen occasionally between rival packs, usually just territorial posturing or young wolves showing off." But Dax didn't sound convinced by his own words. "I've increased patrols significantly and put the entire pack on high alert. No one gets in or out without multiple checkpoints. If they know about the pregnancy, about what I really am, they'll come for me. They'll claim pack rights, say I belong to them despite the severing. They'd have to go through me first, through all of us." His voice carried absolute certainty that somehow made her more afraid rather than less. "And I won't let that happen. I can't." "You can't fight an entire pack by yourself, Dax. Silverpine has twice as many wolves as Ironclaw." "I can fight for what's mine, and you are under my protection, which makes you mine in every way that matters to pack law." He leaned forward, his amber eyes intense. "Mira, I need you to trust me. Can you do that?" She met his eyes, seeing the determination there, the fierce protectiveness that went beyond duty or obligation. "I trust you with my life, with the pups' lives. I'm just scared of what might be coming." "Fear is reasonable and healthy. Use it to stay alert, but don't let it paralyze you. We'll get through this." He stood and moved to sit beside her on the sofa, his solid presence immediately comforting. "We'll get through this together. That's what we do now." Mira leaned against him without thinking, seeking comfort in his warmth and strength. His arm came around her shoulders naturally, holding her close. They fit together perfectly, like 2 pieces designed for each other. "I won't let anything happen to you or the pups," he said quietly into her hair. "That's not just a promise. It's a vow." They sat like that for a long time, drawing strength and comfort from each other. And Mira realized with startling and somewhat terrifying clarity that somewhere along the way, this had stopped being just about survival and protection. She cared about Dax. Actually cared. Not just as the father of her children or her protector or the alpha offering her sanctuary. She cared about him as a person. As a wolf who'd shown her more kindness and respect and genuine consideration in a few weeks than her entire former pack had in years of knowing her. And that realization was almost as terrifying as the threat of Silverpine discovering her location. The next morning, Mira woke to find Dax already gone. A note on the kitchen counter written in his bold handwriting saying he'd been called to deal with border security issues. She made breakfast alone, her thoughts troubled and circular, returning again and again to the same fears. A knock at the door made her jump, her hand instinctively going to the emergency beacon in her pocket. But it was just Cade, looking serious but not alarmed. "Alpha asked me to check on you this morning," he said when she opened the door. "Mind if I come in for a moment?" Mira stepped aside to let him enter, curiosity mixing with caution. Cade had been professional but emotionally distant since she'd arrived, his loyalty to Dax clear but his opinion of her uncertain and carefully guarded. "I wanted to apologize," he said once they were seated in the living room, him in the chair Dax had occupied last night, "for my initial hostility when you first arrived. I was protecting Dax, protecting the pack from potential threats. But I wasn't fair to you. I judged you based on where you came from, rather than who you actually are. You don't need to apologize. I understand the instinct to protect. Maybe, but I'm doing it anyway because it needs to be said. He leaned back, his posture relaxing slightly. I watched Elena's pregnancy destroy Dax piece by piece. Watched him blame himself for something that wasn't his fault, that he couldn't have prevented. When you showed up pregnant and desperate, I thought history was repeating itself exactly. I thought you'd break him the same way. And now I see you're nothing like Elena. You're stronger, more direct, more willing to fight for what you need. You're not running from the situation, you're facing it head-on with courage I respect. He met her eyes with genuine warmth. And you're good for him. I haven't seen Dax this focused, this hopeful, this alive in years. Maybe ever. The compliment caught her off guard, warming something inside her chest. I'm just trying to survive and give these pups the best chance possible. You're doing more than that. You're giving the entire pack hope, showing them that the degradation can be reversed, that we have a real future instead of a slow decline into extinction. He paused, his expression growing serious. The Silverpine scouting worries me deeply, though. It's too organized to be random. Do you really think they know about me specifically? I think someone told them something significant. Border Scouts don't just appear randomly in organized patterns. They're looking for something very specific, and the timing is too convenient to be coincidence. They're looking for me. Possibly. Probably. But they won't get to you. Dax has tripled border patrols and established a tight security perimeter specifically around this house. You're as safe as we can possibly make you short of locking you in a bunker. Nothing is completely safe. Nowhere is completely secure. No, Kate agreed honestly. But we're doing our absolute best with the resources we have. And Mira, if it comes to an actual fight, every single wolf in this pack will stand between you and Silverpine. You're not just Dax's responsibility anymore. You're pack. You're ours to protect now. After Cade left, Mira sat in the quiet house, processing his words. She wasn't alone anymore. She had Dax's unwavering protection, the pack's grudging but growing acceptance, Cade's respect, the promise of a future worth fighting for. But she also had enemies who might be coming for her. Enemies who wouldn't care about her happiness or her children or anything except what she represented genetically. Her hand went to her stomach, feeling the twins moving inside her with increasing vigor. They were getting stronger every day, their presence more pronounced and real. In a few more weeks, she'd be able to feel distinct kicks instead of just flutters and rolls. We're going to be okay, she whispered to them, hoping it was true. Your father is strong and determined. The pack is rallying around us, and I'm not giving up without the fight of my life. The twins responded with enthusiastic movement, as if agreeing with her determination. That evening, Dax returned looking grim and exhausted. He pulled Mira into a private conversation in his study, his expression more serious than she'd ever seen it. We captured one of the Silverpine scouts during the afternoon patrol, he said without preamble, getting straight to the point. He's being held in our detention facility under heavy guard. Mira's breath caught in her throat. Did he say why they were here? What they were looking for? He's not talking yet, refusing to answer any questions. Dax moved to stand in front of her. But we'll get answers eventually. I need to ask you something first, and I need you to be completely honest. Is there anyone in Silverpine who might have known about your null omega status? Anyone who might have put the pieces together after you left? Mira thought hard, going through years of medical exams and pack interactions. The healers who examined me regularly, but they all confirmed I was simply infertile, not null. I don't think they understood the distinction or knew to look for those specific markers. Anyone else? Anyone at all who might have suspected? No one. I was just another failed omega to them, not interesting enough to study deeply, not worth the effort of detailed examination. Dax nodded slowly, processing. Then either someone figured it out after you left, possibly by reviewing old medical records with fresh eyes, or this is unrelated to you specifically and we're being paranoid. We'll know more once the scout talks. What happens to him? The scout, I mean. That depends entirely on what he tells us. If he's just a scout doing routine border surveillance,
We'll send him back with a strong warning and increased patrols as a message. If he's part of something bigger, if they're actively planning an attack or abduction, the council will decide his fate according to pack law. The casual way Dax talked about it reminded Mira forcefully that he was alpha first, gentle protector second. He would do whatever needed to be done to keep his pack safe, even if that meant harsh measures that made her uncomfortable, even if that meant violence. "I'm scared," she admitted quietly. "I know you are, but fear means you're smart and aware, not weak." He pulled her into his arms without hesitation, and Mira went willingly, desperately needing the comfort and security he offered. "We'll protect you. I promise on everything I am." What if your promise isn't enough? What if they're stronger or more determined? "Then I'll make it enough. Whatever it takes, however far I have to go." They stood like that for a long time, holding each other as the sun set outside and darkness crept across the forest. And Mira realized with crystal clarity that somewhere in the past few weeks, the line between protection and something much deeper had started to blur and fade. She was falling for him. Actually falling, not just appreciating his protection or grateful for his help. Falling for his strength tempered with kindness. For the way he looked at her like she mattered beyond her genetic usefulness. For the future he was helping her build with such fierce determination. And that was perhaps the most dangerous thing of all. Because if this all fell apart, if Silverpine succeeded in taking her back, or the pregnancy failed catastrophically, or any of a dozen possible disasters happened, losing Dax would break her in ways the severing never had, would destroy something essential in her that she'd only just discovered she still possessed. But as she felt the twins moving inside her, and Dax's arms solid and protective around her, Mira decided that some risks were absolutely worth taking. Even the terrible, wonderful risk of a potentially broken heart. Chapter 9. The captured Silverpine scout finally talked 3 days after his capture. Mira was in the kitchen making chamomile tea, trying to calm her restless nerves and settle her stomach, when Dax burst through the door with an expression that made her blood run cold. Fury and concern warred across his features, his jaw tight and his hands clenched into fists. She set down the kettle carefully, her own hands suddenly shaking badly enough that the ceramic rattled against the counter. "What is it?" she asked, though part of her didn't want to know. Didn't want to hear whatever had put that look on his face. The scout. He finally broke under questioning this morning. Dax ran his hand through his hair repeatedly, the gesture revealing the depth of his agitation. "He confirmed they're looking for you specifically. Silverpine knows you're here in our territory. They know about the pregnancy. They've been watching our borders for weeks, counting our patrols, mapping our defenses." Mira's legs felt weak, like someone had cut the tendons. She gripped the counter for support, her knuckles white. "How did they find out? How did they even know I'm pregnant?" "Someone from the Rogue Network sold the information for a substantial sum. One of the same wolves you used to find me in the first place." His expression darkened further, anger radiating from him in waves. "They've put out the word through every underground channel that you're carrying valuable pups and that Silverpine wants you back. They're offering a reward for concrete information about your exact location within our territory." "But they severed me," Mira said, her voice rising with desperation and disbelief. "They threw me away like trash. They have no legal claim to me or anything I do now." "They're arguing that the severing was specifically for infertility. Now that you're pregnant, demonstrably fertile, they claim the reason for severing is void. According to their twisted logic, that means they have the right to reclaim you as pack property, as if you're a broken tool that's been fixed and should be returned." Dax moved closer, his hands gentle on her shoulders despite his obvious anger. "It's complete legal nonsense without any precedent, but they don't care about legality or fairness. They care about getting access to primordial bloodlines by any means necessary." Mira felt the twins moving inside her, restless and active, as if they sensed her distress. Her hands pressed protectively over her swollen stomach, a gesture that had become instinctive. "What are we going to do? What can we do against an entire pack?" "The council met this morning after the interrogation. They want to send you away immediately, hide you in a safe house in neutral territory until after the birth. Get you somewhere Silverpine can't reach." He met her eyes, his own blazing with determination. "I refused their plan. You're safest here, where I can protect you directly, where the primordial bond is strongest and the pups can thrive. And if Silverpine attacks in force, if they come with their full strength, they have 3 times our numbers, Dax. How can we possibly defend against that? Then we fight with everything we have. Ironclaw might be smaller in numbers, but we're defending our own territory, our own home. We have the advantage of knowing this land, every trail and defensible position. We have fortifications they don't know about. His jaw set with fierce determination. And I won't let them take you. I'd burn the whole territory to the ground before I let them drag you back to be their breeding slave. The intensity in his voice, the absolute conviction, should have frightened her. Instead, it made something warm and fierce unfurl in her chest. He meant every word. Would go to war for her. Would die for her if necessary. There's more, Dax said, his expression growing even grimmer if that was possible. The scout mentioned that Silverpine has been in active contact with other packs in the region. They're spreading word about the pregnancy, about you carrying primordial pups. They're trying to drum up support for a coordinated raid, promising shares of the genetic material if they help. This is exactly what you warned me about from the beginning, the global implications of what these pups represent. Yes. Once the pups are born healthy, once we prove primordial pregnancies can succeed with proper support, every desperate pack in the region will want access to you. They'll want to study you, understand how null omegas work, breed you repeatedly to try to save their own bloodlines. He pulled her close, his embrace protective and possessive. I won't let that happen under any circumstances. You're not breeding stock to be passed around. You're a person, the mother of my children. Mine. And after the birth? What happens when word inevitably spreads about what the twins are, what they represent for wolf genetics? Then we deal with it at that time, together. One crisis at a time, one day at a time. He pressed a kiss to her forehead, the gesture tender despite the dire nature of their conversation. Right now, we focus on keeping you safe and getting these pups born healthy. Everything else is secondary to that goal. That afternoon, Dax called an emergency pack meeting in the central square. Mira watched from a window in his office as wolves gathered below, their expressions ranging from concerned to outright hostile. She could see Marcus among them, his arms crossed defensively, his face set in angry lines that spoke of deep resentment. Other wolves clustered in small groups, whispering among themselves, their body language tense. You should be down there with me, Dax said, coming to stand beside her at the window. The pack needs to see you face to face, hear directly from you, instead of through rumors and speculation. Otherwise, the gossip and fear will only get worse, and we need unity now more than ever. They'll hate me even more for putting them in danger, for bringing war to their doorstep. Some will, yes, but others will understand that you're not the threat here. Silverpine is. Their greed and their twisted sense of ownership. He offered his hand, steady and sure. Come, face them with me. Show them you're not hiding, not ashamed, not weak. We'll be right beside each other. Walking into that crowd felt like walking into a den of predators who were deciding whether you were pack or prey. Every eye tracked Mira as she and Dax made their way through the gathered wolves to the raised platform at the center of the square. She could feel the weight of their stares, physical as touches, could hear the whispers that died as Dax raised his hand for silence. The crowd quieted instantly, responding to their alpha's authority, even when some clearly disagreed with his choices. By now, you've all heard the rumors circulating through the pack, Dax began, his alpha voice carrying easily to every corner of the large gathering. I'm here to confirm what many of you have already guessed. Silverpine knows about Mira's pregnancy. They're claiming the right to reclaim her despite having severed her weeks ago. And they're spreading word to other packs, trying to gather support for a coordinated raid on our territory. Angry murmurs rippled through the crowd like wind through trees. Voices rose in protest and fear. Someone from the back shouted, "Send her back then! She's not worth starting a war over! She's been here less than 2 months!" Dax's alpha power flooded the square like a tidal wave, making several wolves drop immediately to their knees in instinctive submission. She is worth defending with every resource we have.
She's carrying pups that could save this entire pack from the extinction we've been facing for generations. Pups that represent hope for all of us, for our children and their children. Hope? Marcus pushed his way aggressively to the front, his expression furious and grieving in equal measure. She's brought war to our doorstep. Silverpine has 3 times our numbers, better weapons, more resources. If they attack with their full force, we'll be slaughtered defending some Omega who doesn't even belong here, who was our enemy just weeks ago. She does belong here now. Dax's voice was steel-wrapped in ice. She's under my direct protection. That makes her pack. That makes her family. And we protect our own, no matter what. Even if it costs us everything we've built, everything we've survived, Marcus demanded, his voice breaking with emotion. My brother died fighting Silverpine 5 years ago in a meaningless border skirmish. How many more of us have to die for her? How many more families have to be destroyed? Before Dax could formulate a response, Mira stepped forward. Her heart was hammering hard enough that she could feel it in her throat, but her voice came out steady and clear. I didn't ask for any of this. I didn't want to bring danger to anyone. If I could go back in time and change how this happened, I would without hesitation. The crowd quieted immediately, surprised by her speaking up, by her willingness to address them directly. But I can't change the past or undo the choices I made when I was desperate and dying. I can only deal with the present reality. She looked at Marcus directly, holding his angry gaze. I'm deeply sorry your brother died in the wars. War is terrible and cruel, and loss is something that never fully heals. I understand that grief because I've lost too. But I'm not your enemy. I never was. Silverpine is. They want to control me, use me, turn me into nothing more than breeding stock for their political purposes. Alpha Thornwood is offering me the chance to be a person instead of property. Pretty words, Marcus spat, though some of the heat had gone out of his voice. But they don't change the fundamental fact that you're putting all of us at terrible risk just by being here. You're absolutely right, I am. Mira took a deep breath, steeling herself for what she was about to offer. So I'm giving you a choice. If the pack votes to send me away, I'll go. I'll leave tonight under cover of darkness and take the danger with me. I'll disappear and Silverpine will have no reason to attack you. But if you let me stay, if you help defend me and these pups I'm carrying, I swear on everything I am that I'll spend the rest of my life serving this pack. Teaching your children. Helping however I can. These pups won't just save the Alpha's bloodline. They'll save all of you eventually. Dax looked at her sharply, clearly not having expected her to offer to leave, his expression a mixture of surprise and dismay. But he didn't contradict her or try to take back the offer. Instead, he addressed the crowd with visible effort. You heard her clearly. This is your pack as much as it is mine. If the majority wants her gone, wants to avoid the potential conflict, I'll respect that democratic decision. His expression made devastatingly clear how much that would cost him personally. All in favor of sending Mira away. Show your support by raising your hands now. Mira held her breath, her heart pounding, as hands slowly went up throughout the crowd. Marcus immediately, his hands shooting up without hesitation. Several of the older wolves who'd lost family members to Silverpine raids over the years. Some of the unmated males who saw her as a threat to pack stability and traditional values. A few of the elders who'd never wanted her here in the first place. But then other hands rose in opposition to sending her away. Cade's hand went up firmly, his expression resolute. Dr. Reeves raised hers with a gentle smile. Many of the younger wolves who'd spent time with her followed suit. The pregnant females who understood viscerally what it meant to carry life against impossible odds. The teachers who'd watched her interact with pups and seen her natural gift. When Cade finished tallying the count, checking twice to be certain, the result was close, but unambiguous. 53% wanted her to stay and fight. The pack has spoken clearly, Dax said, and Mira could hear the profound relief bleeding through his carefully controlled voice. Mira stays, which means we prepare immediately for the realistic possibility of a Silverpine raid. Cade, increase border patrols to full round-the-clock coverage with overlapping shifts. Dr. Reeves, prepare the medical facility for potential mass casualties. Everyone else, mandatory weapons training starts at dawn tomorrow. We're going to be ready for whatever they throw at us. As the crowd slowly dispersed, conversations erupting in small groups, Marcus approached the platform with heavy steps. His expression was still angry, resentment clear in every line of his face, but something else lurked beneath the hostility. Resignation, maybe, or grudging respect. "I still don't like this situation," he said directly to Mira, his voice low. "I still think you're bringing potential destruction to our pack. But the majority has spoken according to pack law, and I'll abide by that decision. I won't cause you active trouble or undermine the Alpha's authority." "Thank you," Mira said quietly, meaning it. "That's all I can reasonably ask for."
"Don't thank me yet. If Silverpine attacks and good wolves die defending you, I'll be first in line to say I told you so."
He turned and walked away, his shoulders stiff with unresolved tension. That night, Mira lay in bed staring at the ceiling, unable to shut off her racing thoughts. She felt the twins moving inside her with their characteristic energy, listened to the house settle around her, and processed everything that had happened. 53%. Barely a majority. Almost half the pack wanted her gone, wanted to avoid the coming conflict. A soft knock at her door pulled her from her spiraling thoughts. "Come in." Dax entered quietly, still fully dressed despite the late hours showing on the clock. "Can't sleep either? Too much to think about. Too many fears to quiet." She patted the bed beside her in invitation. "Sit with me?" He sat carefully, mindful not to jostle her or the pups. "You were incredibly brave today, offering to leave. I almost had a heart attack when you said it. It had to be their choice freely made. If I'd stayed without their genuine consent, the resentment would have festered like an infected wound. At least this way, most of them actually want me here. Most isn't all. You saw how close the vote was, how divided they still are. I know, but it's enough of a majority to work with. It has to be." She reached for his hand, threading their fingers together. "Dax, if Silverpine does attack, if it comes to actual warfare, I need you to promise me something important. Anything you need. If it looks like they're going to win decisively, if it looks like the pack will be destroyed trying to defend me, you let them take me without further resistance. You don't throw away more lives for pride or principle. You survive and rebuild." Dax's expression hardened immediately. "No, absolutely not. I won't agree to that." "Dax, please. I can't live with knowing people died because of me when surrender could have saved them. And I can't live knowing I handed you over to wolves who'll treat you like nothing more than breeding stock, who'll turn you into a prisoner." He cupped her face gently with both hands. "Besides, it won't come to that. We're stronger than you think. More prepared, and more motivated. You're fighting for basic survival. We're fighting for hope itself. Hope is fragile. It breaks easily. So are you according to every medical assessment? And yet you're still here, still fighting, still carrying life." He leaned his forehead against hers, sharing breath. "We'll get through this somehow. Together." Mira closed her eyes, breathing in his familiar scent, drawing strength from his unwavering certainty. "Stay with me tonight? Just until I fall asleep? I don't want to be alone with my thoughts." "I'll stay as long as you need me, always." He lay down beside her on top of the covers, fully clothed and respectful of boundaries, his arms carefully wrapped around her. Mira pressed back against his solid warmth and strength, feeling safer than she had in days of constant worry. And for the first time since the scout had been captured and interrogated, she slept deeply without nightmares haunting her rest. Chapter 10. The next 2 weeks passed in a blur of intense preparation and steadily growing tension. Ironclaw transformed gradually into something resembling a fortress. Patrols ran constantly in overlapping shifts, wolves trading precious sleep for vigilance and security. The training grounds were occupied from dawn well past dusk. Pack members drilling endlessly in combat formations they desperately hoped they'd never actually need to use. Weapons that had been purely decorative for years were cleaned meticulously, sharpened to razor edges, tested and retested, and Mira found herself integrated into pack life in unexpected ways that surprised everyone, herself included. It started small and seemingly insignificant. A young mother named Sarah approached her hesitantly, asking if Mira could watch her energetic 3-year-old pup for just an hour while she attended mandatory weapons training. Mira had agreed without thinking twice, and found herself sitting in the park with little Tommy, who asked endless questions about absolutely everything from why clouds moved to why grass was green to why the sky changed colors. She'd answered each question patiently, turning curiosity into learning opportunities, and Tommy had declared her his favorite person by the end of the hour. Word spread quickly through the parent network. Soon, other parents were approaching her with similar requests, grateful for someone patient and genuinely kind who could keep their children safely entertained and educated while they prepared for the potential war looming over everything. Mira discovered she had a natural gift for it, could keep 6 or 7 pups of various ages occupied simultaneously with stories and games and activities, teaching valuable lessons without them even realizing they were learning. "You're an absolute natural at this," one of the official pack teachers said, watching with obvious admiration as Mira explained moon phases to a group of fascinated pups using an orange and a flashlight. "We could really use someone with your skills and patience in the school. After the pregnancy and recovery, would you seriously consider teaching here full-time?" The offer made Mira's throat tight with unexpected emotion. "You'd actually trust me with that responsibility? You've already proven yourself beyond any doubt. The pups genuinely love you. Their parents trust you completely, and you have this amazing way of making learning feel like play instead of work." The teacher smiled warmly. "Think about it seriously. The position is absolutely yours if you want it after everything settles." Mira mentioned the teaching offer to Dax that evening over dinner. He'd been working exhausting 12-hour days coordinating complex defense preparations, but he still made dedicated time for their meals together, prioritizing their connection. "That's absolutely wonderful," he said, genuine warmth and pride filling his voice. "You'd be an excellent teacher. It's what you always wanted, isn't it? Your childhood dream?" "Yes, but I never seriously thought I'd get the chance after Silverpine crushed that dream." She looked down at her hands, fingers twisting together nervously. "Everything here still feels temporary and fragile, like it could all disappear in an instant if Silverpine attacks successfully. Then we make absolutely sure it doesn't disappear. We fight with everything we have for what we're building." He reached across the table, taking her hand firmly. "You're not temporary, Mira. You're permanent. Part of this pack, part of this family we're creating. Nothing is going to change that reality." The certainty in his voice made something warm and hopeful bloom in her chest. "You really believe that with absolute conviction." "I know it as surely as I know the sun will rise tomorrow morning. The same way I know these pups will be born healthy." His thumb traced slow, soothing circles on the back of her hand. "You're mine now in all the ways that matter. To protect, to cherish, to build a future with. And I take that responsibility more seriously than anything else in my life." "Mine," Mira repeated softly, testing the word. It should have bothered her, should have triggered all her carefully built defenses about autonomy and control and independence. Instead, it felt fundamentally right, safe in ways she'd never experienced. The second transfusion came right on schedule at week 8. Mira was considerably better prepared this time, knew intellectually what to expect from the process. It was still brutal beyond words, the cramping and fever and hallucinations leaving her completely wrung out and exhausted. But Dax was there through every agonizing moment of it, his hand clasped firmly in hers, his voice grounding her when the visions tried to pull her under into darkness. This time the visions showed her different things, better things. She saw the twins being born, healthy and crying with strong lungs. Saw them as energetic toddlers, running through the forest with other pack children, laughing and playing without any visible sign of the genetic weakness that plagued most primordial offspring. Saw them as teenagers, strong and confident, their abilities far exceeding normal wolves. Saw them grown into adults, carrying the primordial bloodline forward in ways that healed the pack, rather than slowly destroying it. And she saw herself and Dax throughout all of it, older but still together, watching their children and eventually grandchildren with pride and love that had only deepened and strengthened over the passing years. The vision felt less like a hallucination and more like a promise, like the bloodline itself showing her what could be if they just held on through the current crisis. "What did you see this time?" Dax asked during the recovery period, his voice hoarse from the significant blood loss. "The future stretching out ahead, a genuinely good one." She squeezed his hand weakly. The twins were healthy and happy, and we were together through all of it. Something profound flickered in his expression. Together as in both alive, or together as in us, as a couple? Both. We were partners in every sense. Mira met his eyes despite her exhaustion. Is that so impossible to imagine? No, it's just, I didn't think you wanted that kind of future with me. You've been so careful about boundaries, about this being temporary and practical. Maybe I've changed my mind about what I want. Or maybe I'm finally realizing what I actually want versus what I thought I should want. She traced the strong line of his jaw with her free hand. You're good to me, Dax. Better than anyone has ever been in my entire life. And somewhere along the way, this stopped being just about the pregnancy and survival. He turned his head to press a lingering kiss to her palm. For me too. You're not just the mother of my children anymore. You're everything I didn't know I needed. They sat in the recovery room, holding hands carefully, while Dr. Reeves bustled around them with knowing smiles and gentle efficiency. And Mira felt something settle permanently in her chest. Not just contentment, not just safety. Home. She'd found home. A week later, Mira was helping with afternoon pup lessons in the school when Cade came running through the door, his expression urgent enough to stop her mid-sentence. The pups looked up with wide eyes as Mira felt her stomach drop sickeningly. What's wrong? She asked, already fearing the answer. Silverpine envoy at the border requesting immediate negotiations. They want to talk. Cade was already moving back toward the door. Alpha wants you in the meeting immediately. Says you have every right to hear what they're offering. Offering. The word made Mira's skin crawl with instinctive revulsion. She quickly handed off the pups to another teacher and followed Cade to the council hall, where Dax was already in tense conversation with the other elders. He looked up when she entered, visible relief flashing across his features. What do they want? She asked without preamble. To make a deal, apparently. They're sending an official envoy to negotiate terms. The silver-haired councilwoman looked at Mira with cold calculation. This is your chance to prevent a war. Whatever they offer, I strongly suggest you consider it very seriously. I'm not going back to Silverpine, Mira said firmly, setting her jaw. No matter what they offer, no deal will change that. Even if refusing their terms means Ironclaw wolves die defending you, even if your stubbornness costs innocent lives. The councilwoman's voice was sharp and accusatory. Even then, because going back to Silverpine means these pups become their property to control. Means I become breeding stock to be used repeatedly. Means everything we've built here dies anyway, just more slowly and cruelly. Dax moved to stand beside her in solidarity. Mira's right. We listen to what they have to say, hear their terms, but we're not handing her over like property. Make that absolutely clear to the envoy before they even enter our territory. The envoy arrived precisely an hour later under a flag of truce. He was an older wolf, heavily scarred and deadly serious, with the kind of commanding presence that spoke of decades skillfully navigating pack politics and power struggles. Mira recognized him immediately. Garrett, one of the senior Silverpine elders who'd been present during her severing ceremony. Alpha Thornwood, he greeted with formal correctness. Thank you for agreeing to meet under these circumstances. Garrett. Dax's voice was ice cold. State your business clearly. We're here to retrieve our property. The Omega was severed prematurely based on faulty medical information. Now that she's proven fertile, the severing is legally void. I'm not property, Mira said, stepping forward. And the severing was completely legal. You can't just undo it because you've decided I'm useful after all. Garrett looked at her with something like pity mixed with calculation. You were always useful, Mira. We simply didn't recognize it at the time, and we're prepared to admit that error. Come back willingly, and we'll reinstate you as a full member of Silverpine with all rights and privileges. You'll have status, protection, everything you lost. Except autonomy, except choice, except freedom. Mira crossed her arms protectively over her swollen belly. What happens to the pups after they're born? Be honest. Garrett hesitated, clearly weighing his words. They would be raised as Silverpine, given every advantage our pack can provide. And me? Would I be expected to breed again? Produce more primordial pups for your use? Another telling hesitation. Your value to the pack would primarily be in your unique genetics, yes, but you'd be treated well. Honored for your contribution. So breeding stock, exactly what I thought. Mira shook her head firmly. I refuse. I'm staying with Ironclaw. Then you're condemning wolves to die in a war that could be avoided. Silverpine won't accept this refusal. We'll come in overwhelming force if necessary. Dax's power filled the room like a physical presence. And we'll be ready. You want a war over one pregnant Omega? Fine. But know that Ironclaw won't go down easily, and other packs will hear about what you're doing, how you treat severed wolves, how you claim ownership over those you discarded as worthless. Public opinion means nothing compared to genetic survival, Garrett said coldly. Then we have nothing more to discuss. Dax gestured to the door. Cade will escort you back to the border. Tell your Alpha that Mira stays. If he wants her, he'll have to go through every single member of Ironclaw to get her. Garrett stood slowly. This is a mistake, Alpha Thornwood. You're choosing one Omega over the safety of your entire pack. I'm choosing what's right over what's easy. There's a difference. After Garrett left, the council erupted in heated argument. Half wanted to reconsider, to find some compromise. The other half supported Dax's decision. The silver-haired councilwoman was particularly vocal in her criticism. You've just signed our death warrant over an Omega who's been here less than 2 months. I've defended pack sovereignty and basic dignity. If we give in to Silverpine's demands, what's next? Do we hand over any wolf they claim? Do we let larger packs dictate our decisions? Dax's voice was firm. We make a stand here, or we lose who we are as a pack. Pretty philosophy, it won't mean much when we're burying our dead. The meeting dissolved into chaos. Mira slipped out, unable to listen to more arguments about whether she was worth defending. She found herself in the forest, walking without conscious destination, her hands protectively on her belly where the twins kicked and rolled. I'm sorry, she whispered to them. I'm so sorry you're being born into this mess. Don't apologize. Dax's voice came from behind her. She turned to find him leaning against a tree, looking exhausted. None of this is your fault, isn't it? If I'd never come here, if I just accepted my fate in that bookstore apartment and let myself fade away, none of this would be happening, and these pups would have died, and I'd have lost the best thing that's happened to me in years. He moved closer. You're not responsible for Silverpine's greed or their twisted sense of ownership. You're just trying to survive and give your children a chance. Our children, Mira corrected softly. They're ours. Ours, Dax agreed and pulled her into his arms. And we're going to protect them, together. Mira pressed her face against his chest, breathing in his scent, drawing strength from his certainty. What happens now? Now we prepare, we train, we fortify our defenses, and hope Silverpine thinks twice about attacking. He kissed the top of her head. And we trust that the pack we've built is strong enough to weather this storm. Do you really think we can win against superior numbers? I think we have something worth fighting for. That counts for more than numbers. He pulled back to look at her. But Mira, I need you to promise me something. What? If Silverpine attacks, if it comes to actual battle, you stay hidden. You let us fight. You don't try to be a hero. That's what you're asking of me? To hide while others fight for my safety? I'm asking you to protect the pups, to survive no matter what. Because if something happens to you, if Silverpine succeeds in taking you, everything we've built dies with that. Mira wanted to argue, but looking at his face, seeing the fear beneath the determination, she understood. He wasn't asking her to be a coward. He was asking her to be smart. All right, she said quietly. I promise, if it comes to battle, I'll hide. I'll protect the twins. Thank you. He held her close, and Mira felt the tremor run through him. I can't lose you. Not now. Not when I've finally found something worth living for beyond duty and obligation. You won't lose me. We're going to make it through this. She said it with more confidence than she felt. And then we're going to raise these pups and prove everyone wrong about primordial bloodlines. Together, Dax said. Together, Mira agreed. They stood in the forest as the sun set, holding each other, drawing strength from their connection. War was coming. Silverpine wouldn't back down, and Ironclaw wouldn't give in. But standing there with Dax, Feeling the twins move inside her, Mira realized she'd never been less alone in her life. She had a partner who'd fight for her, a pack that had voted to defend her, pups growing strong and healthy. Whatever came next, they'd face it together, and somehow that made even the impossible seem survivable. Chapter 11. They came at dawn on a Tuesday morning, exactly 9 days after Garrett's failed negotiation attempt. Mira woke to the sound of howling, not the normal patrol signals she'd grown accustomed to over the past weeks, but something urgent and terrified that made her blood run cold instantly. She was 10 weeks pregnant now, her belly round and obvious even under loose clothing, the twins so active that their movements sometimes woke her multiple times each night. This morning, it wasn't the pups that had disturbed her precious sleep. The howls were getting closer, more frantic, joined by others in a chorus of alarm that could only mean one thing. Dax was already out of bed before she'd fully processed what was happening, throwing on clothes with the practiced speed of someone who'd trained for emergencies his entire life. His movements were efficient, controlled, but she could see the tension in every line of his body. "Stay here. Lock the door behind me. Don't come out for anyone except me or Cade, no matter what you hear." His voice was alpha command, leaving no room for argument. "What's happening?" Mira asked, though she already knew deep in her bones, could feel it in the way her wolf was howling inside her mind with primitive fear. "Silverpine. They're here. This is the attack we've been preparing for." He grabbed weapons from the closet where he'd been stockpiling them, moved with the efficiency of someone who'd prepared for this exact scenario dozens of times. Knives, a short sword, defensive gear. "Remember your promise. Stay hidden, no matter what. Protect the pups above everything else." "Dax, please be careful. Please come back to us." He crossed to her in 2 long strides, pulled her into a fierce kiss that tasted of desperation and promise and fear. "I love you," he said against her lips. "No matter what happens out there, I love you. I need you to know that." The words hung in the air between them, said for the first time in the worst possible moment. Mira opened her mouth to say them back, to tell him she loved him too, had loved him for weeks now. But he was already gone, the door slamming behind him, his footsteps pounding down the stairs and out into the chaos erupting outside. She locked the door with shaking hands and moved to the window, drawn by morbid need to see what was happening. From the second-floor vantage point, she could see wolves flooding into the compound from multiple entry points. Too many. Far, far too many. Silverpine had brought at least 60 wolves, maybe more. An Ironclaw had barely 180 total, including elderly members and young children. The fighting started immediately, brutal and chaotic. Mira watched in horror as the 2 packs clashed violently in the central square. Dax was in the thick of it almost instantly, his alpha form massive and powerful and terrifying, taking on 3 Silverpine wolves at once with ferocious skill. Cade fought at his side like they'd been training together for this exact scenario, protecting Dax's blind spots, moving in perfect synchronization. The Ironclaw warriors were holding their ground against superior numbers, fighting with the desperation of those defending their homes and families. But they were outnumbered, badly outnumbered, and more Silverpine wolves kept coming, wave after wave of fresh attackers. Mira's hands pressed against the window glass, her breath fogging it as she watched. She should be down there, should be helping somehow, but she'd made a promise, and the twins were moving frantically inside her, agitated by her stress hormones flooding her system. "I'm sorry," she whispered to them, one hand pressed to her stomach. "I'm so sorry you have to feel this." A crash downstairs made her spin around, heart hammering. Someone was in the house. Multiple someones, from the sound of heavy footsteps and shouted orders echoing up the stairwell. "Search every room, check everywhere, she's here somewhere." They were coming for her specifically, not just attacking the pack, hunting her. Mira looked around frantically, her mind racing. The bedroom door was solid but wouldn't hold against determined wolves with superior strength. The window was too high to jump from safely. Not in her condition, not without risking the pups. She needed somewhere to hide immediately, somewhere they wouldn't think to look first. The closet. Not original, but it was deep and lined with Dax's clothes that might conceal her if she pressed far enough back into the darkness. She squeezed inside as quickly as her pregnant body allowed, pulling his shirts and jackets around her like a shield, trying desperately to control her breathing as footsteps pounded up the stairs with purpose. The bedroom door splintered open violently, the lock giving way under force. Through the crack in the closet door, Mira could see 3 silver pine wolves enter aggressively. She recognized one of them immediately, despite the months that had passed. Derek, who'd been part of the patrol that had escorted her to the border after her severing, who'd watched without emotion as they'd thrown her out like garbage. "She's not here," one of them said, checking under the bed with rough movements. "Her scent is fresh. Very fresh. She was here recently, within the last few minutes." Derek moved toward the closet with predatory focus, his nose leading him. Mira held her breath, one hand on her stomach protectively, the other clutching the emergency beacon in her pocket. If they found her, if they tried to take her by force, she'd press it. Dax would come even in the middle of the battle, would fight his way to her. But before Derek could reach the closet door and discover her hiding, an explosion rocked the entire house violently. The windows shattered simultaneously, spraying glass everywhere in a deadly rain. The floor shook. The walls cracked. The silver pine wolves cursed viciously and ran back toward the stairs, shouting about bombs or grenades. Mira waited in the closet, counting to 100 slowly, while her heart hammered, before emerging cautiously. The bedroom was completely destroyed, glass covering every surface like deadly snow. She could smell smoke, acrid and growing stronger. The house was on fire, flames spreading rapidly from below. She had to get out, had to escape before the fire trapped her or the smoke overcame her. The stairs were already impassable when she checked, flames licking hungrily up from the first floor, smoke billowing thick and black. But there was a balcony off Dax's bedroom next door. If she could reach it quickly, she could maybe climb down using the trellis he'd mentioned once grew up the side of the house. Mira moved as quickly as her pregnant body allowed, coughing as smoke filled her lungs and made her eyes water. She reached Dax's room, stumbled onto the balcony gasping for fresh air, and looked down. The drop was maybe 15 feet to the ground below. Manageable for a normal wolf in good condition, potentially fatal for someone 10 weeks pregnant carrying twins, but staying meant burning to death or suffocating. The choice was simple, even if terrifying. She grabbed the trellis with both hands, testing it carefully before committing her weight. It seemed sturdy enough, had probably been there for decades. She started to climb down slowly, moving as carefully as possible despite the urgency screaming at her to hurry. Halfway down, the old wood groaned ominously and gave way without warning. Mira fell, hitting the ground hard enough to knock all the wind from her lungs in a painful rush. Pain shot through her abdomen instantly. Sharp, intense, fundamentally wrong. The twins weren't moving anymore, had gone completely still. "No," she gasped, struggling to breathe through the pain. "No, please, no, not the pups. Please, not the pups." She struggled to her feet with tremendous effort. One hand pressed desperately to her stomach and stumbled toward the forest. Away from the fighting, away from the fire. She needed to find safety, needed to protect the pups, needed help immediately. But the pain was getting progressively worse with each step. Cramping that felt completely different from the transfusion discomfort. Wet warmth spreading down her legs that could only be one thing. Blood. She was bleeding. Mira made it to the tree line before her legs gave out entirely. She collapsed against a trunk, breathing hard, trying desperately not to panic, even as terror clawed at her throat. The beacon. She still had the emergency beacon clutched in her hand. She pressed it with shaking fingers, hoping Dax would see the signal, would come. And then darkness swallowed everything. Mira woke to voices. Female voices, urgent and professional, words she couldn't quite parse through the fog. "Blood pressure dropping dangerously fast. I need more hands here right now." "The pups? What about the pups?" "Both heartbeats are there, but weak. Extremely weak. We need to stabilize her first, or we'll lose all 3 of them." "Dr. Reeves." That was Dr. Reeves's voice cutting through the darkness. Mira tried to open her eyes but couldn't manage it, her eyelids too heavy. Everything hurt. Her entire abdomen felt like it was being torn apart from the inside, shredded by invisible claws. "Dax!"
she managed to whisper through cracked lips. "He's coming. He got your beacon signal. Just hold on, Mira. Stay with us. Don't you dare leave us now." Time became strange and fluid. Mira drifted in and out of consciousness like waves on a shore. Sometimes she heard fighting in the distance, screams and howls. Sometimes silence broken only by medical equipment beeping. Once she thought she heard Dax's voice, desperate and broken and pleading, but it might have been a dream or hallucination. When she finally managed to fully wake, swimming up through layers of drugged sleep, the room was quiet. She was in the medical facility, she realized slowly, recognizing the familiar ceiling. Tubes and wires connected her to various machines that beeped and hummed. Her stomach was still round, still there. The pups had survived the fall. "You're awake." Dr. Reeves appeared at her bedside almost instantly, looking exhausted but relieved. "Thank God. How do you feel?"
"Like I fell off a building and got run over by a truck."
Mira's voice was hoarse, painful.
"The pups? Are they okay?"
"Alive. Both heartbeats are strong now, back to normal ranges. But Mira, you have a placental abruption. Part of the placenta separated from your uterine wall when you fell. It's a serious complication. We've managed to stabilize it with medication and complete bed rest, but you're on absolute bed rest from now until delivery. No exceptions." "How long was I unconscious? How long have I been here?" 18 hours. The attack was yesterday morning." Dr. Reeves checked the monitors carefully, adjusting something Mira couldn't see. "Silverpine retreated after one of our wolves managed to set off explosives near their command center. We held them off, but the cost was high. Very high."
"Casualties?"
Mira almost didn't want to know.
12 dead on our side. 23 injured seriously enough to require extended treatment. The Alpha's house is completely destroyed, burned to the foundation."
The doctor's expression was grave with sorrow. "But we won, Mira. They retreated and we're still standing. That's what matters."
"Where's Dax? Is he hurt?"
"Dealing with the aftermath, coordinating cleanup efforts, tending to the wounded and grieving families. He's been in and out every hour to check on you, hasn't slept since the attack." Dr. Reeves smiled gently. "He loves you very much. That much is obvious to everyone who sees him with you."
Before Mira could respond, the door burst open and Dax strode in. He looked terrible, worse than she'd ever seen him. Covered in cuts and bruises that were still healing slowly, his clothes torn and blood-stained despite obviously being changed recently. But he was alive and whole and here.
"You're awake," he said, and his voice broke completely. "Thank God you're awake. I thought when I found you in the forest, I thought I'd lost you both."
Dr. Reeves quietly left, closing the door gently behind her to give them privacy. Dax crossed to the bed in 3 long strides and took Mira's hand carefully, like she might shatter at rough touch.
"I'm sorry," he said, the words tumbling out. "I'm so sorry. I should have been there. Should have protected you better. Should have anticipated they'd target the house. You were fighting a war. You couldn't be everywhere at once."
Mira squeezed his hand with what little strength she had. "The pups are okay. We're okay. We survived."
"You fell off a balcony, from the 2nd floor. You could have died. The pups could have died." His jaw clenched, muscles working. "If I'd lost you, if I'd lost them, I don't know what I would have done. I can't lose you."
"But you didn't lose us. We're here. We're alive. We survived." She met his eyes directly. "You told me you loved me. Right before you left for the battle." Dax's expression softened immediately. "I did. I do. I've been in love with you for weeks now. I just didn't know how to say it. Didn't know if you felt the same way." "I love you too," Mira said, watching relief and joy flood his exhausted features. "I think I have been for a while. I was just too scared to admit it, too afraid of losing something else." He leaned down and kissed her gently, carefully, like she was precious beyond measure, like she might break. "When you're recovered, when the pups are born healthy and you're healed completely, I want to do this properly. Court you the way you deserve. Make you my mate officially in front of the whole pack." "I'd like that very much," Mira whispered. They stayed like that, foreheads pressed together, sharing breath, until Dr. Reeves knocked politely and announced visiting hours were over, and Mira needed rest. Dax kissed her once more, promised to return as soon as he possibly could, and left reluctantly. After he left, Mira lay in the hospital bed, her hands on her stomach, feeling the twins move sluggishly. They'd survived the attack, survived the fall. They were fighters, just like their parents. Now they just had to survive the next few critical weeks until birth. Chapter 12. Bed rest turned out to be torture for someone who'd spent her entire life being useful. Mira was confined strictly to the medical facility, not allowed to walk more than a few careful steps to the bathroom with assistance. Dr. Reeves monitored her constantly, checking vitals and fetal heartbeats every few hours without fail. The placental abruption had stabilized with medication and rest, but any stress or exertion could cause it to worsen catastrophically. "Think of it as practice for motherhood," Dr. Reeves said cheerfully during one examination. "Soon you'll have 2 pups demanding constant attention around the clock. Enjoy the rest while you can get it."
"I'd enjoy it more if I could actually move," Mira grumbled, shifting uncomfortably. "I feel useless just lying here."
"You're growing 2 healthy pups. That's hardly useless. That's the most important job in the pack right now."
The pack came to visit and organize shifts that Dr. Reeves carefully controlled to avoid overwhelming her patient. Young mothers brought their energetic pups to sit quietly with her, the children drawing elaborate pictures and telling rambling stories about their adventures. The teachers brought books and lesson plans, asking her opinion on curriculum choices and teaching methods. Even some of the wolves who'd voted against her staying initially came by, offering awkward apologies and heartfelt gratitude for what she'd endured. Marcus surprised her most of all. He appeared one afternoon carrying something carefully wrapped in soft cloth, his expression uncomfortable but determined.
"For the pups," he said gruffly, unwrapping a beautifully carved wooden wolf. "My brother used to carve these. Taught me the craft before he died in the wars. Figured your children should have something handmade from our pack, something to remember where they came from."
Mira took the carving reverently, turning it over in her hands. It was exquisite, detailed, showing a wolf in mid-howl with perfect anatomical precision. "This is beautiful. Thank you so much."
"I was wrong about you," Marcus said, the words clearly difficult. "Completely wrong. You're not the enemy. You never were. And you fought to protect these pups even when it nearly cost you everything you had." He met her eyes directly. "You're pack now. Really, truly pack. And I'm honored to have you here."
After he left, Mira set the carving carefully on her bedside table and cried. Happy tears, relieved tears, grateful tears. She'd finally found complete acceptance.
Dax visited every single day, multiple times when his crushing schedule allowed.
He'd pull a chair up close to her bedside and tell her about the reconstruction efforts in exhaustive detail. The Alpha's house was being rebuilt from the foundation up, bigger this time, with a nursery already designed with input from the pack's best craftspeople. The defensive fortifications were being significantly strengthened with lessons learned from the attack. And there'd been no sign whatsoever of Silverpine's scouts since the battle.
"We captured 3 of their wolves during the fighting," he said one evening, his voice tired. "Under questioning, they confirmed Silverpine lost badly. 15 dead on their side, over 30 injured seriously. They're not in any position to attack again anytime soon. Maybe never."
"And when they recover? When they rebuild their strength?" Mira asked.
"We'll be ready. We know their tactics intimately now. Know their weak points and attack patterns." He took her hand gently. "But honestly, I don't think they'll try again. The cost was too devastatingly high for uncertain gain. They lost too many good wolves. I hope you're right. I hope this is over."
At 11 weeks, Mira had her next ultrasound. Dr. Reeves wheeled the bulky machine into her room personally, and Dax was there to watch every moment, his hand gripping hers.
"Both pups are measuring perfectly," Dr. Reeves said, moving the wand slowly over Mira's belly. "Despite all the trauma your body endured, they're absolutely thriving. Look closely. You can see distinct features now." On the screen, Mira could make out tiny hands with individual fingers, the curve of delicate spines, the shape of heads. Her children. real and growing and almost ready to be born into the world.
How much longer until delivery? Dax asked.
Based on their current development rate, I'd estimate 2 to 3 weeks maximum. Primordial pregnancies typically deliver around 12 to 13 weeks total gestation. But with the placental abruption complicating things, we might need to induce early if there are any warning signs of complications.
2 to 3 weeks, Mira repeated, the reality hitting her. That's so incredibly soon.
Are you scared? Dax asked gently after Dr. Reeves left them alone.
Terrified.
What if something goes catastrophically wrong during delivery? What if they're born with the degradation issues despite everything? What if I'm not a good mother? What if I don't know what to do? You'll be an amazing mother. I've watched you with the pups here, seen how patient and kind you are. You're exactly what they'll need. He kissed her knuckles softly. And whatever challenges come, whatever difficulties we face, we'll face them together. You're not alone anymore.
Together, Mira agreed, the word feeling like a promise. That night, Mira had another vision. Not from a transfusion this time, not induced by primordial blood. Just a dream that felt prophetic and true.
She saw the birth in vivid detail. Saw herself pushing, screaming, Dax holding her hand through it all and whispering encouragement. Saw 2 pups emerge one after another, both crying lustily with healthy lungs. Saw Dr. Reeves's face light up with pure wonder as she examined them thoroughly. No degradation markers anywhere, the doctor said in the vision. They're perfect, completely, utterly healthy. This is a miracle. And then the vision shifted forward rapidly through time. She saw the twins as toddlers, shifting for the first time without pain or difficulty. Their transformations smooth and complete. Saw them as teenagers, strong and confident and whole. Saw them as adults, leaders in their own right, carrying the primordial bloodline forward. Saw the bloodline finally healed after generations of suffering. Mira woke with tears streaming down her face. It was going to be okay. Everything was going to be okay. A week later, at exactly 12 weeks pregnant, Mira woke to cramping. Not the sharp pain from the fall, but rhythmic contractions that made her gasp and reach for the call button. "Dr. Reeves!" she called urgently. The doctor arrived within 2 minutes, took one professional look at Mira, and started issuing rapid orders. "Get the alpha immediately. Prep the delivery room. This is happening now." "Now? But it's too early. You said 2 to 3 weeks still." "Primordial pregnancies are unpredictable by nature. Your body is ready, the pups are ready. We're doing this now." Everything became a controlled blur of movement. Mira was wheeled rapidly to the delivery room. Dax appeared looking panicked but determined, clearly pulled from important work. Dr. Reeves was everywhere at once, checking monitors, giving calm instructions to her team. "I can't do this!" Mira gasped between increasingly strong contractions. "It's too much! I'm not ready!" "You can," Dax said firmly, his voice full of absolute conviction. "You're the strongest person I know. You survived a severing, a fall, an attack. You can do this." The pain was unlike anything Mira had experienced. Worse than the transfusions, worse than the fall, worse than anything she could have imagined. But every time she wanted to give up, wanted to quit, she thought about the vision. About healthy pups. About a healed bloodline. About the future. "Push!" Dr. Reeves commanded. "One more big push, Mira. You're almost there." Mira pushed with everything she had left. And then she heard it. Crying. A baby crying with strong, healthy lungs. "It's a boy," Dr. Reeves said with obvious joy, holding up a squirming, perfect pup. "And he's absolutely beautiful." They placed him on Mira's chest immediately, and she looked down at her son through tears. Dark hair, amber eyes already open and alert and curious. He was perfect. Absolutely perfect. "One more," Dr. Reeves said. "Twin B is coming. I need you to push again." 5 minutes later, their daughter arrived. Smaller than her brother, but just as perfect, with the same dark hair and amber eyes that would mark them as primordial. Mira held both pups, one in each arm, and looked up at Dax. He was crying openly, tears streaming down his face as he looked at his children with wonder. "They're perfect," he whispered reverently. "They're absolutely perfect." Dr. Reeves examined both pups thoroughly, while they cried their loud protest at being handled. When she finally finished her examination, Her expression was one of pure wonder and disbelief. No degradation markers, no genetic abnormalities. Both pups are completely, perfectly healthy. She looked at Mira and Dax with shining eyes. You did it. You've proven primordial pregnancies can succeed. These pups are going to change everything for wolf packs everywhere. The news spread through the pack like wildfire racing through dry grass. Within hours, wolves were gathering outside the medical facility, wanting desperately to see the miracle pups. The council arrived together, their usually stern faces filled with hope for the first time in years. The silver-haired councilwoman approached Mira's bedside slowly, her expression softer than Mira had ever seen it in all their interactions. I owe you a sincere apology, she said quietly. I fought against you being here from the beginning. Thought you were a risk not worth taking. But you've given us something precious. You've given us hope, given us a viable future. I just wanted my children to live, Mira said simply, looking down at the sleeping pups in her arms. You've given all our children a real chance to live. The bloodline can be healed. The degradation can be reversed. This changes everything. The councilwoman smiled genuinely. Thank you, from all of us. That night, finally alone with Dax and their sleeping children, Mira felt deep peace settle over her for the first time in months. The pups were healthy. The pack was safe. And she had a family who loved her unconditionally. What should we name them? Dax asked softly, gently touching his daughter's tiny, perfect hand. I was thinking Lissa for her, Mira said. After your great-grandmother who started everything. And Marcus for him. Dax looked at her in surprise. Marcus? After the wolf who fought so hard against you? He came around in the end, gave us this beautiful carving and his complete acceptance. I want to honor that journey. Want to show that forgiveness and second chances matter deeply. Lissa and Marcus, Dax repeated, testing the names. Perfect, absolutely perfect names for perfect pups. He leaned down and kissed her tenderly. Thank you for fighting, for surviving, for giving me this family I never thought I'd have. Thank you for giving me a home, Mira replied. For seeing me as more than my Omega status. For loving me when I felt unlovable. Always, Dax promised. As Mira drifted off to exhausted sleep, her children safe in their bassinets beside her bed, Dax watching over them all protectively, she thought about how far she'd come. From a worthless Omega in Silverpine to a cherished mother and mate in Ironclaw. From hopeless to hopeful. From alone to surrounded by love. The journey had been terrifying and painful beyond measure. But looking at her children, at the man she loved, at the future stretching out before them, bright and promising, she knew it had all been worth it. All. Every moment of pain, every risk taken, every sacrifice made. Worth it. Chapter 13. The first week with newborn twins was nothing like Mira had imagined during her pregnancy. In her romanticized daydreams over the past months, she'd pictured peaceful moments of bonding, quiet feedings, and sweet baby sounds filling their home. The reality was far more chaotic and infinitely more exhausting than any fantasy could possibly have prepared her for. Books and advice from other mothers hadn't come close to capturing the overwhelming nature of caring for two infants simultaneously. Lissa and Marcus had extraordinarily powerful lungs and weren't at all afraid to use them at full volume. They seemed to take perfectly coordinated turns crying, ensuring Mira and Dax got almost no consecutive sleep longer than an hour or two. When one finally settled after extensive rocking and soothing, the other would wake within minutes, screaming for food or comfort or seemingly no reason at all. Mira had never been so bone-deep tired in her entire life, not even during the worst days after her severing when depression had made everything feel heavy. The exhaustion was a physical thing she could feel in every muscle, every bone. Her eyes burned constantly from lack of sleep. Her body ached from the endless cycle of feeding, changing, rocking, soothing. There were moments, usually at 3 a.m, when both pups were crying and she was running on empty, when she wondered if she could actually do this. But she'd also never been happier in her entire life, because despite the chaos and exhaustion, despite the overwhelming nature of new motherhood, every moment with her children felt like a gift. When Marcus would finally settle against her chest, his tiny heart beating against hers. when Lissa would stare up at her with those amber eyes, tracking her face with increasing focus. When they both slept peacefully, their small bodies rising and falling with each breath. Those moments made everything worth it. "They're perfect," she whispered one night, holding Marcus while Dax fed Lissa. The pups were 2 weeks old now, and Mira was finally getting the hang of juggling 2 infants simultaneously. Even when they're screaming at 3 a.m. Perfect and extremely loud, Dax agreed, but his voice was soft with love. I never knew something so small could produce that much volume. They'd moved into temporary quarters while the new Alpha house was being completed. The space was smaller than ideal, but cozy, with a nursery that the pack had helped furnish. Every day brought gifts from pack members, hand-carved toys, knitted blankets, clothes in various sizes. The outpouring of support was overwhelming in the best possible way. Dr. Reeves visited daily to check on the twins, documenting every milestone with meticulous care. At 2 weeks old, both pups had already shown remarkable development. Their eyes tracked movement with unusual focus for newborns. Their grip strength was impressive, and most importantly, they showed absolutely no signs of the genetic degradation that plagued most primordial offspring. "They're thriving beyond my wildest projections," Dr. Reeves said during one examination, listening to Marcus's steady heartbeat. "I'm going to publish a paper on this pregnancy with your permission. Other packs need to know null omegas are the key to reversing degradation." "Will that put Mira in danger?" Dax asked immediately, his protective instincts flaring. "If other packs know what she is, they might try what Silverpine did. I'll keep her identity anonymous. Focus on the genetics and the medical protocols we followed." Dr. Reeves smiled. "But yes, this information needs to spread. There are packs out there dying slowly, just like we were. They deserve hope too." Mira thought about that conversation for days. She'd never considered herself important before, had spent years believing she was worthless. Now her biology, her very existence, could save entire packs from extinction. The weight of that responsibility felt enormous. "You don't have to save everyone," Dax said when she confessed her thoughts. They were in the nursery, watching the twins sleep peacefully for once. "You've already done more than anyone could ask. You saved our pack, that's enough. But what if it's not? What if there are other Omegas like me out there, severed and hopeless, not knowing they could be the answer their packs desperately need? Then we'll find a way to spread the information carefully. But Mira, you need to heal first. You need to bond with our children. The rest of the world can wait." He was right, of course. Mira was still recovering from the birth and the trauma of the attack. Her body was healing slowly, the placental abruption resolved, but leaving her weaker than normal. Dr. Reeves had prescribed complete rest for at least another month, which was nearly impossible with infant twins. The pack helped. Young mothers took turns coming by to assist with feedings and diaper changes, sharing their own experiences and advice. The teachers brought quiet activities to keep Mira's mind engaged during endless feeding sessions. Even the council members stopped by occasionally, though their visits were briefer and more formal. Marcus, the wolf she'd named her son after, became a regular visitor. He'd arrive every few days with something new he'd carved: a rattle, a mobile for the cribs, small toys shaped like forest animals. Watching this gruff warrior transform into a gentle craftsman was one of Mira's unexpected joys. "My brother would have loved them," he said one afternoon, holding baby Marcus carefully. "He always wanted pups of his own. Didn't get the chance before Silverpine killed him." "I'm sorry," Mira said quietly. "I wish things had been different, that the wars had never happened." "Me too. But we can't change the past. We can only build a better future." He looked down at the pup in his arms. These two represent that future, a world where primordial wolves can thrive instead of just survive. At 3 weeks old, the twins had their first shifting incident. Mira woke one morning to find Marcus had partially shifted in his sleep, tiny claws extending from his fingers, soft fur sprouting along his arms. She'd panicked initially, remembering horrible stories of pups who shifted too early and got stuck painfully between forms, or worse, who died from the strain on their underdeveloped bodies. Her heart had hammered as she'd stared at her son, watching the fur ripple across his skin. Should she wake Dax? Call Dr. Reeves? Try to shift him back somehow? The panic made it hard to think clearly. But Dr. Reeves, when she arrived within minutes of Mira's frantic call, assured her it was completely normal, even healthy. Primordial pups often show early shifting signs. It's part of what makes them powerful, what sets them apart from regular wolves. As long as they shift back naturally within a few hours, there's absolutely nothing to worry about. In fact, it's a good sign of strong genetics. Marcus shifted back within the hour, sleeping peacefully through the entire process as if nothing unusual had happened. Lissa followed suit 2 days later, her shift even smoother and faster than her brother's, transitioning from human to partial wolf form and back in less than 30 minutes. Watching them shift, seeing the primordial power flow through their tiny bodies so easily, Mira felt a profound sense of awe. These were her children. She'd created them, grown them, brought them into the world, and they were extraordinary in ways she was only beginning to understand. They're remarkable, Dax said, watching Lissa's tiny wolf ears disappear as she returned to human form. I've never seen pups this young have such control. Is it the null omega genetics or the primordial bloodline asserting itself? Probably both. The combination creates something stronger than either alone. He pulled Mira close, careful of her still healing body. You've given them an incredible gift. We gave them that gift together. The new Alpha house was completed when the twins were 4 weeks old. It was magnificent, larger and more impressive than the previous structure that had burned, with modern security features integrated seamlessly into traditional architecture. Large windows overlooked the forest, filling every room with natural light that changed throughout the day. The security system was state-of-the-art, with cameras and sensors that would alert them to any threat. Reinforced walls could withstand attack. Emergency exits had been built into every room. But despite all the security measures, the house felt warm and welcoming rather than fortress-like. The main living areas were open and airy, designed for family life rather than just official pack business. The kitchen was huge, meant for cooking meals for large gatherings. And the nursery was everything Mira had dreamed of. It took her breath away when she first saw it completed. The walls were painted in soft colors, sage green and pale yellow, soothing rather than stimulating. Large windows overlooked the forest, positioned so the twins could watch the trees and wildlife as they grew. The walls were decorated with the carved animals Marcus had made, each one a work of art, and there were 2 cribs instead of 1. Beautiful pieces made by pack craftsmen, positioned so the twins could see each other, but have their own space. A rocking chair sat by the window, perfect for late-night feedings. Shelves lined one wall, already filling with gifts from pack members. Books, toys, clothes in various sizes. Everything a growing family could need. It's perfect, Mira whispered, standing in the doorway with Lissa sleeping in her arms. I never imagined I'd have something like this. It's home, Dax corrected gently, coming up beside her with Marcus. Our home. For our family. For as long as we want it. The emphasis on choice, on want, rather than obligation, made Mira's eyes sting with grateful tears. This wasn't assigned housing or charity. This was a home they'd chosen, a life they were building together by mutual decision. Moving day was a pack affair. Wolves of all ages helped carry furniture and supplies, setting up the house with efficient care. The young mothers organized the nursery. The warriors installed security systems. The elders blessed each room with traditional ceremonies Mira was still learning about. That night, after everyone had left and the twins were finally asleep in their new cribs, Dax pulled Mira onto the balcony. The view was spectacular, showing the entire territory spread out below them bathed in moonlight. I have something for you, he said, reaching into his pocket. Mira's heart started racing. She knew what was coming, had been expecting it for weeks. But the reality still made her nervous in the best way. Dax pulled out a pendant on a silver chain. It was beautiful, clearly handmade, showing 2 wolves intertwined. The craftsmanship was exquisite. In our pack, this is how we formalize mate bonds, he explained. I'm not asking you to marry me in the human sense, though we can do that too if you want. I'm asking you to be my mate officially, my partner in everything, to build this life together permanently. Yes, Mira said without hesitation. Yes to all of it. He fastened the pendant around her neck carefully, his fingers gentle on her skin. "The ceremony will be in 2 weeks, during the full moon. The whole pack will witness our bond." "I can't wait." He kissed her then, deep and tender, and Mira felt complete in a way she never had before. She had a home, a family, a future. Everything she'd thought was impossible 6 months ago. The next morning brought unexpected visitors. 3 wolves Mira didn't recognize appeared at the border, requesting an audience with the alpha. They looked travel-worn and desperate, their clothes dusty from long journeys. Dax met with them in his office while Mira cared for the twins. When he returned hours later, his expression was troubled. "What's wrong?" she asked immediately. "They're from a pack in the mountains, 3 days' travel from here. They've heard rumors about the twins, about a successful primordial pregnancy. They came to ask for help." "What kind of help?" "Their pack is dying. They've had no successful births in 2 years, and the pups they do manage to carry to term die within weeks. They're desperate." He sat down heavily. "They have a null omega. Didn't know what she was until they heard about you. Now they're wondering if she could be their answer like you were ours." Mira's mind raced. Another null omega, another pack on the verge of extinction. "What did you tell them?" "That I'd discuss it with you. This isn't just my decision. Your story, your genetics, they're part of this." "We should help them," Mira said immediately. "If we have information that could save them, how can we not share it? It could be dangerous. If word spreads too far, if the wrong packs find out, you could become a target again. I'm willing to take that risk. I can't let other wolves suffer when we have answers." She looked down at the sleeping twins. "They deserve the same chance Lissa and Marcus have." Dax studied her for a long moment. "You're sure?" "Completely sure. Then we'll help them, but carefully, with protections in place." Over the next week, Dax worked closely with Dr. Reeves to compile their complete protocols and findings into a comprehensive document. They documented everything in meticulous detail, from the initial discovery of Mira's null omega status to the transfusions, the dietary requirements, the medical monitoring, the complications, and how they were managed. It was thorough, scientific, and potentially life-saving for packs desperate enough to try something radical. The Mountain Pack's representatives returned exactly 1 week later with their omega, a young woman named Sarah, who looked as hopeless and broken as Mira had felt 6 months ago in that bookstore apartment. She was thin, almost gaunt, with dark circles under her eyes and a defeated slump to her shoulders that Mira recognized intimately. "Thank you for seeing us," Sarah said quietly when they met. "I know you have no reason to help after what you went through, but our pack is dying. We've had no successful births in over 2 years, and the pups we do manage to carry to term die within weeks. I'm the last omega of breeding age, and everyone's given up hope that I can carry successfully." Mira's heart ached for this woman, for the pain she could see so clearly. "I understand what you're feeling. The hopelessness, the sense of being broken and useless. I felt that way for years. But you're not broken. You have these beautiful, healthy pups." Sarah looked at the twins with longing. "How did you do it? How did you go from severed and dying to this?" "With help. With someone who saw my value when I couldn't. With a doctor who understood the science. And with a lot of luck." Mira gestured to the chairs. "Sit. Let Dr. Reeves explain everything." They spent 2 full days going over the information, Dr. Reeves explaining the complex medical processes in detail, while Sarah listened with growing hope, and the Mountain Pack representatives took careful notes. They covered the initial blood work that had revealed Mira's null omega status, the careful matching with Dax's primordial genetics, the weekly transfusions and their side effects, the dietary changes needed to support the pregnancy, the monitoring protocols that had kept both mother and pups safe. "This could actually work?" Sarah asked on the second day, touching her stomach protectively with trembling hands. "I could actually have healthy pups, not watch them die like all the others?" Her voice broke on the last words, and Mira saw the grief there. This woman had lost children, had watched them die because her body couldn't sustain primordial pregnancies. The same fate that would have befallen Mira if she hadn't found Dax and this pack. "There are no guarantees in any pregnancy," Dr. Reeves said honestly, her voice kind but firm. But based on Mira's successful pregnancy, yes, I believe you have a real chance if you follow the protocols exactly. The key is finding a compatible primordial alpha and adhering to every detail we've outlined. The transfusions, the dietary requirements, the monitoring, all of it matters. Our alpha is primordial. That's why the degradation hit our pack so hard over the past generation. Sarah looked at Mira with something like awe mixed with gratitude. Thank you for being brave enough to try this when you had no guarantees. For risking everything. For giving us hope when we'd lost all of it. I didn't do it alone, Mira said, taking Sarah's hand. I had Dax and Dr. Reeves and eventually an entire pack supporting me. You'll need the same. A partner who sees you as more than breeding stock, medical support who understands the science, and a pack willing to protect you while you're vulnerable. We have all of that now. Our new alpha, he's different from the old one. He values every pack member, doesn't see us as tools or resources. He'll support this. Sarah squeezed Mira's hand. Can I ask you something personal? Of course. Were you scared the whole time? Terrified, Mira admitted. Every day brought new fears. That the pregnancy would fail, that the pups would have degradation issues, that Silverpine would take me back, that I'd lose everything. Fear was constant. How did you keep going? I focused on one day at a time. One transfusion, one doctor's appointment, one small victory. And I leaned on the people around me when it got too heavy to bear alone. Mira smiled. You can do this, Sarah. You're stronger than you know. After they left, Mira felt a sense of purpose she'd never experienced before. She wasn't just a mother anymore. She was proof that the impossible could happen, that change was possible. You're going to change the wolf world, Dax said that night, holding her close. One pack at a time. We're going to change it, Mira corrected. Together. Chapter 14. The mating ceremony was scheduled for the next full moon, exactly 2 weeks after Dax's heartfelt proposal on their balcony. Mira had never been to a wolf mating ceremony before in her life. In Silverpine, such events were reserved exclusively for important pack members with status and influence, and as a worthless, infertile Omega, she'd never been invited to witness one. The ceremonies had happened without her, celebrations she heard about secondhand but never experienced. Now she was the center of one, the focus of an entire pack's attention and celebration, and the enormity of it made her anxious despite her overwhelming excitement. The contrast between her past and present felt almost surreal. 6 months ago, she'd been invisible, unwanted, counting down the days until her body gave up entirely. Now she was about to be formally mated to an alpha, celebrated by hundreds of wolves, recognized and valued. The transformation still felt impossible sometimes. It's not complicated, Cade assured her during one of his visits. He'd become something of a friend over the months, his initial hostility completely transformed into genuine affection. You and Dax will stand before the pack under the full moon. You'll exchange vows and marks. And then everyone celebrates with way too much food and dancing. Marks? Mating marks. Small scars here. He touched the side of his neck. They're symbolic, showing the bond is permanent. It doesn't hurt much, and they heal into beautiful patterns. Mira touched her own neck, imagining wearing Dax's mark. The idea should have frightened her, should have triggered all her fears about belonging and ownership. Instead, it felt right, like coming home. The pack threw themselves into preparation with enthusiasm Mira found overwhelming. The central square was decorated with flowers and lights. A feast was planned that would feed hundreds. Traditional ceremonial robes were commissioned, deep blue for Dax and silver for Mira, colors representing their respective roles in the pack hierarchy. You don't have to do anything except show up and look beautiful, the head cook told her when Mira tried to help with preparations. Let the pack honor you. You've earned it. The twins were now 5 weeks old and growing rapidly. They'd started making more sounds beyond crying, little coos and gurgles that melted Mira's heart. Lissa had discovered her hands and spent long periods staring at them in fascination. Marcus had the strongest grip Mira had ever felt in a pup so young. They're going to be powerful, Dr. Reeves said during a routine checkup. Their development is weeks ahead of normal primordial pups. The null omega genetics combined with your bloodline, Dax, it's created something extraordinary. Are they safe? Mira asked. the worry that never quite left her surfacing. Will other packs try to take them? We've increased security significantly, and word has spread about what happened with Silverpine. Most packs won't risk open warfare over genetic potential. Dax pulled her close. But we'll always be vigilant, always protect them. 2 days before the ceremony, Mira received an unexpected message. It came through the Rogue network, the same channels she'd used to find Dax months ago. The sender was anonymous, but the content made her blood run cold. Silverpine wants to negotiate. They're willing to formally recognize your severance and relinquish all claims in exchange for access to your medical protocols. No violence, no threats, just information sharing. Mira showed the message to Dax immediately. His expression darkened as he read. "It's a trap," he said flatly. "They attack us, lose badly, and now they want to negotiate? I don't believe it." But what if it's real? What if they're genuinely desperate enough to try peace? Mira touched the pendant at her neck. "We shared the protocols with the Mountain Pack. Why not Silverpine?" "Because Silverpine tried to kidnap you, tried to make you breeding stock. They killed 12 of our wolves." His voice was hard. "They don't deserve our help." "Maybe not, but their innocent pack members do. The Omegas who are dying in failed pregnancies, the pups born sick. They didn't choose their leadership." Dax was quiet for a long time, wrestling with the decision. Finally, he sighed. "If we do this, it's on our terms. They come here unarmed with only their healers. We share the information in a controlled environment, and if they try anything at all, we end them." "Agreed." The response was sent. 3 days after the mating ceremony, Silverpine healers would be permitted to visit under strict conditions. It was a risk, but one Mira felt was worth taking. The night before the ceremony, Mira couldn't sleep. She stood on the balcony of their new home, watching the moon rise, feeling the weight of everything that had happened. 6 months ago, she'd been dying in a bookstore apartment, hopeless and alone. Now she had everything she'd ever dreamed of and more. "Nervous?" Dax asked, joining her. "A little. What if I mess up the vows? What if I say something wrong?" "There's no wrong way to pledge yourself to someone you love." He wrapped his arms around her from behind, careful and gentle. "Just speak from your heart. That's all anyone expects." "I love you," Mira said. "I don't think I say it enough, but I do. So much it scares me sometimes." "I love you too. You've given me a family, a future, hope. You've changed everything." They stood like that for a long time, holding each other under the rising moon, until the twins woke crying for their midnight feeding. The ceremony day dawned clear and beautiful, the sky a perfect blue without a single cloud. Mira spent the morning with the pack's females, being prepared according to ancient traditions she was only now learning. They braided delicate wildflowers into her hair, each bloom carefully chosen for symbolic meaning she didn't fully understand yet. They applied ceremonial marks with natural dyes made from berries and roots, painting intricate patterns on her arms and face. And they dressed her in the silver robes that caught the light like water, shimmering with every movement. The preparation ritual itself felt sacred, these women who'd once been strangers now treating her with reverence and warmth. They sang traditional songs in voices that harmonized beautifully, the melodies unfamiliar but moving. They shared stories of their own mating ceremonies, offering advice and reassurance when they saw her nervousness. "You look like a queen," one of the young mothers said, adjusting the pendant Dax had given her so it caught the light perfectly. "Alpha Thornwood is a lucky wolf to have found you." "I'm the lucky one," Mira replied honestly, her voice thick with emotion. "I never thought I'd have any of this. A mate, children, a pack that accepts me. I spent so long believing I was worthless." "You were never worthless," the woman said firmly. "Silverpine was wrong about you. We all see that now. You're exactly where you're supposed to be." As sunset approached, the pack gathered in the central square. Hundreds of wolves, all dressed in their finest, creating a sea of expectant faces. Mira's heart pounded as she was led to the ceremonial platform where Dax waited. He looked magnificent in his blue robes, his alpha power making the air shimmer around him. When he saw her, his expression transformed into something so loving it took her breath away. The ceremony began with traditional songs, haunting melodies in the old language that Mira was still learning. Then the elder who'd been so hostile initially stepped forward to officiate. Her expression was warm now, accepting. "We gather under the full moon to witness the mating bond between Alpha Dax Thornwood and Omega Mira," she began. "Two wolves who have proven their dedication to each other and to this pack through trials that would break lesser souls." Dax took Mira's hands, his grip strong and steady. "Mira, 6 months ago you came to me desperate and dying. I offered you a transaction, a business arrangement. But somewhere along the way, it became so much more. You're not just the mother of my children. You're my partner, my equal, my home. I pledge myself to you completely, to protect you, to honor you, to love you for all our days." Mira's eyes filled with tears as she spoke her own vows. "Dax, you saw value in me when I couldn't see it in myself. You gave me hope when I had none. You've shown me that love isn't about ownership or control, but about partnership and choice. I pledge myself to you freely and joyfully, to stand beside you, to build our future together, to love you with everything I am." The elder produced a ceremonial blade, ancient and ornate. "The mating mark is eternal, a symbol of your bond visible to all. Are you ready?" "Yes," they said together. The marking was quick, a small cut on each of their necks that would heal into matching scars. Mira barely felt the pain, too focused on Dax's eyes, on the love she saw there. "By the power vested in me and witnessed by this pack, I declare you mated," the elder announced. "May your bond be strong and your love eternal." The pack erupted in cheers and howls. Dax pulled Mira into a kiss that was both tender and passionate, claiming her as his in front of everyone. When they finally broke apart, Mira was dizzy with happiness. The celebration that followed the ceremony was magnificent beyond anything Mira had imagined. Tables groaned under the weight of food that had been prepared over days, traditional dishes alongside modern favorites. Music filled the air, live musicians playing instruments Mira had never seen before, creating melodies that made her want to dance despite her exhaustion. Wolves danced and laughed, the joy infectious and overwhelming, spreading through the crowd like wildfire. The twins were passed from wolf to wolf, each pack member wanting to hold the miracle pups, to see for themselves the healthy children who represented hope for all their futures. Lissa and Marcus stayed miraculously calm through it all, seeming to sense the joyful occasion, their usual fussiness replaced with alert curiosity as they stared at new faces. "They're beautiful," an elderly wolf said, cradling Marcus gently. Tears streamed down her weathered face. "I never thought I'd see healthy primordial pups in my lifetime. My own children died in infancy from the degradation. But these two, they're going to change everything." Mira felt tears prick her own eyes at the woman's words. She'd known intellectually that the twins represented hope for the pack. But seeing the emotional impact, witnessing the joy and relief and desperate gratitude on the faces around her, brought it home in a way nothing else could. Marcus approached later in the evening with his gift, a larger carving showing two wolves with pups playing between them. The detail was exquisite, each figure rendered with loving care. "For your new family," he said gruffly, pressing it into her hands. "May you have many happy years together. May your children grow strong and your love never waver." "Thank you," Mira said, genuinely touched by the gesture and the sentiment behind it. "For everything. For giving us a chance when you had every reason not to. For being brave enough to change your mind. You earned it. More than earned it through your courage and sacrifice." He smiled, rare and genuine and transforming his usually stern features. "Welcome to the pack, truly this time. Not as the alpha's mate or the mother of miracle pups, but as Mira, as yourself." The acceptance in those words, the recognition of her as a person rather than a role, meant more than Mira could express. She hugged him impulsively, felt him stiffen in surprise before relaxing and returning the embrace briefly. As the night wore on and the celebration showed no signs of slowing, Dax and Mira slipped away with the twins. They returned to their home, to the nursery where Lissa and Marcus were already drowsing. "This is it," Mira whispered, settling the pups in their cribs. "Our family, our life, our happily ever after," Dax agreed, pulling her close. 3 days later, as promised and agreed upon, the Silver Pine healers arrived at the Ironclaw border. There were 4 of them, older wolves with weathered faces and kind eyes who looked genuinely ashamed when they first saw Mira. They carried no weapons, wore simple traveling clothes, and their body language spoke of humility rather than threat. Mira's first instinct when she saw them was fear. These were Silverpine wolves, representatives of the pack that had thrown her away and then tried to kidnap her back. The pack responsible for the attack that had nearly killed her and the twins. Every protective instinct screamed at her to refuse them, to send them away, but she'd agreed to this meeting, had insisted on it, in fact, overriding Dax's concerns. If she wanted to change the wolf world, to help other null omegas and dying packs, she couldn't let fear or old grudges control her action.
"We're sorry," their leader said immediately, before any formal greetings could be exchanged. "For everything our pack did to you. The severing, the attack, the threats. All of it was wrong. We were wrong. There's no excuse for how we treated you."
The apology caught Mira off guard. She'd expected defensiveness, justifications, political maneuvering, not this direct acknowledgement of harm.
"Your alpha ordered those actions," Mira said carefully, studying their faces for deception. "Where is he now? Why isn't he here apologizing himself?"
"Dead. Killed during the attack on Ironclaw by one of your warriors." The healer's expression was sad but accepting. "Our new alpha is young, barely 25. And he wants peace instead of endless war. He sent us to make amends if possible, and to learn how to save our pack from the degradation that's destroying us." The information session with the Silverpine healers lasted 2 intensive days. Dr. Reeves explained everything in exhaustive detail, while the healers took careful notes, asked intelligent questions, and showed genuine interest in helping their pack, rather than exploiting Mira or the knowledge she represented. They went through every stage of the pregnancy chronologically. The initial discovery through blood work that Mira was null rather than simply infertile, and how that distinction made all the difference genetically. The careful matching process with Dax's primordial markers to ensure compatibility, the weekly transfusions and their brutal side effects, including the hallucinations that had shown Mira the bloodline's history. The dietary changes needed to support accelerated fetal development, the monitoring protocols that had caught the placental abruption before it became fatal. The transfusions are critical, Dr. Reeves emphasized. The mother's body can't produce enough primordial markers on its own to sustain the pups. Without regular infusions of the father's blood, the pregnancy will fail. We did them weekly after week 6, but you might need to adjust frequency based on your specific patients.
"And the side effects?" one of the Silverpine healers asked, writing notes.
"How severe?" "Severe enough that Mira needed constant supervision during each procedure," Dr. Reeves said honestly. "Cramping, fever, hallucinations. Some patients might handle it better, others worse. You'll need to monitor closely." "I'd do it again," Mira interjected. "Every bit of pain, every moment of fear. If I had to go through it all again to have Lissa and Marcus, I would without hesitation." On the second day, they asked if they could see the twins to understand what successful primordial offspring looked like, what they should be aiming for. Mira hesitated, old fears surfacing. These were Silverpine wolves. The pack that had severed her, attacked her, tried to kidnap her. Could she really trust them with her children, even for a brief viewing? But Dax nodded his approval after studying their faces carefully. Briefly, so they can see what's possible with proper protocols. The healers' reactions when they saw Lissa and Marcus were everything Mira could have hoped for. Wonder, hope, determination. "They're perfect," one breathed. "Absolutely perfect." "They are," Mira agreed. "And with the right protocols, yours can be too." Before the Silverpine healers left, their leader approached Mira privately. "I know it doesn't undo the harm, but I want you to know we've revoked your severing officially. You're welcome back in Silverpine anytime with full honors." "I appreciate that," Mira said honestly. "But my home is here now, with my mate and my pups and my pack." "I understand, but the offer stands should you ever need it." After they left, Mira felt a weight lift she hadn't known she was carrying. Silverpine had acknowledged their mistake, had offered peace. It didn't erase the past, but it offered hope for the future. That night, Mira stood in the nursery watching her children sleep. Dax came up behind her, wrapping his arms around her waist. "What are you thinking about?" he asked. "How far we've come. How much has changed." She leaned back against him. 6 months ago, I was ready to die. Now I have everything. "We have everything," he corrected gently. "We have everything," she agreed. The twins stirred, making soft sounds. Marcus's tiny hand reached out and Lissa's found it, their fingers intertwining even in sleep. Mira's heart swelled watching them. "They're going to do great things," Dax whispered. "Change the world. Maybe. Or maybe they'll just be happy and healthy and loved. That's enough. That's more than enough. That's everything." As Mira settled into bed later that night, Dax beside her and their children sleeping peacefully in their cribs just a few feet away, she thought about the incredible journey that had brought her to this perfect moment, the pain of the severing that had nearly destroyed her, the fear when she'd realized she was dying, the desperate hope that had driven her to contact strange wolves through the rogue network, to take impossible risks on nothing more than rumors and desperation. She thought about that first meeting with Dax, how terrified she'd been, how certain she was making a terrible mistake, how the clinical nature of their arrangement had felt like her only option, even though everything in her had rebelled against it. And she thought about how slowly, gradually, that clinical arrangement had transformed into something real, into friendship, then trust, then love. How Dax had seen her as a person when everyone else saw only her Omega status or lack thereof. How he'd fought for her, protected her, chosen her again and again. The attack, the birth, the miraculous health of her children, the acceptance of the pack who'd voted to keep her despite the danger, the mating ceremony that had bound her to Dax forever, the reconciliation with Silverpine that offered healing instead of continued conflict. Every moment had been necessary. Every pain had led to growth. Every risk had brought her closer to this life she was now living. It had all been worth it. Every moment of suffering, every risk taken, every sacrifice made. Because it had led her here, to this perfect moment, to this family she'd never dared dream of having, to a future bright with possibility instead of dark with despair. She touched the mating mark on her neck, still tender but healing beautifully. She belonged here. Not because someone else decided her value, but because she'd chosen this. Chosen Dax, chosen the pack, chosen this life, and she'd been chosen in return. "I love you," she whispered to Dax in the darkness. "I love you too," he replied. "Forever, forever," Mira agreed. And for the first time in her life, forever didn't sound frightening. It sounded like a promise, like hope, like home. Outside, the moon shone bright over Ironclaw territory, its light streaming through the windows and painting everything silver. The forest was quiet, peaceful, showing no signs of the violence it had witnessed just weeks ago. The new Alpha house stood strong and secure, rebuilt better than before. Inside, a family slept peacefully. 2 newborn pups who represented hope not just for one pack, but for all wolf packs struggling with degradation. A mated pair who'd found love in the most unexpected circumstances. A home filled with the kind of happiness Mira had thought was impossible just months ago. And in nurseries across the wolf world, in packs Mira would never meet, null Omegas were learning they weren't worthless after all. Healers were studying the protocols Dr. Reeves had compiled. Alphas were reconsidering the Omegas they'd discarded. Hope was spreading like wildfire, carried on rumors and whispered stories of the Ironclaw miracle. They were the future, the hope, the answer to a problem that had seemed unsolvable, and Mira had proven it was possible, had shown the world that null Omegas weren't broken or worthless, that primordial bloodlines could be saved, that love could grow in the most unlikely places. She'd started this journey alone and dying, certain her life had no value. Now she was surrounded by love, by family, by a future bright with endless possibility. Her children would grow up knowing they were wanted, valued, cherished. They'd never feel the worthlessness she'd carried for years. And maybe, just maybe, other null Omegas would find their own Dax, their own pack willing to take a chance, their own happy endings. The world was changing, slowly, one pack at a time. And it had started here, in Ironclaw, with a desperate Omega and an Alpha willing to see past tradition and hierarchy to the person underneath. Mira smiled in her sleep, unconsciously moving closer to Dax, her hand resting on his chest where she could feel his steady heartbeat. In their cribs, the twins slept on, dreaming whatever dreams newborn pups had, safe and loved and perfectly healthy. Tomorrow would bring new challenges. Sarah and her pack would need ongoing support. Other desperate Omegas would surely come seeking help. The Silverpine relationship would need careful tending to maintain the fragile peace. But tonight, in this perfect moment, everything was exactly as it should be. A family together, a pack at peace, a future full of promise. And that was more than enough. That was everything. Chapter 15. The morning sun streamed through the nursery windows, painting everything in shades of gold and amber that made the room feel magical. Mira stood in the doorway, coffee cup in hand, watching her children play on the soft rug that covered most of the floor. At 6 months old, Lissa and Marcus were already showing personalities as distinct and different as their appearances were similar. Lissa was the bold one, fearless and endlessly curious about everything in her environment. She'd started crawling 3 weeks ago and now pulled herself up on furniture with determined grunts, trying to walk despite being months away from that milestone according to normal wolf pup development. Her amber eyes, so like her father's, tracked everything with intense focus, missing nothing. When she wanted something, whether a toy or attention or food, she went after it with single-minded determination that reminded Mira of Dax at his most focused. Just yesterday, she'd somehow managed to climb halfway up the bookshelf before Mira caught her. The look of triumph on her tiny face had been equal parts adorable and terrifying. Nothing seemed to frighten her, not heights or loud noises or meeting new wolves. She approached the world with confidence that seemed impossible for someone so small. Marcus was more cautious, thoughtful, preferring to observe carefully before acting. He'd learned to crawl the same week as his sister but used the skill more judiciously, content to sit and play quietly with his toys while Lissa explored every corner of every room. He'd watch his sister's adventures with serious eyes, learning from her mistakes without having to make them himself. But when he did decide to move, he was faster than his sister, more efficient in his movements, wasting no energy on unnecessary actions. And his grip strength was remarkable, already able to hold and manipulate objects most pups his age couldn't manage. He'd figured out how to open simple latches last week, a skill that had required immediate childproofing of every cabinet in the house. Both were healthy, thriving beyond even Dr. Reeves's optimistic projections, showing absolutely no signs of the genetic degradation that had plagued primordial bloodlines for generations. They ate well, slept reasonably well for infants, and hit every developmental milestone weeks ahead of schedule. Their shifts, when they happened spontaneously during sleep, were smooth and complete, showing none of the painful partial transformations that marked degraded genetics. "They're extraordinary," she'd said during the last checkup. "Their development is consistently ahead of normal primordial pups by several weeks. The null omega genetics combined with your bloodline, it's created something we've never seen before. Something better. Watching them now, playing together with the carved animals Marcus had made for them. Mira felt her heart swell with love so fierce it was almost painful. These were her children. She'd created them, carried them, brought them into the world against all odds. And they were perfect. "You're staring again," Dax said, coming up behind her and wrapping his arms around her waist. "They're not going to disappear if you look away." "I know. I just like watching them." Mira leaned back against him. "Sometimes I still can't believe they're real. That this life is real. It's real. And it's ours." He pressed a kiss to the mating mark on her neck, the scar now fully healed into a beautiful pattern that matched the one she'd given him. "For as long as we want it." The past 6 months had been transformative for the entire pack. The successful birth of healthy primordial twins had given everyone hope, renewed their determination to thrive rather than just survive. Birth rates had started climbing as couples who'd been afraid to try were now willing to risk pregnancy. And while not all the pregnancies were primordial, the overall improvement in pack morale had created a positive feedback loop. Word of Mira's success had spread far beyond Ironclaw's borders, despite their attempts to control the information. Packs from across the region had sent representatives, seeking information, requesting consultations. Dr. Reeves had published her paper, carefully anonymizing Mira's identity but detailing the protocols that had led to success. The response had been overwhelming. Letters arrived daily from desperate Omegas, from pack healers seeking guidance, from alphas willing to try anything to save their bloodlines. Mira and Dr. Reeves had established a formal consultation program, sharing information carefully while protecting Mira's safety and privacy. Sarah, the Mountain Pack Omega, had successfully conceived 2 months ago following their protocols exactly. Her pregnancy was progressing well under her pack healer's careful supervision. She sent updates regularly, her letters filled with gratitude and cautious hope. "I never thought I'd have this chance," she'd written in her latest letter. "Your courage gave me courage. Your success gave me hope. Thank you for not keeping this knowledge to yourself." Even Silverpine had benefited from the shared information. Their healers had identified 2 null Omegas in their pack and were working on compatible matches with primordial alphas. It was slow, careful work, but progress nonetheless. "You're changing the world," Dax had told her one night. "One pack at a time." "We're changing it," Mira had corrected. "This isn't just my accomplishment, it's ours. Yours and mine and Dr. Reeves and the whole pack's." A commotion downstairs pulled Mira from her thoughts. Voices, urgent but not alarmed, filtering up through the floorboards. She recognized Cade's deep rumble among them, and other voices she didn't know. Unexpected visitors, then. "I'll check it out," Dax said, kissing her quickly before heading for the stairs with the purposeful stride of an alpha responding to pack business. Mira scooped up both twins, one on each hip despite their increasing weight making the position increasingly difficult, and followed more slowly down the stairs. By the time she reached the main room, Dax was deep in conversation with Cade and 3 wolves she didn't recognize. They wore travel clothes, dusty from long journeys, and carried themselves with the careful neutrality of diplomats on uncertain ground. "Mira," Dax said, gesturing her over with a wave. "These are representatives from the Western Alliance. They've traveled 3 days to reach us with a proposal." The Western Alliance was a coalition of smaller packs. Mira knew from her studies of pack politics. Formed about a decade ago for mutual protection and resource sharing in response to increasing pressure from the larger Eastern and Northern alliances. But what would they want with Ironclaw specifically? The eldest of the 3 visitors, a woman with distinguished silver streaks in her dark hair and kind eyes, stepped forward respectfully. "Alpha Thornwood, Omega Mira, thank you for seeing us without prior notice. I'm Elder Cassandra from the Redwood Pack, speaking on behalf of the Western Alliance Council." "What brings you to Ironclaw?" Dax asked, his tone neutral but not unfriendly, the perfect diplomatic balance. "We've heard about your remarkable success with primordial breeding, about the null Omega protocols that are saving bloodlines across the region." Cassandra's eyes moved to the twins in Mira's arms, wonder and desperate hope flickering across her weathered features. The Western Alliance comprises 23 packs, nearly all experiencing varying degrees of genetic degradation. Some worse than others, but all struggling. "We'd like to propose a formal partnership with Ironclaw." "What kind of partnership specifically?" Mira asked, settling the twins more comfortably on her lap as she took a seat. "Information sharing in exchange for protection and resources. We'll help defend Ironclaw's borders with our combined forces, provide access to rare resources, and establish favorable trade partnerships across all Alliance territories. In return, you share the null Omega protocols freely and provide ongoing consultation to our pack healers as they implement them." Cassandra pulled out a formal document, clearly prepared with care. "We're offering a 5-year alliance agreement with options to extend indefinitely based on mutual satisfaction." Dax took the document, scanning it quickly with the practiced eye of someone who'd reviewed countless treaties. His expression remained neutral, giving nothing away. "This is extremely generous. Perhaps too generous for simple information sharing. What's the real cost we'd be paying?" "The cost is acknowledgement and political positioning," Cassandra said honestly. "We want the other major alliances to know that the Western packs are no longer dying, no longer weak, that we have access to information and resources that make us viable competitors and partners rather than easy targets for absorption. Your success, openly shared with us, gives us legitimacy we desperately need." "I need time to discuss this with my council and my mate," Dax said. "Of course. We're staying at the Border Inn. Send word when you've decided. Cassandra looked at Mira one more time. Your children are beautiful. They represent hope for all of us. After the visitors left, escorted by Cade to comfortable quarters at the Border Inn, Dax called an emergency council meeting. The debate lasted hours, voices rising and falling as wolves argued passionately about the merits and dangers of the proposed alliance. Some council members were enthusiastic about the partnership, seeing unprecedented opportunities for trade, political influence, and protection. This makes us players on the regional stage instead of just another small pack struggling alone, one argued. The combined strength of 23 packs is nothing to dismiss lightly. Others were deeply cautious, worried about Ironclaw being pulled into conflicts between the major alliances, becoming targets themselves. If we align openly with the Western Alliance, it could make us enemies of the Eastern or Northern alliances, the silver-haired councilwoman pointed out. We'd be choosing sides in a political game we've carefully avoided for generations. But staying neutral hasn't protected us, Cade countered. Silverpine attacked us despite our isolation. Maybe being part of something larger would actually provide better security than trying to stand alone. The arguments went in circles for over 2 hours before Dax finally called for a recess. He found Mira in their private quarters, the twins playing quietly on the floor while she reviewed the alliance document herself. What do you think? Dax asked, sitting heavily beside her. Not as alpha, not as political strategist, as Mira. What does your gut tell you? I think the information should be shared freely. It's not ours to hoard when wolves are dying across the region. Mira looked out at the forest visible through their window. But you're absolutely right to be cautious about the political implications. If we align with the Western Alliance, it could make us targets for the Eastern or Northern alliances who might see us as threats. Or it could make us too valuable to attack, protected by treaty and alliance strength. Dax pulled her close, seeking comfort in her presence. This decision affects our whole pack, our children's future, the legacy we're building. Then we put it to a pack vote, Mira said decisively. Let the pack decide if they want this alliance. It's their future too, their lives that would be affected. They deserve a voice in the decision. You're right, Dax said after a moment of consideration. This is too important for the council to decide alone. The pack meeting was held 3 days later in the central square, giving everyone time to consider the implications and form educated opinions. Cassandra presented the proposal formally, standing on the raised platform where Mira and Dax had been mated, answering questions with impressive patience and complete honesty. What happens if the Eastern Alliance attacks us because of this partnership? One wolf asked, voicing a common concern. The alliance agreement includes mutual defense clauses. An attack on Ironclaw would be considered an attack on all 23 Western Alliance packs. That's over 4,000 wolves ready to defend against aggression. Cassandra's voice was steady, confident. The Eastern Alliance is strong, but they're not foolish enough to start a war with those odds. And if one of the other Western packs gets into trouble, are we obligated to send our wolves to die in their conflicts? This from Marcus, still protective and cautious despite his acceptance of Mira. The mutual defense clause applies only to unprovoked external aggression, not internal pack disputes or conflicts the member pack initiated. We're not asking you to police other packs' problems. We're offering collective security against the kind of attack you suffered from Silverpine. Cassandra looked at the crowd. None of us are strong enough alone anymore, but together we can thrive. What about the Null Omega protocols? A young healer asked. How would the sharing work practically? Dr. Reeves would lead a training program for Alliance healers, Cassandra explained. We'd establish standards, certification processes, ongoing consultation. This wouldn't be a one-time knowledge dump. It would be a sustained collaborative effort to ensure every Alliance pack has access to the expertise needed for success. The debate was passionate, wolves on both sides making compelling arguments with emotion and logic. Those in favor spoke of opportunity, security, the chance to be part of something larger than themselves. Those against worried about loss of autonomy, political entanglements, putting pack safety at risk for uncertain gains. Mira listened to it all, holding the twins who'd grown restless in the crowd. She caught fragments of conversations, felt the pulse of the pack's collective uncertainty. This was a turning point, she realized. Whatever they decided would shape Ironclaw's future for generations. In the end, the vote was 68% in favor of the alliance. A clear majority, though not overwhelming. Ironclaw would join the Western Alliance, sharing their hard-won knowledge in exchange for protection and resources. "You're building something bigger than just our pack," Cade said after the vote was tallied and announced. "A network of healthy, thriving packs instead of isolated groups struggling alone and dying slowly." "That's the goal," Mira agreed, bouncing Marcus, who was fussing. "No pack should have to watch their children die from degradation when we have answers that could save them. Information should heal, not be hoarded." The formal alliance signing was scheduled for the next full moon. Representatives from all 23 Western Alliance packs would attend, making it the largest gathering Ironclaw had hosted in decades. "This is huge," Dr. Reeves said, reviewing the medical consultation requests that were already flooding in. "We're going to need to train more healers in the protocols, establish standards, create a formal program." "Can you handle that?" Mira asked. "With help, yes. I'll need to bring in specialists, set up a training facility." Dr. Reeves smiled. "This is what I've been working toward my whole career. The chance to actually reverse degradation instead of just documenting its progression." That night, Mira woke to find Dax gone from their bed. She found him in the nursery, sitting in the rocking chair with both twins in his arms. They were sleeping peacefully, their small bodies rising and falling with each breath. "Couldn't sleep?" she asked quietly, leaning against the doorframe. "Too much on my mind." He looked up at her. "I keep thinking about how different things could have been. If you hadn't been brave enough to contact me. If I'd refused your offer. If any of a dozen things had gone differently. But they didn't. We're here. They're here." Mira moved to stand beside the chair. "Everything worked out the way it was supposed to." "I know, but I also know how close we came to losing it all. The attack, the fall, the complications during birth." His voice was thick with emotion. "I could have lost you. Lost them. But you didn't. We survived. We're thriving." She touched his shoulder. "You can't live in fear of what might have been." "I'm not afraid. I'm grateful. So grateful it terrifies me sometimes." Mira understood that feeling intimately. The fear that something this good couldn't last, that happiness this profound was too fragile to survive. But 6 months of stability had started to ease those fears, replaced them with tentative confidence in their future. "Come back to bed," she said. "The twins are fine. We're fine. Everything is fine." He carefully placed the sleeping pups back in their cribs, tucking blankets around them with gentle precision. Then he took Mira's hand and let her lead him back to their room. As they settled back into bed, wrapped in each other's arms, Mira thought about how far they'd come. From a desperate business transaction to this deep, abiding love. From survival to thriving. From isolation to building a network that could save entire populations. "I love you," she whispered into the darkness. "I love you too," Dax replied. "Forever." "Forever," Mira agreed, and finally, that word felt like a promise she could trust. Chapter 16. The Western Alliance Gathering was the largest event Ironclaw had ever hosted in its 200-year history. Wolves from all 23 member packs filled the territory, turning it into a temporary city of tents and celebration that stretched across the landscape. Mira watched from the main house's balcony as the final preparations were completed below. A year had passed since the twins' birth, and the transformation in that time had been nothing short of remarkable. Lissa and Marcus were walking now, running really, their boundless energy seeming to defy the laws of physics. They'd started talking early, already forming simple but complete sentences that delighted everyone who heard them. "Papa, look!" Lissa would shout, showing off some new accomplishment. "I did it!" "Good job, sweetheart," Dax would reply, always patient, always encouraging. And they'd shifted fully for the first time 3 months ago. Their wolf forms small but perfectly proportioned and absolutely beautiful. Compact bodies with thick puppy fur, oversized paws they'd grow into, and those distinctive amber eyes that marked them as primordial. The shifts had been smooth, painless, showing none of the deformities or partial transformations that plagued degraded bloodlines. Dr. Reeves had documented everything with her characteristic thoroughness. Her research now published in multiple pack journals and forming the foundation for a completely new understanding of primordial genetics. She'd become something of a celebrity in medical circles, lecturing at gatherings and training healers from across the region. "Mama!" Lissa came running out onto the balcony at full speed, her dark hair flying behind her like a banner. "Marcus took my toy." "Did not!" Marcus protested immediately, following his sister with his more measured pace. "She gave it to me first." "Did not." "Did too." Mira scooped up both children with practiced ease, one under each arm despite their squirming protests. "No fighting today, remember? We have very important guests from all over the region." "The whole world is here," Lissa said dramatically, her eyes wide as she gazed down at the gathering below. "Not the whole world. Just our alliance, which is 23 packs." Mira set them down carefully. "But it's very important. All these packs are here partially because of you two." "Because we're special?" Marcus asked seriously, his thoughtful nature already showing at such a young age. "Because you're healthy and strong and thriving. You prove that primordial pups can be born without degradation." Mira knelt to their level. "And because your parents were brave enough to try something no one had successfully done in generations." The gathering was officially a celebration of the Alliance's first anniversary, but everyone knew it was really about hope. About the 11 null omegas who'd successfully conceived in the past year using the protocols. About the 7 healthy primordial pups who'd been born to Alliance packs. About the future that was finally looking brighter than the past. Sarah was among the honored guests, now 7 months pregnant and absolutely glowing with health despite the obvious discomfort of her condition. Her belly was round and prominent, the kind of pregnant that made strangers smile, and she moved with the careful, protective grace of someone carrying precious cargo. "Mira!" She embraced her carefully, mindful of both their bodies. "Look at you. Look at them." She gestured enthusiastically to the twins, who were now investigating the decorations with the intense focus of tiny scientists. "How are you feeling?" Mira asked, leading her to a comfortable chair. "Really feeling, not just the polite answer. Tired beyond description. Huge like I swallowed a boulder. Terrified something will go wrong. Excited beyond words." Sarah laughed, the sound bright despite her admitted fears. "All the things you probably felt, magnified by my anxiety. All of those and more," Mira confirmed. "But you're doing amazingly well. The pregnancy is progressing perfectly? According to our healer. Yes. The transfusions are absolutely brutal, just like you warned they would be. The cramping, the fever, the hallucinations that feel more real than reality." Sarah's hand went to her stomach protectively, unconsciously mirroring the gesture Mira had made countless times. "But the pups are thriving. Twin boys like yours are a boy and girl. They're going to change everything for my pack." "They already have," Mira said softly, taking Sarah's hand. "Just by existing, by proving it's possible. You've given your pack hope. We gave them hope. You and Dr. Reeves and everyone who shared this knowledge instead of hoarding it." Sarah's eyes filled with tears. "I was ready to die, Mira. Just like you were. Ready to accept that I'd never have children, that my life had no purpose. And now look at us." They sat together for a while, 2 omegas who'd defied every expectation, watching the celebration unfold below. Other null omegas had started arriving too, Mira noticed. Women who'd been severed or written off, now standing tall with growing bellies or healthy pups in their arms. The protocols were working across multiple packs, transforming despair into hope. The ceremony began precisely at sunset, the sky painted in brilliant shades of orange and pink and purple. All 23 pack alphas stood in a ceremonial circle on the raised platform, with Dax at the center as the Alliance's founding alpha and the pack that had sparked this entire movement. They wore traditional robes in their pack colors, creating a rainbow of fabric that caught the fading light beautifully. The air hummed with power as 23 alphas gathered in one place, their combined authority making the atmosphere thick and charged. But there was no conflict, no challenge between them, just unity of purpose. They renewed their vows to mutual protection and support, to sharing knowledge and resources freely, to building a future where all packs could thrive instead of merely struggling to survive. Each alpha spoke briefly, sharing what the alliance had meant to their pack. 1 year ago, we were separate packs, struggling with the same devastating problems in isolation, Dax said when his turn came, his alpha voice carrying clearly to every corner of the vast gathering. We watched our children die from degradation. We buried pups who never had a chance. We felt hopeless and alone. Now we're an alliance, stronger together than we ever were apart. The Null Omega protocols have given us concrete, tangible hope where there was none. But more than that, they've shown us the power of cooperation over isolation, of sharing over hoarding. The crowd cheered, thousands of voices raised in agreement and celebration. Mira held the twins tightly, watching her mate lead with the confidence and grace that had made her fall in love with him. He'd grown so much in the past year and a half, transformed from a desperate alpha trying to save his dying pack into a leader other alphas respected and willingly followed. "To the Western Alliance," Cassandra shouted, raising a ceremonial cup. "To cooperation, to hope, to a future where our children can thrive." "To the Western Alliance!" The crowd roared back, the sound deafening and joyful. After the formal ceremony concluded, the real celebration began with enthusiasm that swept through the crowd like wildfire. Food appeared on tables that seemed to stretch endlessly, traditional dishes from all 23 packs creating a feast unlike anything Mira had ever seen. Musicians from different territories played instruments she'd never encountered, creating melodies that blended pack traditions into something new and beautiful. Dancing filled the central square, wolves of all ages joining in traditional dances and improvising new ones. Pups ran wild in supervised chaos while adults caught up with friends from other packs and forged new alliances. The atmosphere was joyful, hopeful, electric with possibility. The twins were passed from wolf to wolf throughout the evening, each pack member wanting to hold the miracle pups, to see for themselves the healthy children who represented hope for all their futures. Lissa and Marcus stayed miraculously calm through it all, seeming to sense the joyful occasion, their usual fussiness replaced with alert curiosity as they stared at new faces and absorbed the overwhelming sensory experience. "They're beautiful," an elderly wolf from one of the mountain packs said, cradling Marcus gently in weathered hands. Tears streamed down her wrinkled face openly. "I never thought I'd see healthy primordial pups in my lifetime. My own children all died in infancy from the degradation, back before we understood what was happening. But these two, they're going to change absolutely everything for all of us." Mira felt her own tears prick at the woman's words. She'd known intellectually that the twins represented hope for struggling packs. But seeing the raw emotional impact, witnessing the joy and relief and desperate gratitude on the faces around her, brought it home in a way nothing else could. These people had suffered for generations, had watched children die, had felt hopeless, and now, finally, they had real, tangible hope based on proven success. "You did this," Dr. Reeves said later in the evening, finding Mira in a quiet corner where she'd retreated to catch her breath. "This entire gathering, all these healthy pups and successful pregnancies, every bit of hope filling this territory tonight. It all started with your courage." "It started with desperation," Mira corrected gently, though she appreciated the sentiment. "I was dying and took a wild, desperate chance because I had nothing left to lose." "You were dying and chose to fight instead of surrendering. That's courage, regardless of what motivated it." Dr. Reeves smiled warmly. "I have news I've been waiting to share. The Northern Alliance has formally reached out, requesting detailed information about our protocols." "The Northern Alliance? They're not part of our treaty. They're technically political competitors. Not yet part of our treaty, but they're struggling with degradation too. And they've heard about our remarkable success through the rumor networks." Dr. Reeves pulled out a formal letter, the seal making clear it was official communication. "They want to send official observers to learn our methods, train their healers in the protocols. I think we should enthusiastically allow it. Even though they could become competitors or even enemies? Even though sharing this knowledge might strengthen potential adversaries? Knowledge isn't a weapon to be hoarded for strategic advantage. It's a tool for survival that should be shared freely." Dr. Reeves met her eyes directly. "You taught me that principle through your actions. Now we have the chance to live it out more fully."
Mira thought about it carefully, weighing risks against potential benefits, considering long-term implications. Finally, she nodded decisively. Bring it to the council for formal discussion. If they approve the concept, we'll welcome Northern Alliance observers. Knowledge should heal divisions, not create them. Agreed. I'll schedule a council session for next week. Dr. Reeves squeezed her shoulder affectionately. You're changing the entire wolf world, one pack at a time. I'm honored to be part of it. As the evening wore on and the twins finally fell asleep in a quiet corner, Mira found herself on the balcony again, watching the celebration below. Dax joined her, wrapping his arms around her from behind in the gesture that had become their comfort position. What are you thinking about? He asked. Everything. How far we've come. How much has changed. She leaned back against him. A year ago, I was terrified every day. Terrified the pregnancy would fail, that Silverpine would attack, that I'd lose you or the pups or everything. And now I'm happy, content, looking forward to the future instead of dreading it. She turned in his arms. Thank you for taking a chance on a dying Omega you'd never met. Thank you for being brave enough to contact me, for trusting me with your life and your children's lives. He kissed her softly. Best decision I ever made. They stood like that for a long time, watching their pack and their alliance celebrate, their children sleeping peacefully nearby. The world hadn't become perfect. There were still challenges, still packs struggling, still political complications to navigate. But there was hope now. Real, tangible hope based on proven success, rather than desperate wishes. Later that night, after all the guests had finally retired to their tents and the twins were tucked into their cribs sleeping peacefully, exhausted from the excitement, Mira sat at her desk and pulled out the journal she'd been meticulously keeping. She'd started it on the day she contacted Dax through the Rogue Network, documenting everything for the pups to read someday when they were old enough to understand. The journal had grown thick over the past year and a half, filled with her careful handwriting describing every milestone, every fear, every triumph. She'd recorded the pregnancy week by week, the transfusions and their brutal side effects, the visions that had shown her the Bloodline's history, the attack, the birth, the terrifying complications that had nearly taken everything. And she'd recorded the joy, too. The first time she'd felt the twins move, the moment they were born and placed in her arms, their first smiles, first words, first steps. Every precious memory preserved in ink so they'd know how much they were wanted, how hard their parents had fought for them. She wrote about the gathering now, about Sarah's successful pregnancy that gave hope to another struggling pack, about the Northern Alliance's request that might extend their impact even further. And then she wrote something more personal, more raw. To Lissa and Marcus, she wrote carefully, by the time you read this, you'll be old enough to understand what your existence truly means to the wolf world. You weren't just born. You were fought for, planned for, protected through impossible odds and overwhelming dangers. You represent hope for every pack facing degradation. You prove that our bloodlines can be saved, that the future doesn't have to be a slow decline into extinction. But more than that, you're the living proof that love can grow in the most unexpected places. That courage and hope and determination can overcome even the darkest circumstances imaginable. Your father and I came together out of desperation, a business transaction that should have remained clinical and detached. But we stayed together out of love that grew slowly, carefully, until it became unshakable. Never forget that you're wanted, loved, cherished beyond measure. And never let anyone tell you that you're defined solely by your genetics or your bloodline or what you represent politically. You're defined by your choices, your character, your hearts. Be kind, be brave, be true to yourselves. The world will expect great things from you because of what you represent genetically. But I hope more than anything that you'll just be happy, healthy, and kind. That's all any parent really wants for their children. Everything else is secondary. I love you both more than words can possibly express. You made me a mother when I thought I'd never have that chance. You gave me purpose beyond mere survival. You showed me that miracles do happen, that impossible things become possible with courage and support.
Thank you for choosing us as your parents. Thank you for fighting to be born, for thriving against all odds, for bringing joy into our lives every single day. Live well, love deeply, and know that you were wanted from the very first moment. She closed the journal carefully as Dax came into the room, moving quietly so as not to disturb her concentration. Writing again? He asked. For the twins, so they'll know their story someday. It's a good story, Dax said, pulling her to her feet and into his arms. Happy ending and everything. It's not an ending, Mira corrected. It's a beginning, the start of something better. A beginning, then. He kissed her, slow and deep. To many more years together. Many more, Mira agreed. They moved to the window, looking out at the forest bathed in moonlight. Somewhere out there, Sarah was preparing for her own journey into motherhood. Other null omegas were discovering they weren't worthless. Pack healers were learning new protocols. The world was changing, slowly but surely. And it had all started here, in Ironclaw, with a desperate omega and an alpha willing to see past tradition to possibility. Mira's hand found the mating mark on her neck, tracing the healed scar that bound her to Dax forever. The mark had become part of her, as natural as breathing. She'd come to Ironclaw 18 months ago expecting to die within weeks, hoping only to give her unborn children a slim chance at life. Instead, she'd found absolutely everything she'd never dared dream of having. A mate who loved her not for what she could provide, but for who she was. Children who were healthy and thriving beyond anyone's expectations. A pack that accepted her not out of obligation but genuine respect and affection. A purpose that extended far beyond her own survival to potentially saving entire wolf populations. She'd found home in ways she hadn't known were possible. The journey from that bookstore apartment to this moment had been terrifying, painful, seemingly impossible at every turn. She'd been severed from her birth pack, told she was worthless, left to die alone. She'd made desperate choices based on rumors and hope that had no basis in reality. She'd survived attack, childbirth complications, political maneuvering that could have destroyed everything. But every obstacle overcome had made her stronger. Every challenge faced had proven her worth, not just as a genetic anomaly or breeding vessel, but as a person with value and agency. What are you thinking about now? Dax asked, his voice soft in the darkness, pulling her from her spiraling thoughts. How lucky I am. How grateful. How much I love this life we've built together from nothing. She turned to face him fully. How far we've come from that first awkward meeting when I showed up desperate and dying and you offered me a clinical arrangement. We are lucky. But we also fought for this with everything we had. Earned it through courage and sacrifice. He pulled her closer, his embrace warm and protective. And we'll keep fighting to protect it, to build on it, to make it even better. Together, Mira said, the word a promise and a prayer. Always together, Dax agreed, his voice fervent. In the nursery just down the hall, the twins slept on peacefully, dreaming whatever dreams one-year-old primordial pups had. Healthy, loved, safe beyond measure. The future of their bloodline and living proof that hope wasn't just wishful thinking, but could be achieved through courage and science and unwavering determination. Outside their window, the moon continued its eternal journey across the star-filled sky, watching over Ironclaw territory as it had for centuries of pack history. But now it looked down on something fundamentally new. Something better than what came before. A pack that wasn't just surviving day by day, but actively thriving with purpose. An alliance built on cooperation and shared knowledge instead of conflict and hoarding. A future where primordial bloodlines could be saved and strengthened, instead of just documented as they failed and disappeared. Networks forming across the region, connecting packs that had been isolated, sharing hope that had seemed impossible. And at the center of it all, a family that had started with a desperate bargain between strangers and grown into something beautiful and unshakable. Love that had been earned rather than assumed, trust that had been built through shared struggles, hope that had become reality through courage. Mira smiled in the darkness, her heart full to overflowing with emotions she couldn't fully name. She'd traveled so far from that dying omega in a bookstore apartment, barely clinging to life, From worthless to valued beyond measure. From hopeless to building hope for others. From alone to surrounded by love that felt endless. The journey had been terrifying, painful, impossible at every turn. But looking at where it had led her, at what she'd built and who she'd become, she wouldn't change a single moment of it. Because every moment of suffering had been worth it for this. For them. For Dax and Lysa and Marcus. For the family she'd built and the future they were creating together. For the packs they were saving and the hope they were spreading. For the love she'd found when she thought she'd die alone and forgotten. "I love you," she whispered to Dax, the words never feeling more true. "I love you too," he replied without hesitation. "Forever and always, through everything that comes." And this time, forever didn't sound frightening or impossible. It sounded perfect, natural, exactly right. It sounded like coming home after a lifetime of wandering. Like finding the place she was always meant to be. Like the happy ending she'd never believed she deserved, but had fought for anyway. Mira closed her eyes, wrapped in Dax's arms, listening to the sounds of her children breathing peacefully down the hall. Outside, the Alliance celebrated their victories and looked toward a brighter future. The world was changing because they'd had the courage to try something impossible. Tomorrow would bring new challenges, new opportunities, new wolves seeking help. But tonight, in this perfect moment, everything was exactly as it should be. A family together, a pack at peace, a future full of promise extending far beyond what any of them had dared imagine. And that was more than enough. That was everything. That was home. The end. But wait. If you enjoyed this ebook and want me to keep writing more, please leave a review of it. By doing so, you'll allow me more time to write these books for you as they'll get more exposure. So thank you.